Because we have got this going. Yes, let's start on YouTube. I'm going to load up the save, and while that's loading, I'm going to get our music ready. Because I didn't get that ready in advance, because it's doing that whole thing I mentioned about going, ah, crap, what am I doing today on stream? Because of what my plan's kind of getting... Ooh, it looks like they added more music to the library. Neat. And I know the music's gonna be overlapping here for just a second, but it is what it is. I used to have, when I was on Pretzel Player, I used to have a button on my Stream Deck to do it, but now that I'm using Epidemic Sound, I haven't gone through and got all that stuff reconfigured. But yeah, so we're gonna be getting back to where we were left off in Farming Simulator. Let me actually also go down here and show those again. So for those who missed the last... I was going to say episode, but the last stream of Farming Simulator, we're still doing our Zero to Hero challenge, where we started with $0, 0 equipment, 0 land, 0 anything, and we've been building up from there. We are in Hutan Pantai, which is a non-specific East Asian map. It's got like elements that are of Japan, elements that are like Indonesia, elements of like China and all that in there. The name is technically Indonesian, if I'm not mistaken from what I was seeing. It translates to coastal forest, so that leans towards it being Indonesian, but it is generically all of them. But the last stream we were we still are, which now I think about it, I should have the link pinned. So bear with me for 1 second, because there's something I am supposed to do when doing dare drops that I have forgotten. Oh wait, I have a command for this. You are so quiet. There, nudge the volume up. Which is if I do... Oh, come on. I keep hitting tilde instead of exclamation mark. Dare drop. And then I pin that. And all that is that's for people over here on Twitch. That's just a link to the Steam page going through Dare Drop. I don't get a kickback if you buy the game or anything through that, so like nothing like that. But if you do click on it, it does let them know that you went to the game page from here, so that you found Farm Sim from here. Like I said, I don't get a kickback, but it is a thing that does help me in the future get like future sponsorships and yada yada yada. For the record, sort of sponsored. It's not sponsored in the sense that I've got like Farming Sim, you know, is throwing me a handful of money or whatever, but Dare Drop technically does qualify as a sponsor, because there is an indirect way I can sometimes get paid from using Dare Drop. I'm not expecting to make anything on this one, because it's got a whole point system and everything. It's hard to explain. But basically, if I'm doing Dare Drops on a stream, they take the largest number of viewers I have on average over a 2-hour window for the entire time. And I may receive points based on that, and those points can ultimately translate into dollars. I don't believe there are any points available for this game right now, though, so that's where it's like sponsored but not sponsored. I think technically I'm supposed to say sponsored, but I don't think I had to put ad. I'm going to put ad anyways, just out of fear, because the last thing I need is I don't really want to get slapped being like, you didn't disclose your advertising. But yeah, so with Dare Drop, ultimately what boils down to, is we have these things over here on the side there that say like current objective, harvest rice, harvest spinach, harvest peas, yada yada yada. Each one of those I finish, I get a clip of it, I submit it to Dare Drop, and then Dare Drop turns around and goes, cool, your clip looks right. And they give me a key to the game and a key to the DLC to give to you. Now, to be clear, those are not going to be given away today, because I won't have them today. There is I submit it, and then after the fact they get back with me kind of thing, and then I can give it out. So we did have one we finished yesterday, which was for selling either garlic, spinach, or chili peppers, I think were the options, and so we sold the garlic. Now let me know if the music's too loud or anything like that. We did harvest the spinach, the peas, and the green beans. Once we harvest the rice, that'll be 2 more done. And so now the other objectives we have is to get $1 million, well, 1 million units of currency, it doesn't actually care what the units are, or build the temple. Both of those are going to be pretty ambitious projects for what we're doing right now. But the others will be fine. Hey, look, we got a thing. Oh, I need to switch you to selling. Hey, real fast there, bud. I don't have a vehicle to actually deal with you. Yeah, so change output mode. For right now, we're going to sell it. And for the record, by selling directly right now, it does mean I'm going to be at the mercy of whatever the value is on that given day. Which does mean I could be losing up to $100 of potential profit per sale. But at the same time, it saves me having to have a $10,000 piece of equipment to deal with it. So, the next thing that we were planning on building is we've got two things I will... Oh, okay. So the next thing we're going to be looking at is a couple options. Option number one is these two fields down here are a section of land that I could buy those to about triple the amount of rice I pull per season to give us a bit better income per year. So that's one possibility. The other possibility, which has two steps to it, is I buy the small lumber mill for $36,000 and I buy this tile of land for $70,000, and we start trying to cut up the trees to get the planks to take over to work on the temple. In this case, it's $70,000 to get that going and about $100,000 to get this going. Regardless, either way I go with that, and just all checking everything. So yeah, we will be dealing with the rice in April. So we don't really need to decide till April if we're going to do the rice. In the meantime, we're here to make money. And that's what we got going right now. If we're lucky, which we won't be, but assuming we're lucky, we would just have it show rice here, but we're not in the right season for it. The spinach, so looking at the stuff we harvested the other day, carrots suck, parsnips suck, sunflowers are perfectly fine. Cotton is a bit in between, but that is good money. Green beans are okay. Soybeans are easy. Parsnips suck. Spinach was okay. So I think I'd skip out on all of the root crops and that, but we can make money doing that. Yeah, let's start doing some harvesting. I'm gonna try and get the ones that we overlap stuff. So we've got two of these for cotton. I'm just checking the vehicle choices we've got between the cotton ones. Yeah, so do this one. I'm going to borrow that, and I'm going to accept the second cotton contract. Okay. And those contracts are here, because basically we're trying to make money. Good, those fields are right next to each other too. So basically, I want to get this started. And one of the nice things now is with the way they've changed this, you can just kind of drive through it. We have kind of established that I can make decent money with some of these contracts by just cutting it loose for the AI to do the driving the tractor for this kind of part. So where cotton is kind of a slow one for dealing with the harvesting it pays enough that I should be able to just say, hey, worker, go deal with this. And I go work on another contract in the meantime, and then just clean up after the fact. And so that does mean instead of making the roughly 20,000 or whatever, I think it's probably like closer to 18,000 I would make off of it, we'll only end up making probably like 14,000 or so. So we're going to lose a good couple thousand on the potential profit. But on the other hand, the other side of what we get out of this is then I don't have to, like, I can multitask and work on our stuff in the meantime. Okay, so you're good there. So I'm going to let them work on the cotton. And meanwhile, I'm going to look for another contract that I can knock out in the meantime that's just like a one-off. You still have that... I don't like this truck, so I skipped the wood pickup, because the wood pickup missions are good money, but that truck right there... That's like an arcade claw machine. It loosely thumbs the wood and just kind of hopes it gets where it needs to be, and it just doesn't do a good job. So I've got plowing ones. Those are relatively slow. The hoeing ones are very quick. Deadwoods are quick, but they're not really much money. Do we have one of these that was a one-off harvesting with something else that would be nice and quick? Soybeans would be relatively fast. The problem with the soybeans and why I'm not going to accept this is if you look at the reward, I get paid $1,655, but if I have to lease the tools, it costs me $1,600. So I will make money. I'll make like 50 bucks, which is terrible. If I had the equipment, that'd be good money, but I don't. We have the sunflowers here. So sunflowers isn't as bad. We'll make about 1,800. Well, actually, sorry, closer to 2,400. So we could just do that instead. All right. Hoeing is quick, how scandalous. Hey, man. It is what it is. Sometimes you just gotta hoe a field. Alright, so same direction as the rest. But yeah, and also by having multiple harvest missions going, I find it works out pretty well for money because then I could just cut loose the harvesters and I could just work on grabbing the goods with the tractor and all that. And it's relatively good. Yeah, so we're going to do the sunflowers here. That should make me 2,400 bucks. This should be a relatively fast one, whereas the cotton will be a bit on the slower side. But our goal here is to just try and start bankrolling ourselves to get where we can to expand our operation as much as possible. Have we been hit by any trains so far this run? I honestly am not sure if there is a good place to even get hit by a train. Because unlike here in the US where we don't know how to design trains in a way that we don't have to have conflicts with the road all over the place, their train is raised up over the road. So I'm literally going to drive underneath the train over here and we cannot be friends. I'm willing to bet at the train station there probably is a spot where it drops down and all that. But then that's kind of one of those ones you're going out of your way to get yourself in trouble. And that's kind of on you. But yeah, so it's not like Silver Run where to turn in the logs, you gotta go across the railroad tracks. There's the convenient way that puts you in a real bad place with the train, or the inconvenient way, which is an okay route with the train. And so you cut the corner every time. And sometimes you get punished for it. For those who aren't aware of that map, basically they have their train station, and where you're doing all your work and all your farm is on one side of it, but the railroad track is on the other side. Or sorry, it's on the same side as you, so you have to cut across to have your drop point on the other side. Which means in practice you have to go right past the train tracks every single time. And it's not too bad when you're going straight across it, but the straight across it you have to go like all the way out and around and then through the gap in the fence. And so with that, you know, it was just, which generated some good clips. It did. Alright, so those are going to be harvesting the sunflowers, as I almost get murdered by a van. They'll get this in position over there. That she would have done it, but thing there. Yeah, but this map doesn't have a whole good spot for it. I still am waiting patiently for the mods to start rolling in. We have not been hit by a train yet in 2025. In 2022, we have interacted with the train many times. There was the two different main runs I did on the channel. Like I did a couple different ones, but the two big runs I did on the channel was the first run we did a map called Silver Run, which is a very mountainous map with like it's a very mountainous forested map. But we were making our own farmland out of the forest. But it, like, every time I went to drop off the logs, it made me have to go past the train tracks to drop off the logs at the train station. And like I said, there was the long way around that you could go straight across the tracks and is relatively safe. And then there was the faster route, which is to cut the narrow gap off of the end of the platform of the train station at a steep angle. So you're kind of going not quite along with the track, which means you have way more time to have quote-unquote interactions with the train. And you can guess what we were doing, because why would I take the long way? So there was a number of times I got slapped by the train. The best one was I was trying to cross and I had all the time in the world, but I had a really badly balanced load of logs on the trailer, and I got stuck against the pad permit because one of the logs was sticking off to the side. And where I had time to go across before, the moment I got stuck and got drawn to a stop and I had to, like, try and back out and fix it, there was no longer enough time. And it's not that the train hit me. It's that the train hit me and then drug me down the highway for, like, 3 or 4 blocks because the logs got snagged on the train and it just kept pulling me along with it. It's one of the best clips on the channel for just being like, hey, train, could you not? Train, please. I don't want to go this way. I've heard the clip a couple times if you haven't noticed. Alright. So this is waiting on the bales from the cotton. You know what? I guess I'll just do this one myself. I was gonna have the AI do that, but I'm coming to realize for the time it's gonna take for that cotton to get done, I should just do it myself. Well, even if I'm not going to... Oh, it just turns on, period. I was gonna be like, I would have swath. I didn't think you could swath these, because you can't. You're a magnet for Factorio trains. You know what? We didn't die to a Factorio train the entire DLC run. I just realized that. We did have a collision or two, and it ate all of my shields and like 90% of my health. But we did survive it. We did have like twice a train hit me that neither of us were happy about it, but neither of us did actually die. Versus outside of the DLC, playing before, I have been murdered by those trains so many times. You start putting rocket fuel and nuclear fuel in those trains, and you let them get up to speed. The train tracks get real sketchy, and you could do stuff to like change signals and open and close gates to like massively reduce the risk, but it never goes away. It never truly does go away as long as you're using trains. Now that said, I do think what I'll probably do is if I do like... Well, I'm gonna Mega Factory because I got achievements to do. But if we do like the Mega Factory on stream or anything... Well, regardless, it doesn't matter. When I do my Mega Factory, I am going to... You know... I am going to sit there and do like the ramp that goes up and over to give myself a safe train crossing place. Let's see, there's achievement in Factorio for surviving a bit of damage hit. Most people do that with the train. Yeah, there's a lot of achievements to Factorio, but yeah, now ones you have to, I think it's like you have to like take like a hit of over 2,000 damage or some ridiculous amount, but not die. And yeah, the answer was always to just get like the best power armor, load that sucker up with as many shields as you can and go stand on the tracks. And let a train hit you at speed, usually destroying the front half of the train. Oh yeah, that's definitely a clean turn there. Not at all. It's fine. But yeah, that's a good time. And I for the record, I am planning on doing more Factorio on the channel. I'm getting more and more convinced that I'm doing more Factorio on the channel. And I haven't had time to process the I Am Future thing, but that might be a result of the I Am Future thing as well. Because I have, and I still might do it, but the I Am Future, I expected that, like, that's kind of the kicker about it, is I expect that to take me, just as a guess, probably 3 streams to get done. Like, it depends, because I'm trying to remember the last time I played I Am Future on the channel. if I just sat down and did the whole stream I Am Future, or did I do half streams? Because I do remember it took me about 2 streams to get through, but I don't remember if I did like entire or half streams of it. So if I do have half streams, it could go potentially like 5-6 streams out of there. And so for a game that looks like it's potentially going to be a real big bust, 5-6 streams is not an insignificant amount to let's go with that. Let me check one thing. We got a message I gotta see. It's completely unrelated to that message, but I remembered I promised I was going to share some pictures from TwitchCon with some other people who were there, and that was probably a month and a half ago or whatever it was that I got asked to do that, and I said I would, and then promptly forgot. ADHD is real, friends. And it was after 2 reminders, too, which is why I actually feel properly bad about it. Because one thing was I was like, oh, you do that? Yeah, sure, just in passing. It's like, oh yeah, no, I forgot. Totally understandable. But after like the second time, it's like, nope, that's really on me. I'm sure it's not a big deal or anything, but it's at the same time, you still are like, yeah, I said I was going to do that and I didn't. And not great feels. It is what it is. Everybody's human. Unless you're not, at which point, then you're machine, or... I don't know. What is Zuckerberg? Okay, so right down to the head row, so I can clean this up and pretend I didn't have that terrible turn. That is one nice thing. So I was watching So Everdream, another fantastic content creator, someone I definitely recommend checking out. And he's new to the game and everything, and he was doing perfectly fine with his rows, but he was getting hassled hard about being like, oh, the rows aren't lined up well, you're missing spots and all that. And it's like, the whole time I think it's like, you're doing a contract, you can miss like 10% of the field, and the game's like, yeah, sure, fine, whatever, it's okay. But I was pretty amused by it. I'm also like, you know what? I wonder how I would react if my chat got that way about hassling me that hard about like that kind of stuff. Because like, by all means, like a little hassling, zero thing. But like, where like people are just really, really kind of sending it with that. I'm like, all right, there would definitely be a line where it stops being funny and starts just being annoying. And I don't know where that line would be with me. And it wouldn't be that I'd turn around and start banning people or anything like that much. I might be like, all right, like this is actually starting to upset me. You know, let's calm it. Which we've had that with other things where like something starts getting under my skin and it's like, okay, we're toning this down. But that's pretty rare. That's usually when it's been a topic and people start getting heated and be like, hey, we're gonna bring this down a little bit, and people keep going, like, no, really, we're bringing this down. Or when jokes starts to like branch out a little too far, and you're like, okay, hang on. Or honestly, when someone's cracking a joke that they know is almost certainly not okay, but like, you know what? They're like, I wonder if it'll get past auto mod, so they do it anyways, and then it does, and then we have to have a conversation about it. Not really. Usually I'd be like, please don't do that. If you're like, hey, very clearly this isn't a joke I should crack, but auto mod will catch it, so it's fine. What are you doing right now? Why aren't you going? Oh, right. It's not going because it's not AI. I wasn't just riding with the AI, I was actually driving. That is literally just how this game works. Okay. Yeah, for the record, chat, when you're the driver and you stop driving, the vehicle stops going. Oh yeah, no, people get caught by automod. That's just automodding. That's normal, where like you'll have automod, it'll catch a bunch of things like, yep, that was a slur, I'm glad I caught that one. And then you'll have like automod catches something where you'll be like, why did it stop the word the? I don't understand. Yeah, I was gonna say the trailer's short enough to sneak under, but not the tractor. No, I am wrong about the tractor too. So what I'm gonna do here is we're gonna switch vehicles, and so the issue is we're on a pretty steep incline, which is what's going on here. So because of that, I'm gonna have to go to the other side of the tractor, drop off. That's where you've been going wrong all these years. Yeah, no, auto mod is a head scratcher sometimes. Like, it's one of those things I definitely would not want to stream without it, because you got people who roll in and all they want to do is cause problems, and by having them talk to the robot, it makes everyone's lives a lot easier. So you don't have to have like this whole big conversation about the awful thing they just said. You can just be like, nope, ban, and there's no impact in chat whatsoever. But then Automod rolls in sometimes and goes, up, you used the corn, and the corn is apparently a bullying statement or misogynistic or whatever it flags as. And you'll be like, what's wrong with the corn? What does the corn mean? Oh, we're getting a little bit of flicker today again. Well, that's a bummer. So, I think it's something on my computer because of just what I've been dealing with. But I've had 2 days where we've been like flicker free in the game, and then we've had 2 days where it showed up after I changed some video settings, and then we got the flicker. I changed them back and the flicker stayed. And then yesterday we really didn't have the flicker, and then today we have the flicker again. So I don't know what's going on. It's not terrible, but it is a little annoying. So, well, I know FG had the flicker before. I've had many games that have. I think it was a Unity. There was one of the, it was either Unity or Unreal that sometimes you get a flicker on it. And it's one of those things that I've learned with Farm Sim specifically to just, unless it's like really bad. Oh, flickering seems to be a common reason on the game review? Gotcha. Good to know. Gotcha. Well, hopefully they get that resolved, because the other one didn't flicker, barring really bad setting issues, which usually were more video card driver than that. I've had real bad luck with crappy drivers in the past. For me, at least, the flickering's not been that bad. Like, if it gets to be particularly bad, then obviously I gotta deal with what I gotta deal with. But yeah, no, we had, because yesterday I didn't notice the flicker. The day before that, after we changed our video card set, or sorry, after we changed the in-game settings, we had a flicker, both when we changed it and then we reverted it. So, like, before that, I didn't have a problem, but then after I changed it, I did. Even though I did set it right back to what it was before. And then the first 2 days, I didn't have the flicker. Because once you notice the flicker, it's noticeable. And for those who can't catch it, it's like a tiny little blip that the screen blacks for just like a frame. Yeah, but hopefully they get that sorted. It wouldn't surprise me if they get sorted. More than likely, it's going to be something like if you have, you know, whatever video card or whatever model video card or whatever process, whatever the actual cause is, that you get the flicker. They got to troubleshoot, figure out what video card that their stuff isn't working with correctly. You know, make whatever changes they got to make in their code to get to stop. Like that is one thing I do not envy about game developers that I just don't have to deal with in software development as a not game developer. As a not game developer, I don't have to worry about like the frame rate of my application and flicker and is the 3D rendering good or bad or otherwise. Like all of my stuff was like server side or data entry or, you know, doing some heavy number crunching. So it's all back-end stuff. Like in the front end I dealt with was like mobile application, web application garbage. You know, one desktop application too, but nothing that it was like graphically intense. I do not envy people having to deal with graphically intense applications and all of the garbage that goes into that. And I imagine it's probably just as bad for audio stuff as well. Like how many stuff where you have like flickering audio and all that stuff. Like I've had plenty of applications that have had to play sounds and such, just not to the point people are like, no, your tractor doesn't sound realistic. Oh, your application's only running on 32 audio channels. It's so terrible. With only 32 audio channels, I can ever so slightly make out the tiniest bit of interference between the tractor and the wheel sound on the ground when I turn up the volume enough that my ears start to slightly bleed. At least for this week, until the ringing comes back. That's not me making fun of old people. That's me making fun of audiophiles. Which, for the record, it's totally fine if you're like, no, I can hear the difference. That's fine. But when people, like, review a game badly because they're like, this game only has 16 audio channels, you're like, who the hell cares, man? If the audio sounds bad, just complain about the audio sounding bad. Leave the technical details, but if it's like the number of the channels is the deal breaker for you, just uninstall your computer. You're never going to be happy. You're literally never going to be happy. Literally, you'll have more happiness in life with the removal of this application from your life. I haven't seen one of those in a while. Usually it's graphic stuff, which, you know, fair enough. Like, this audio is incredible, blows my mind. But it's only using 31 out of 32 channels. Yep. There's a difference between being able to hear a difference and being super unreasonable with your expectations. Oh yeah, like we have complained about audio on this channel before. There's a difference between like, okay, like you've got recorded audio in the game, and it's not like for effect, but like the person's voice line is peaking, and you're like, really shouldn't be peaking. That's a pretty low bar thing to manage. Like, literally all you gotta do is just make sure your mic is adjusted to not max out. Really rough there. Or you do that thing like, oh man, Path of Exile used to do it, probably still does, and Project Zomboid can do it as well, where you have too many different audio things playing at the same time, so it just starts just truncating audio. I don't know if that's still a problem on either of those games, but it used to be. So you'd start getting more and more stuff on the map, and a bunch of the things like Attack Squad would just stop playing sounds entirely. And in a game like, you know, Path of Exile, where those sounds are real important, those sounds may be whether or not your character's still alive. Having it just be like, nope, we put too much there, is a real big, tough problem. But yeah. Like, I know there was some people complaining the other day that one of the tractors we were driving, they're like, this sounds like an electric tractor. I'm like, well, it's not. They're like, well, shouldn't it be different? It's diesel. I'm like, I've heard some diesel tractors that sound like they're running on propane, where they have that whine to them. It's not most of them. Most of them sound like old muscle cars, the way they just kind of go. But every once in a while you get one that just the nature of how its engine is shaped or something, I don't know. It's a little bit more of a whine than a rumble. Or in Satisfactory, Part Accelerate takes you off. Takes off and you're just a bit too close. Your roommate wonders who's landing jets in the basement. Oh man, yeah, those particle accelerators in Satisfactory, those get going. Or we've actually had, when we were doing like the demo days, I haven't been doing those for a long time, but during like Steam Next Fest demo days we'd do, the number of games we popped into, and they're like, yeah, look, you know, there's some good music in this game. Yeah. And then you hit this thing, and you'd have adjusted your volume to be reasonable for a stream, which for me ends up being about turning the stuff down to somewhere in the ballpark about 30% on most games. Which is one of the reasons why we complain very regularly about games that are running at like 100% volume. For like half the population, you're just about rupturing eardrums levels of loud. Don't do it. So you lower the volume to like 30% and everything's fine. I don't remember which game it was, but there was like a game that they just had certain sound effects completely missing any of the audio controls. So you'd be playing, everything's at a good volume, and then you go to like hoe a field with like a hand hoe, and it'd be like crunch at this deafeningly loud sound. You're just like, oh my god. And it's just someone forgot to set it to even have volume control on that one sound effect. And so you're like, well, I can't play this game because I have to do that loud, and that's just too expletive loud. One that wasn't quite as bad was Dome Keeper. Dome Keeper, I don't know if they ever did fix it. The thing where you grab the power-ups didn't respect your volume settings. Fortunately, it wasn't a common enough sound you'd run into that it wasn't like playing constantly or anything. But you would be playing Dome Keeper, having a good time, and then you'd go under there, get like that little power-up box thing that you had to drag up or whatever. I forget exactly how that worked. But when you revealed it, it'd play like this little melody and be like, hey, you found the thing. But it was like, oh, you're so loud. Please, you're just so loud. And you turn all the settings. I think if you turned it off entirely, like 0% volume, it would turn off. But if you turned even down to like 1%, it was still like deafeningly loud. It was like, oh my god, please, you're such a good game. I need you to fix this one thing. And I remember multiple major updates went by and they still had not fixed it. I am hoping they fix it at some point, because like it wasn't bad enough that you'd be like, I'm not playing this, but it was definitely every time you'd hear it, you'd be like, don't like that. That's really, really not a fan of that. Or there's been a couple games. That was another one we ran into those demo days. You'd open the game and they wouldn't even have volume controls at all, and you're like, oh, well, I guess I'm going into Windows to change the volume on this one. Okay. Because my general preference with dealing with all the computer stuff, because I have a little bit of a complicated audio setup because of being a content creator, you know, splitting stuff off into different channels between, like, when you look at the VOD, my music doesn't go to the VOD, but it does go to stream, and it does go here and there and not here. So if you look at, like, the devices, well, thank you for attaching the wrong line. When you look at, like, the device setup on my computer, I've got virtual audio devices, I've got, like, my microphone, I've got, like, multiple output devices and all that. It's a whole big mess of things that I need to keep it all, like, carefully set up. So for me, changing my volume settings in Windows is not something I like. And I know I can do it application to application. I do that like if I really have to. But I really like to keep my Windows settings exactly the way they are, and that you give me your application, and your application says, what do you want to change my volume to? And I say, okay, 35%. That sounds good. Let me tweak your music and your sound effects down and all that. Because ultimately I want that anyways. I don't want just a base, this is your game sound. Depending on what your game stuff's got going on, there's a lot of games, if like dialogue matters, I'm cranking that dialogue up to 100%, and I'm gonna have the rest of the volume at like 30. Especially if the dialogue's important that I have to react to it. Like you're doing one of these like squad based, like you're doing like the squad based things where you have like AI companions or whatever. You gotta listen to the dialogue where they're like, oh no, it's the whatever really tough enemy, and you're like, oh crap, we gotta drop what I'm doing and dealing with that really tough enemy. Like, you need to hear that stuff. So you adjust your volume accordingly. But some games will be like, here's your master volume. What else do you have? That's it. Get lost. And if I adjust in Windows, it doesn't do me any good. Was that really the whole field? I felt like there was more. I'm not complaining if that is all of it. Let's just check over here, because I felt like there's a whole area I didn't do. I guess we just got into a groove and just did it. I mean, I'm not complaining. I just didn't realize we were as far along as we were. Oh, right. Those harvesting ones for the cotton are probably not going to show any amount until I pick up the bales. Oh, there we go. I thought it was a little farther forward today. I was like, excuse me? Alright. So we got our sunflowers. And I'm really hoping that we're empty before the trailer's full. Because that'd just be a little bit annoying. I think we're good. Alright, now before I worry about that, let's check on... Okay, you are... What is this pattern you're doing, friend? Like, you're getting the work done, but what am I even looking at for this pattern? Where you got, like, this little staggered line. Okay, whatever. You're getting the work done. Probably shouldn't be paying you by the hour at that rate, but, you know, it's whatever it is. You're working on it. Okay, the sunflowers are going where now? So sunflowers are going to the oil mill, which is apparently the south end of town. Okay, that's fine. So town is south. Yeah, so if we cut across here and doing it. Paid by the hour? Yep. Gotta be real careful those contract negotiations. I say who has absolutely been the person who has been hired on the contract side more than I have had to contract out. And every time I got hired on the contract, I pushed hard for there to be some type of tie-in on the hourly. Just for the fact that in software dev, we would have, like, spec'd out whatever it is the contract's supposed to be for, and we'd start getting calls and being like, well, I know we asked for this. Can you do this instead? Well, I know we asked for this. And it's just like feature creep. And needing to be able to push back and say, hey, yes, but it's going to cost you more money. And so some of them was like we had like the base price of the contract, but it's like, hey, if you start asking for more stuff, like this is the rate you will be charged for those additional things. And we would make sure they're aware, like, oh, hey, you want us to do that? Hey, let me get back to you on how long I think they'll take. Okay, yeah, that's going to take about 12 working hours. So, you know, you're going to have to pay 12 working hours in the contract. And usually no one even pay attention to how much money that is and just sign off on it. And then they'd be like, man, that contract cost us so much more than we thought. It's like, well, yeah, you kept adding stuff to it. If I'm building a house and I keep adding wings onto my building, yeah, the price goes up. That's how this works. All right, Nigel, you take it easy. And good luck in getting that sleep schedule back in order. Let me know how the results go for you, because I've yet to figure that one out. Because, yeah, feature creep is real, and it'll get you in a lot of trouble as a, if you're contracting a job where your job is to deliver the end product. You gotta be ready to, like, put down the gauntlet and be like, no. The answer's no. If you want that thing, we gotta renegotiate the money. Still dealing with the effects of the 16-hour stream? Oh, no. That's like, yeah, no, 16-hour stream stuff is long since sorted. Just dealing with normal insomnia. Yeah, no 16-hour stream today. That was last week I had a stream. The last stream of Factorio that were on that, like, that last little bit, and the finish line kept just being a little bit farther. What did I even catch? It doesn't look like it caught the sign, which I was kind of expecting. Did it, like, just barely catch, like, a railing on the wall or something? Hey, car, you are gonna screw this all up for me, aren't you? Got the ceiling, maybe? You know what? That could be. Catch with those, like, little ridges sticking out, but, like, on the lip on the top of the, like, door frame area, or the window frame, whatever it is. That sucks. Yeah, no, it's one of the most common symptoms of ADHD is insomnia. I've had insomnia pretty much my whole life. Only got diagnosed with ADHD last year. Where am I dropping you? Oh, I'm not dropping you here. I'm dropping you over here, aren't I? Yeah, this one's for later. Right, because that'll be the bales of cotton, which are a thing. Yeah, no, I think you're right, Donkey Duff, that I probably caught, like, because of, like, a little inlaid window, door frame, storefront, whatever you want to call it thing. And so he probably just snagged the top of that. Because the trailer has, like, a little bit of a V to it. And so the trailer just hitched up trying to get out of it, from it. Hey, Quesadilla, how's it going? Counting the kernels of popcorn in the ceiling is a non-hobby of mine, too. Oh, man. It's been a thing that on and off I've found ways to make it work. And they'll work for a little while, and then they'll stop working. So I remember doing, like, the whole meditation thing where you count up and down with your, like, the rate of breathing and all that, and that worked for a little while until it stopped, and... So plowing is a little bit on the more annoying side. So we're not doing the vegetable ones, because those are rough. The green beans, they're not honestly terrible, so... This is a scam. I see you, Walter. Walter here is like, hey man, I'll pay you $5.50. $5.50 if you harvest my field of soy. But I am gonna charge you $1,600 to lease the equipment to do it. Bringing a net negative of $1,050. I'm onto your scam, Walter. I see you. Ooh, cultivating $10,000. Yeah, count me in on that one. Later, yeah, you learn that Walter owns the leasing company. Like, the farming is just like the forward, like the front end of the business, but like the real money is actually in the leasing. But speaking of a factory, you're kind of annoyed with them from the game dev standpoint. You said you didn't buy an expansion yet. Now you can't get the Spider Ton because the base game updated to the DLC. And so now you can't get space research. You just learned that today. Oh, that sucks. That was one of the ones I was curious about, because sometimes when you get the DLCs, well, when a DLC comes out, like sometimes it's effectively like you have two versions of the game in one game. They're like the DLC version and not. But then you have other times that, but because they don't want to like keep entirely two different code base kind of things going on, that they do kind of bring the DLC stuff forward, and then you're just at the mercy of the changes. But yeah, no, it sucks that like it basically costs you a major thing. So are you saying I'm assuming from the way you've written that you do not have the DLC, and as such, you are now unable to get the Spider-Tron because now the Spider-Tron is locked behind space stuff. Or are you just saying you can't get the Spider-Tron as early because you have to get past the space stuff before you can get it, so it's kind of like not available on Nubis until way later? I mean, both of them suck, but there's like, one is like, holy crap, that's pretty bad. And the other one's like, oh, yeah, no, it's inconvenient. Because that'd also be the same thing, like, where the artillery is now gated behind. Gotcha. Oh, I'm on the wait again. It happens every single time. So it was an actual thing? Yeah, because I haven't... Because with the DLC, 2.0 came out at the same time, and I know that's had some ramifications on the base game, but I just don't know what those are, because I have the DLC. Gotcha. I honestly wouldn't know, because, like I said, I got the DLC, so I can only talk from the presence of the DLC. Maybe try to reinstall. Yeah. It could also be one of those things, if you're running mods, just expect a whole lot of mods to get broken with 2.0. I do know the devs gave access to people for the mods well in advance, but you never know when a particular mod, like the mod author has since moved on from the game and all that, because I know that for experience, like it wasn't a mod, it was a tool to support Elite Dangerous that I used to maintain that was really popular for a while, and it's open source, like anyone who wanted to fork it or whatever was able to do so, which is part of why I don't feel bad. But it was one of those things that, like, I had stopped playing Elite Dangerous when I think it was Odyssey came out. Just some of the stuff with, like, the fleet carriers and all that kind of really rubbed me the wrong way, and then Odyssey was kind of like, just, you know what, never mind. And so I maintained it for a good while after that I kept my third-party tool. I'm not going to say what the tool does, because don't dox yourself. It's attached to like my actual name, like developer account, not my stream name. But like, you know, well after Odyssey had come out and all that, I was like, yeah, I'm not going to be maintaining this anymore, because like I don't even play the game anymore, and so I have to actually research what's changed in the game just to realize what I even have to change with it. So like, this is no longer a minor thing for me to deal with. So like, the code's still here available, it's open source, like there's no sneaky server you gotta connect to or anything. Literally, I just tie into the APIs of the other tools that are out there, so if those change, my software breaks, but I'm not maintaining it anymore. And I remember people get pretty upset about that. I'm like, what do you want from me? I'm not getting paid. Like, I'm not even getting charity money out of this, like someone throwing me pizza money. Like, literally, I'm doing this for free, and all that. But yeah, so like a lot of mods, like if, you know, people, they played a bunch of Factorio and then they burned themselves out and they decide to do something else, there's gonna get mods that get left behind. And that's true of any game. Farm Sim will be the same way with this. We're gonna have a bunch of mods over the next couple of weeks that are gonna be brought up to the new version. They're not available yet. We are seeing a slow trickle into the mods to begin with. As probably a lot of people are super into the game who made mods, might just be playing the game to enjoy it for right now, or enough has changed it's going to take them a little while to catch their mods up, or they want to, like, clean up that whole thing. Everybody's going, your streak survived the Factorio spoiler dodge. Congratulations, Pretty Picture, at 165 stream streak. Thank you so much for that, I really do appreciate that. And I'm happy you're able to get through that and not spoil yourself on the, all that stuff going on. And hey, Jaywalker, just gonna check one thing real fast. Okay. Just Toom and I, we've got, like, unrelated to anything with each other, we both got, like, doctors and dentist appointments and all that kind of stuff coming up, like, on what's my weekend, which is Thursdays and Fridays. And it's one of those things that's getting complicated to schedule around, because, like, we've got a couple things we need to do, but just everything's all over the place. It's like, oh my god, please. Like, nothing wrong in either side, it's just, we've got, like, 4 or 5 things to do, and probably enough time for 3 of them. And just navigating how we're making that work. Because you've only just made orbit, and you're having the worst RNG on the map. The medical pirouette, yeah, and for the record, well, I shouldn't say this. Like, mine's just a routine thing. Hers may or may not be something. Nothing dire or anything, but she might have some dental work in her future that she's not excited about. Which I can relate to. But that do be how life do sometimes. Yeah. Well, the good news is he's not, like, any kind of pain, so it's nothing like that. Because, like, the worst one I had is I had a really crappy dentist give me a bad crown at one point, and it was smashing into my other tooth. And eventually the other tooth gave up, and that was a bad time. That was a tooth splitting down the middle, and that was a bad time. That was a very unhappy Rual. Because I was also traveling at that point too, so I couldn't do anything about it. That was a really tough like 2 weeks. You know, then went in, got, like, things looked at, yanked what was left of the tooth. You know, then it got implanted and everything and yada yada. But that was a bad time. That was lots of ouch. Your sister has post-traumatic from gum grafts. I would believe it. I didn't have to get anything nearly that serious. But none of that's a good time. Like, you do what you gotta do. You gotta take care of those things, because it's one of those things that, you know, the mouth is the first part of your entire system going into your body. If you don't take care of that, everything kind of goes bad from there. So it is one of those things you deal with. It's kind of like the same thing, like, where you have gut problems, and it just messes with everything. So, like, the bacteria in your gut's off balance or whatever, and it can just have ramifications on so many different parts of your life. And so you gotta make sure you're keeping that stuff in at least relatively okay shape. But still not fun. It's honestly interesting how much we are learning about how much what's going on in your stomach affects everything. So far as, like, I'm gonna get terms wrong because I'm not a biologist, but, like, you know, the bacteria and all that in your stomach and the enzymes they produce and yada yada yada, that, and in your intestines and all that. That, like, if they're wrong, it can do everything from, like, make you short-tempered to make you have heart problems to all these sorts of stuff. And it's just kind of one of those things that's, like, it can affect literally just about anything. And so it's like, well, that's great. We're an ecosystem. Well, it is when you think about, like, so when you look into, like, how evolution of creatures and all that go into it, that very genuinely we started with, like, you know, single cell organisms like bacteria and amoeba and what yada yada, and away we ended up with, like, more and more advanced of those, and then multi-cell organisms. Wasn't that, like, some holistic system just got produced? Like, there was this type of bacteria and this type of amoeba, well, probably two amoebas, you know, like these different types of amoebas, that this one is really good at this thing and this one is really good at this thing, and this thing it's good at was food for the other one, and so they developed a symbiotic relationship, and they would stick together and all that, and then eventually that became, like, a life form, and they kept expanding and doing more and more with that. And that resulted in more and more complicated life forms. And in a lot of ways, when you look at, like, an animal or the human body or whatever, it's almost like literally trillions of individual organisms all working in tandem with each other that you are comprised of. It's pretty wild how the I'm gonna take someone else's poo and put it in you leads to health benefits rather than arrests. Yeah, that's for people who don't know where that's coming from. Like when your stomach flora is, or your intestines flora, basically the stuff inside your guts that make you digest things well. There's certain ways and get out of whack where you can effectively just short of eliminate one of the bacteria, flora, I don't know the terminology, that you need to live healthy. And so they basically will use someone else who's got that to create a culture, to then put that culture in you, to, you know, get back that bacteria you're supposed to have. Or again, I don't know the terms, but the organisms that live inside us that help us digest food. And so it is just kind of a wild idea that, like, it's literally the equivalent of having, like, your petri dish or whatever that you basically have inside your gut. You've effectively made something you need extinct, so there isn't that left in you to recover from it. So you basically have this glorified petri dish that you're growing this stuff in, and then you make it into something that they can then put inside of you. But also, like, it ultimately derives from someone else getting a culture of their stuff and putting it in you. So, like, when you take the generalized version, like, that sounds disgusting and terrible and I hate everything about it. But then at the same time, you're like, but also it makes sense. Especially when you do treat your body like it is an ecosystem, like you are a planet with its life forms and all that. It's just all your life forms are, you know, bacteria and you know, your organs in a lot of ways are life forms of themselves that are just directly dependent upon each other. They just don't all have, like, cognitive thought or anything like that. Which, help us if that ever happens. Getting mouthed off at by your liver and your stomach about what you're putting in there. Thanks, Conrite. That's a visual everyone needed. About mites. Do we even have cognitive thought? Allegedly. Dirks, my liver can keep its mouth shut. Like, hey man, I'm still providing nutrients. You don't get to complain about the quality of what I'm putting in there. It does feel like your stomach rebels sometimes, though, depending on what you eat. Hey man, your organs haven't figured out how to unionize yet, so they're just doing what they can. They're, oh, what is the words? They're showing the value of their labor. And by denying it to you, making the whole system unhappy. Hey, Sniper Spice. Quiet quitting's a different thing, but sure. Thank you for the 15 stream streak. I do really appreciate that. I do appreciate that, you know, you'd come back here again and again. Not missing streams means a whole lot. Yeah, that's actually, for totally unrelated on the previous topic, like, this weird, and it's not a new fad, it's been around for a long time, but this weird new fad of every single time that there's some, like, uptick, or even if it's not an actual change in the frequency, but, like, more observable amount of something happening in business, that, like, every business-oriented journal or newspaper or whatever will suddenly be coming up with all these buzzwords for phenomena that have been around for absolutely ever. Because this whole idea that quiet quitting is like this brand new trend, I'm like, man, I don't know if you've been paying attention in business. There are a whole lot of people, like, there's almost not a single office I have worked with in my entire career where you cannot find at least that one person who is just letting the paychecks happen and letting it roll until they finally get fired. That they're putting the absolute minimum they can get away with, or slightly less than that, and just, they're ready to go. They don't care about this job anymore. They're basically pretty much done with it, but they're not quite ready to quit yet. So they've effectively tuned out. They're done. But also, they're still going to keep taking that check as long as you're willing to write it. And I'm not saying that's a good behavior or a positive behavior, like defending it or yada yada. Though there's a whole lot you can unpack with that we can probably not get into if we can help it. But like, it's like, oh my god, people are quiet quitting. It's like, man, people have not given up about a job for a long time. That's not a generational thing. That is, I'm willing to bet we could go to ancient Egypt and there'd be still, you know, I can't think of, I'm going to say Cleopatra because I can't think of a stereotypical ancient Egyptian name. But like Cleopatra turning to her advisor and be like, you see Marco over there? Marco doesn't do around here. He just keeps taking his pay and just stands there. In school, it was called coasting. Exactly. It's nothing new. It's been around forever. But it became a marketing buzzword in all the business journals and everything. And there probably was an uptick to it because people genuinely are depressed in their jobs. They're feeling like their contributions aren't being valued as much as they were. They're seeing less and less a cut of the effort and yada yada yada. And all that kind of stuff. And so yeah, I wouldn't doubt there's an uptick. If I feel even more and more and more like a cog in the machine and I'm not even getting my cut of the pie, yeah, you know what? My efforts will probably be adjusted based on the expectation for my pay. If I'm not being paid enough to do the job, I'm probably not doing enough of the job either, as a response. We can argue about which is the cause and which is the effect, and there's going to be a little bit of both, but they're ultimately the same. You get what you paid for, and if you don't pay for it, you don't get a whole lot. And they have a lot of fancy words for underpaid. Yes. Well, and that's like, you had like that was a buzzword for a while, and now we've got this virtual vacation as a buzzword for a while about people who are like, you know, they're like going on vacation but not telling anyone kind of thing. Or no, was it quiet vacationing? That's the one they're doing because they're trying to run with that quiet trend. And that's just like when you have like anyone, like it doesn't work if you're an in-office person because obviously they see you. But outside of that, you'll have like, you know, the contractor who has to go to some remote location to do a thing. So they'll get their work done real quick and then like, you know, kind of scurry off and go on an extra week vacation or whatever. Or the other one is they'll like do a couple days of the work and then they'll take a day off from the actual job site, you know, go see some sites in the area and all that. But you know, it's you know, quote unquote an unauthorized vacation. And again, not defending any of that. Like that's all whatever. I don't have a strong opinion on it. But like that it's becomes this new buzzword and all that. And it's just a whole thing, like how many new buzzwords have been coming out and like the business side of things. You're like, man, that's been forever. I don't know what you're talking about. That's just the nature of dealing with people. It's the catch-22 of business. Your single most valuable resource in a business is your people. You know what your most unreliable resource in your business is too? It's also your people. Because sometimes people have a bad day and they're just not going to work as well because they got other crap on their mind. Other times, they're just knocking it out of the park and they're going to deliver, you know, a month's worth of effort in the course of a week. And you roll the dice on which way it's going to go in any given week. There's things you can do to encourage it one way or the other. Like, you can definitely do stuff to piss off your employees and guarantee yourself a whole lot more of bad days than good days. Or you can also offer the resources to help support your employees to give you a lot more good days than bad days. But even if you do everything right, you know, you're going to have someone, and they're going to have a family member pass away, or some tragedy will fall in their life. And understandably, they're not going to be the best employee at that moment. They got more important stuff going on. It is what it is. It's why you can't run on a skeleton crew. You gotta have some extra resources available to fill in the gaps, and you got, you know, random people here and there having issues. Let's see. If you get your work done, does it matter where you are? Well, that's always my, like, early on in my career, I dealt with what I dealt with. Like, I didn't know any better. Towards the end of my career, not the end, the last dev jobs I've been working and all that, it's very much been the mindset of, like, if I deliver my project on time and of an acceptable quality, you shouldn't care about anything else. As long as I'm not doing something illegal or anything like that, what hours I work, as long as I am able to be there when you need meetings or, you know, in some time window where you might have people have to ask questions, sure, fine, I get it, that's whatever. You know, I understand there needs to be a certain amount of availability just as someone who is the subject matter expert at the company, that people need to be able to reach and communicate with me. Fair. I don't disagree. But, like, if I'm at home, I'm in my office, I'm wherever, if I'm getting my work done, shouldn't matter. Now, if I'm not getting my work done, then that's a totally different equation. That has to be addressed. But the problem is that you're not getting your work done, or you are, not the nature of the specifics around it. With remote work-wise, you're a remote worker, you have considered just taking your laptop to the beach a few weeks? Oh, I've done that. Not the beach, because there's no signal out there, where I'm at. But yeah, no, that's, so the work I was doing went remote a good well, it was hybrid 3 or 4 years before the pandemic, and then it went fully remote about 2 years before the pandemic. So it was completely detached from the pandemic that we went fully remote. It had to do with just the nature of how the company was expanding, and it got, like, way too many physical offices as it kept acquiring other people and everything like that. And so they started shutting down the offices in what they said was strategic, but they had really bad strategy, which is a separate issue. But, you know, the ideas are like, okay, we're not that big a company. We have, like, 8 offices. This doesn't make sense. Like, we've just got too many offices. Okay, having this one over here in Europe makes sense. We can have all that stuff. Having our main headquarters, you know, sure, it makes sense because that's where, like, they're based from, even though of the locations, it was the strategically least important you know, from marketability, finding, you know, labor and all that stuff. But then they had like 3 offices in California. You're like, well, clearly that doesn't make sense to have like 3 offices in the same space. We're going to consolidate those. But even then, the vast majority of people that had the offices get closed, they were like, hey, you can all go remote. The only things that they were like, that can't be remote, was stuff that physically couldn't. Like, they had the person whose job it was to basically keep the office clean and tidy. There's no office. There wasn't a thing for them to do. And a bunch of them even got offered, like, hey, this is another position we believe you'd be qualified for. It's just not what you got hired for, because that doesn't exist anymore. So they tried to do the best they could. You went from self-employed to normal employed, and then you finished your work early. Well, here's more work. Pay will remain the same. Was very jarring. Oh yeah, that's always been a difficult thing. It's like, if you work effectively and you work constructively and you get your done work in a timely and high quality manner, you will be rewarded with more work. And it was always one of those things that, like, okay, and this would be, again, late career versus early career. Early career maybe like, okay, like, just jump right on it, get on to the next task. Late career me was like, nah, here's the deal, man. Here's the deal. I'm promising you all these things. If you want me to do more responsibilities than I have agreed to upon the pay that we started with, we need to sit down and discuss pay. Otherwise, I'm responsible for X, Y, Z. That is what you've hired me for. That is what I do here. Now, if you want me to take on A, that's fine. You either need to, if I'm willing, it's fine. I could also just say no, but we had an agreement. I am willing to renegotiate that agreement. I am willing to take on A if you let me drop Z. Or I'm willing to take on A if I get this additional compensation, or whatever is the relevant negotiation. But yeah, nah, the number of companies where it's been like, you feel like you are actively punished for being a good employee, and you're just like, no, man. I'm not a sucker. We had our agreement about what I do here. I get my work done, and I keep it at good quality, and everyone should be on the level. Yeah, you messed up. You ended up being the team lead. Been on that over a year, almost 2. Still have the same contract, the initial base pay. Yeah, so what I ended up running into was, and this is very early career me. This is even before I was in software dev. This would be IT. So I got hired in as the assistant network administrator at a manufacturing company. Pretty big company on money, not pretty big company on people. It was like lot of big contracts going through that place. Well, all that was fine. I was pretty underpaid for being assistant network administrator, but it was early career. Again, didn't know any better, didn't know how to negotiate better, and yada yada. And it was one of my first jobs, so sure, I got it. Understood. But what ends up happening is time goes on, and the network administrator ends up getting himself fired. With very good reason. But ends up getting himself fired. And so now I'm the assistant network administrator with no network administrator. And so I fully subsumed that entire role and all of its responsibilities. And again, early career, I'm like, cool. Like, I'm learning all these new skills. I'm making myself more valuable. Like, this is good. And so later on, I'm like, you know what? It's been like a year that I've been working, and I am working as the network administrator. All right, I want the title. Like, if you're gonna have me working this long, I want the title, and I want the compensation. Like, that's the deal. I want the title and the compensation. And very realistically, both what I told them and what I was going to end up accepting would probably be well below what I should. But that was the whole thing. And that was my deal, because I had started entertaining other calls in the background, not telling them about it. Because I'm like, I was getting pretty salty that, you know, I've been doing that for like a year under the incorrect title and being underpaid. I'm like, but I want the title in that. And like, I'm only looking for a little raise. I'm not looking for you to bring me all the way up to what the person before me is making, but I want a little raise. And it was such a weird thing with the way that company was structured. that my boss was incapable of doing any of those things. To do literally any of it, he had to go through the person over top of him, who had to go through the person over top of him, and like only the final person could call the shot kind of thing, which there's a certain degree of having to reach out to the higher ups kind of thing. That's always a thing. But like literally he had a person with that title there before, and that he just couldn't slot me into his already approved budget kind of thing. But it was one of those ones, he went off to bat for me and everything, which again, that's just part of how messed up that place was running. And he came back and his face was like beet red. Like he was just on the inside of like throwing tables level of anger. This is a very chill person normally. And his basic answer is like, you owe these people effing nothing. Like, you know, don't even worry about your 2-week notice. Because like I had finally gotten to the point where I'm like, I have an offer, I'm willing to stay here, but like I want that title I asked for, and I want that raise I asked for. Because apparently he fought really hard, and they offered me, I don't remember the exact amount, but it was like $0.05 an hour more, and no title. And he was like, you owe these people nothing. Like, don't even worry about the notice or anything like that. I still put in 2 weeks because the people there were very vindictive, and I didn't want to give them any more ammunition than they could possibly have. Later career, probably, my point now career, I've been like, $0.05 an hour, tell me not to worry about it. Later, Fred. Out. They're not gonna do anything to hurt me. They don't have a reputation to worry about. 3.5 acres is not a huge field for the spinach, so get that going. Let's see, how do you do the thing where you're taking this forward? Because you've been saying that to your delivery manager, but nothing. I mean, it's one of those things. It's one of those things that it is a high risk prospect. That you have to be comfortable with the fact that you can say, hey, here's the deal. I'm accepting, like, I'm getting this or else I'm out kind of thing. And needless to say, there's going to be a risk because the answer can be, okay, you're out. But until you're at the point you are able and or willing to put your foot down on that, they can continue to push. And it's not a thing that anyone else can give you the, oh, well, this is the right answer. Like, you're the one who understands your finances, your risk, all that kind of stuff, what's going on in the company, because obviously the company is just cutting people left and right, and they're just trying to cut down their salary. Pushing back, then they're just going to axe you. But it is just one of those juggles you have. That now, granted, the more important you are in the machine, as it were, the harder it is to get rid of you. No one is someone who cannot be replaced. But yeah. Yeah, it's the don't point the gun unless you're willing to shoot vibes. Right, unless you are willing to quit over it, you don't have ammo. Like, you don't have what you need to be able to properly do the push you want to do to like make that happen. That doesn't mean don't try for it or anything else and just take it what it is. It's just, unless you have the nuclear option on the table, no is always an answer. And even with the nuclear option, no is still a potential answer. But that's when you take that other option. And there are a lot of companies that literally have policy in their book that if someone comes up with an offer from another company, then they're not supposed to take it ever. Now, the reality is, even when it's policy, if it's important enough and you get the CEO involved, policy can really change real fast or become selectively enforced. I've certainly been at more than one company that says they're at a hiring freeze, 0 exceptions. I was hired during that hiring freeze. There were exceptions. Just the same, I've also worked at companies that said, hey, like, there is like, we're on a year that, like, the budget's tight, there's going to be no raises, and then you turn around and you go, you know what? Here's the deal. I am getting a raise of this amount, or you're looking to fill my position. And we don't need to make a big stink over it, but like, that's just the way it's gonna be. I'm putting on the table that this is your requirement to retain me as an employee, and that is like the minimal line. You did that, no open positions became, we're going to extend your contract until we can hire you full time. Yeah, and that's what they did with me with the, they were on a hiring freeze, is they kind of wormed their way around it by, even though they weren't even supposed to take like contract or whatever, they had a contract, but part of the contract was in the contract stipulation that they would hire me full time at the end of the contract. And that if they had not hired me at the end of the contract, that would have been a violation of the contract. And there was I can't remember what the actual like pay was. It's something like 3 months salary or whatever that they would be obligated to pay me. And of course they had exemptions for if I failed to do my job in acceptable performance and yada yada yada, or you know, the typical hey, like, you know, you get contract and you immediately start just not doing your thing, their get out of jail thing. Yours was a straight 90-day term with no option to hire, but they liked me. Yeah, now mine they did, because I was like, they were hiring me away from someone else, and I was like, no, here's the deal, I'm not leaving a secure job for a maybe job. Like, I don't mind if you have this weird contract thing to get around your current requirements or whatever. That's fine. But I'm gonna have that in writing, where if you don't follow through with that promise, because gonna be honest, I have had companies that seem like the most trustworthy ones in the world who have let me down. And I don't really know what the AI is doing here right now. That have let me down, that I will absolutely not take a we promise. If it's not in writing, it's not real. And they should also say, if it's not in writing with teeth, which is why I said, like, I had made sure that we had the term in there that it was something like, I don't remember exactly what it was. It was either like 90 days or 3 months or 2 months, that basically they would have to pay me what was, you know, going to be the salary.
Take a sip.
And it all went fine, for the record. That went totally fine. I did the contracts, like, because I can't remember, I can't remember if it was like a set time frame they had to hire me by. I don't think there was. But it went fine, and it was like for the 2-3 months that they were on the hiring freeze or whatever, I was contracted, and then when that was all said and done, then they hired me on properly. And then I ended up working there, if you count the contracted part, which was only a couple of months. I think I worked there for like 7 years, 8 years, somewhere in that area. So like, it worked all around for everyone. There we go. I was hitting the wrong button for putting the transportation position. But yeah, it was one of those ones that they had a hiring freeze, and it's because they had just done like a major acquisition, that they knew there was going to be redundancy, that people are going to get let go because, you know, they were a bit too heavy in one position versus another, and unfortunately the skill sets didn't translate well. And they did, and for the record, that company, up until it got acquired by a financial firm, was really a wonderful company. Then it got acquired by a financial firm, and then it was not good. Then the layoffs began, and not enough employees working tasks, and screwing our customers, and all the other things, which is why I stopped working there. Yeah, but hey, quarterly profits? Yup. Well, weirdly enough, when we got acquired by the financial firm, we had been a publicly traded company, and we actually became a not publicly traded company as part of that acquisition. You know, they basically bought out the shares and they made it private and all that garbage. So it was interesting, in it was no longer like big investors. The investors were the people who had actually bought the company. So a little bit of the quarterly profit memes went away, that the company that did acquire them were looking at long-term profits, but they were willing to do literally anything to achieve it. And not long-term profits, but not, you know, they were looking at a 20-year plan, but they were looking at the next 5 years or so. But yeah, no, it was bad. And that's when I put myself on sabbatical for a while. It was like, you know what? Been working solid full-time my whole life, since, like, definitely when I was old enough to legally do it. Don't read into that too much. And I was like, you know what? I've earned myself at least like a month off to just not deal with something. And at the same time, I had started streaming, and that started taking off. I was like, you know what? I'll just keep doing this till it stopped making sense. And we're still here. You're not? Excellent. It lets me keep my plausible deniability. Not that I actually would need plausible deniability for that, but you know, just in case. Alright, so I have delayed the ads once. No, actually, the ad's been delayed twice. Why did the ads get delayed twice? That's fine. I was going to delay it twice, so I mean, it achieved the goal without me having to do it. I think this is the drop point here. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure that other spot... Yeah. Because the other spot, I'm pretty sure, is if we buy that building, where the output pops out. One of the other things I also realized that I didn't think about during the stream yesterday is there is a sawmill on this map. I can literally buy the existing one. My only concern is it's probably the expensive sawmill. Because we do want the sawmill for working on the temple. Because I am hoping during this stream to achieve getting the rice harvested for our first two objectives for the dare drop. Getting those finished. And we are going to be working on our money as well as the temple. Which I was just thinking about the other day that, like, very genuinely, if our only objective was to hit $1 million, not even caring about debt or anything, you know, still doing the no loans or leases or anything for the challenge, that we could easily do that I could push to $500,000, which would be a bit of saving. And then for the dare drop, literally just take a loan for the $500,000, you know, get the clip of having the money, and then giving the money immediately back. So technically still in you know, what would effectively be okay for the challenge, because it's not like I would use that loan on literally anything. It would be make money ticker go up and then bring it right back down, just to, you know, hit the checkbox. And that would leave us with just the temple to build. And for the temple, we don't know everything we need yet. We do know we need a decent amount of lumber, and then after the lumber, I need cement. And so we'll have to get that. What about a quarry or something for dealing with the stone? So with that, a good chance with the cement, I will probably just buy the cement outright as cement and not even bother with building up like the cement factory and all that. Because to achieve that, without just buying it straight up, I've got to buy the cement factory, which is $350,000. Realistically, you're right that it needs some type of source for stone. I'm willing to bet there's a mine or something, which is likely another $100-something thousand. Plus whatever else I need to do, and then the work related to it. And honestly, at that point, we're talking like $500,000 right there. So really, with that, I'm willing to bet the cement I need for the construction is probably not $500,000. So I would see it as just taking the hit of just buying it and being done with it. It's unfortunate that we're not quite farther along. Okay, that's gonna go down here to the right. You just think about the stone picker sink? Oh, I'm not worried about that. We just won't take... Well, oh yeah, no, you're right that we will have to stone picker our fields. Yep, no, I know it's 9 p.m. I did delay the ad just a little bit because it's not 9 p.m. exactly that Toom gets home. She usually gets like 10:15 after. So I've deliberately delayed the ads to around 9:10 to take my 10-minute break. Sorry, 5-minute break. So yeah, like in a little bit over 5 minutes, I'll take about a 5-minute break. It's my one big break during the stream and all that. And let enough to cast Fire 2. Are you sure that sounds like Fire 1 territory? Depending on the game. 9 MP is not a lot of magic. I'm sure someone will be like, well, Dungeons & Dragons is, and they'll probably be right, but you know. I'm thinking like Final Fantasy. All because everyone prefers it? Do they? Alright, so just driving this into position in the meantime. Final Fantasy X, 9 magic points is fear. Well, no one cares about 10. Come on, come back to the real Final Fantasies. Let's talk. Final Fantasy 6/3. If you really want to push it, we could talk 7. Maybe I can convince to include some of the other ones. No. You know, Quest 64 was a very small-known RPG and hated by all. Maybe 10 is the one that you started on and love. I'm teasing. I actually don't have a strong opinion. Yeah, so the last Final Fantasy I properly played was 8. With the gun blades and all that. But yeah, no, I never got into 9 and 10 in those. Like, I actually don't have a strong opinion on them. It wasn't a cognitive decision being like, oh, this is a bad game. Mwah. You hate 10 too, but 10 is great. I hate that it's 10-2 and 10 and not 10 and 11 and 13. And I understand why it was, because they had like 10 and then they had 11 and then they kind of circled back. So I get how it happened. But it still does upset me greatly that there's a 10-1 and a 10-2. '11 was the online only one? I have no idea. Final Fantasy 7 was your favorite? Yeah, I feel like Final Fantasy 7 was the one that we had like the most people break into it. My favorite was probably 6. You know, which would be Final Fantasy 3 here in the US. Or whatever it was. No, I don't remember. You know what I'm going for here. It was like the last one that was like JRPG 2D style. I mean, it wasn't because it was the last one JRPG. That was one of those games like Castlevania where you're like, ah, I'm finally done. And it's like, by the way, buckle up, Buttercup. Get back on that saddle. This is the halfway mark. You're just getting started. And you're like, what do you mean? What do you mean I'm just getting started? I don't understand. This is the halfway point? Aren't we ready to roll credits? I'm in this thing like 60 hours already. For those who don't know, Castlevania Symphony of Nights is another one of those ones you're like, ah, yeah. That was a good game. Just about ready to finish. And you're like, ha, 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 ha. Oh, you don't know. Because Kefka was the textbook example of how you can make a mono-dimensional bad guy good. Yeah, Kefka would say was a good bad guy. Like, definitely not the bad guy you sit down and go, ah, there's so much depth to his story. You're like, nah, man. But still good, nevertheless. And yes, I am flooding what is going to be my rice field for the express purpose of filling up my water. So I don't have to drive all the way down to the river. So I can get it for free. So yeah, what we're doing is going to be, in real life, horribly, horribly wasteful farming. Like, genuinely wouldn't do it because you have to pay for that water. And you're like, no man, that's a lot of water to be wasting. Alright, so what's going to end up... Okay, you're still working. So what's going to end up happening here, chat, is we are about to hit our ad break. So this is where we're going to run downstairs, welcome my wife home, quickly throw some dinner in the oven, yada yada yada. No redemption arc, no nothing. He's just a terrible being. Yep, that's Kefka. He's like, my job is bad. I am terrible. What else do I do? Bad. Why? Because. And still an enjoyable character. Not all characters need depth, but they at least need to be fun. With that, I'm going to go ahead and step away for the ad break and all that. Get all this. This will be a little bit under like a 5-minute ad break or whatever. Around, I shouldn't say under, sometimes it goes longer if there's something big going on. But regardless, it'll be about 5 minutes and I'll be right back. It'll get back to some heckin' farming. Meanwhile, the machines will be running. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. And I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. So thank you again for tuning in. I'm going to get away from that machine so you don't have to listen to it the entire break. I'll put up our clip reel and all that, and we will be back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. You see nothing. You see nothing, worker. You move on. You killed 5 of my guards. No, get out of here, guard. There's nothing to see here. Oh, would you look at that? No. She does not put up with people who kill her guards. Obsidians without retaining walls? Yeah, that's, I deliberately try and make stuff... Oh, this is... Yeah, this is fine. Who wants to step out that door? This door right here. Because, that is a pretty... Well, I mean, they just did it. Alright, I guess it's fine. I'm not sure if you saw that. They walked out the door, and then they teleport up in the sky and then drop back down, so, you know... Yeah, no, that's a mod. There's no... In Vanilla Project Zomboid, there is no win condition, there is no vaccine, there is no cure, there is no happiness here. There's just death. There's death and tears. That's Project Zomboid Vanilla. And since there's 2 sides of that airlock, this shouldn't be really that bad. Well, we've lost. I thought we had depressurized it. So that's the thing that confused me, is we depressurized it, was exposed to the entire opening. Well, and that brings the end of our hard space shipbreaker run. You're showing me that this is perfect. Ah, don't worry, chat. My paint job is perfect. My paint job is definitely not missing anything. The game says we're done here. I especially like, it'd be one thing if it was literally like that was painted, this is nice and uniform, except they got a bunch of like splash over here. Hey, I'm not gonna argue with the game logic. It's perfect. Oh no, I chose the wrong thing. I didn't mean to arrest you. I meant to give you medicine. This is not at all the same thing that what I meant to do. Whoops. I unintentionally did a literal kidnapping. Yeah, let's roll the dice. 60% chance that things don't go terribly, 40% chance they do go terribly. Yeah, let's push the button. Boom. They died. I need you to move. Let me in. All right. Can oh no, I can't get out. There, get out. Yeah, that's what I've done. Is I've told them to get out of the way, and they're just all. Yay! To work. Oh yes, please, please face that way. Yes, please. You right now, right now. Oh, thank you. Thank you for removing yourself from the entire rest of the horde. I can't tell. Do you have a gas mask? I cannot tell. I don't think you do. You do have a gas mask. You are just the best zombie. Did I ever tell you you're my favorite zombie? Did I ever tell you? This zombie right here, I mean seriously guys. You seen this guy? Best zombie in the world. Straight up. Even brought me a snack. Get more involved. I don't want to be here. I missed. Did I mention the game is jank as we just punted you into the sky? Mr. Theo is good at singing. I want to be like him when I grow up. What do you want to be when you grow up? Sir, that is a question that creates an existential crisis I am not prepared to fight. There we go. Just had to top it off. Okay, I guess we're going this way. This is cursed. Okay, and please. I am back. Sorry about the extra minute. Unfortunately, it does seem like Toon probably got stuck in traffic, so she wasn't here yet. So I do have dinner in the oven and all that stuff, though. So let's see where we left off, what's going on here. Oh, good. You've been sitting here this whole time because my my vehicle's in the way. Thanks, man. Doing real good work there. I guess the other vehicle's going. You are going, right? Okay, you're done. Hey, how's it going? The good news is this one actually finished its job. Like that's just because they have a whole thing with the fields where it's like, oh, you got that percent of it done. Good enough. So we did miss out on a little extra money we could have potentially made from that, but that's fine. And it also works out that it looks like we have exactly enough room on this trailer for this, and I don't need to worry. But hey, Harry, how's it going? But yeah, so just what that means is if I've got a timer going, and if Tube doesn't get back before I need to pull the food out, then I'll have to run back down a second time just to pull the food out. That doesn't happen very often, but you know, sometimes traffic happens. But yeah, it is the one disruption per stream that does happen. It's just right around 9 p.m. EST, like 10 minutes after. I usually end up having to take about 5 minutes to deal with stuff. But then the rest of the stream is relatively disruption free. All right. I should be able to drop off this cotton. That should be relatively good money for us. And then by the time we finish that other contract, there is a good chance that other contract might push us over 100,000. Which would be the point that I could consider if we are going to... Like, basically I could make the decision there, are we buying more rice fields, or are we buying the really tiny sawmill? And, well, we'll check the price in the regular, but the really tiny sawmill and a plot of land that does have trees on it. I'll probably have additional expenses I'll need to deal with that one as well. Because I will need to get a trailer that I can throw the logs in. I might be able to get by with the little teeny tiny trailer I've got now. And realistically for the logs, we're probably not going to cut them well. I'm probably going to have to resort to where I take the chainsaw, take the tree, hack it into like 12 pieces, and then drop it in the log, or drop it in the sawmill. Because fortunately, unlike in the real world, I believe I can actually drop logs in there that are like 3 feet long and get a 20-foot long plank of wood out of it. If I remember correctly. As long as the volume in... They've used lowercase l, which always makes me think liters. I think someone corrected me at one point to, like, there's some wood-based unit that I'm unfamiliar with that nobody really uses. So it's not like the metric units where they go, like, kilograms or logs or whatever. And so it's like, well, actually, it's this unit. It's like, who uses it? It's like, basically no one. It's like, oh, okay. Well, so it's meaningless. Because it's not logs. Like, you don't get, like, 1 unit of log per tree, because, good God, that would be terrible. Excuse me? Well, that's a problem. Oh, it's the big one too that didn't go through? No. Because it was... Alright, let's double check to make sure I didn't miss anything. So we've got these 2 fields here. And this field had a tiny bit left on it. But now that we've completed it, it won't let me finish it. Whereas this one, I'm pretty sure we fully finished it. And unfortunately, I'm still at what would be about 50%. How bad? Okay, well, at least it's only 900 bucks. So yeah, so the other contract at least still paid for it. So we didn't come out losing money, thankfully. Like, technically with that contract, the the first, like that one that was going to be our big 13,000 payout, we basically broke even on it just about. And then the other one we made like $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, probably a little bit more potentially. Probably not close enough. Oh, you have not given me an adequate trailer for this. It's not even full, and the trailer got filled up literally entirely. You have under provided on the trailer front. Oh, this is probably faster. Yeah, so we still made a couple, between those two, we still made a couple thousand. Unfortunately, where I was expecting almost 20,000, I only made a couple thousand. So that's a little bit of a bummer, but at least we didn't lose money on it, because that's what we happened on a previous one. And I think it was the same thing where I had, that's always the danger with the cotton missions, because you could have your machine there is getting mostly full of cotton, but you can't actually kick the bale out because it's not quite enough to qualify for a bale. So you can't sell it. And so the game just like collectively shrugs and says, hey man, this should be like 3.5 bales. You're like, but I can't 0.5 bale. It's like, no, well that's a real shame because 3 isn't 3.5. Get wrecked. No, you're not passing. Don't even think about it. You wait your turn. Alright. But that's like just a risk you always have. We've had cotton ones that we got our payout and everything, but that is a risk with anything involving the balers. The bigger the bales involved, the better odds you have that you won't be able to get quite enough to complete the bales, and that becomes a problem within itself. Alright, so pretty soon I should have my alarm go off here. Yeah, it's 15 seconds. So what's gonna end up happening is I'm gonna mute the mic here in just a second, and I got to run downstairs and pull my dinner out of the oven. Normally Tomb helps a lot of the stuff, but she's running a little late. Probably traffic. There it is. So let's drop this off real fast. I said stop. And as soon as this drops off, it'll be just a short, like, 1-2 minute step away just to pull my food out of the oven. So I do apologize about the double break. It's just kind of one of those things that happens sometimes. Ooh. Alright, and so with that, what I'm going to quickly do is I'll step away for just another minute. I do apologize, and I'll be back here in just a minute again. And that should be that. There won't be more ads or anything, so I'll be right back. No ads. What's... Oh, I wonder if I got some dead pixels on my right screen. Like right here on my screen, I got a little black line, just like that big. And I was like, oh, maybe it's like a hair or something. I was like, no, that looks like some dead pixels. Oh well, that screen's been around a while. And it's at least not my main screen. So, I can... You see that too? Oh, weird. Is it just some, like, stream compression thing? Because it's not in the game itself. Oh, you know what it is? It's my microphone. Yeah. Yeah, it's just like, I didn't, like, for me, I didn't see this. It's like, wait a second, what? Yeah, that's a microphone. Gotcha. Okay. Good job, man. So we got a bamboo... Because I need that sorted right away. Because we're about to go into the Noctil event, and once that happens, they will be allowed to shoot at me, and I will not be allowed to shoot back. That's a regular hit. I need this to fly true. Nihai Lord. This is you. Anywhere in the middle will do. That, I approve. You done good today, kid. For it. Like, don't get me wrong, abstaining would be the action of not voting. What are you doing, Tractor? You do you, AI. Look, I really want to make this work, but you're gonna have to cooperate with me a little bit. Bang it hard. That's my strategy. I cursed myself by putting that in. I see Sidekick is doing especially well today. I can't wait. There's supposed to be this rework of Sidekick that's going on. That's gonna have like a new domain name and a yada yada yada, a whole new application behind it that's supposed to be all better. And I don't know why that's all happening so far as that going. But, with all that said, that should resolve those problems. But I do know on my end when that does change that I will have to make a bunch of changes to make it work. In the meantime, we're kind of just sitting here figuring it out. Meanwhile... Oh wait, it was this way to the left. In the meantime, like... we're stuck dealing with it breaking constantly. I need to edit up like a proper clip video. The clip video thing has always been one I've been mixed on. On one hand, there's the benefit of it is a really good way of representing your channel to like have like a really good clip reel and all that delivers extremely well and consistently. Being like, hey, this is what you get. Here's the good stuff. On the other hand, that means it doesn't keep up with new clips, so it becomes a maintenance project of updating your clip reel regularly, which isn't that big of an issue, but you get the idea. Versus the thing that's nice about Sidekick is normally, when it's not breaking constantly, is it means I can get clips from like literally yesterday can show up there. So where we discuss P Money, you know, that clip can show up there, which is a wonderful and mildly cursed clip. Because we were talking about all our P money, the money we get from our Ps. And just the timing of me being like, P money, I shouldn't have said that, this is cursed, and all that. And then immediately having the follow notification happening, like, why would you follow after that? Like, what? Why would you make that decision? Okay, that's green beans. The green beans are a bit on the slow side. No, with the parsnips a lot. I'm not doing another thing of those right now. Ooh, sunflowers for 18,000. I know you just screwed me a minute ago, David, but you're probably a changed person, right? Right? You wouldn't do that to me twice in a row, right? Right, David? Right, buddy? How far is that field? If that field's close by, I'm just driving there, but... Oh, good, it's right in front of me. I was like, I don't want to load on the trailer, but if it's half across the map, I'm gonna need to. Even gave me a really big harvester. I think David felt bad. I think it's like, you know what? I've been screwing this poor contractor day in and day out. I really need him to not show up at my house in the middle of the night armed. Maybe I need to throw him a bone here while I still have the chance. There you go. Let's see how generous I'm feeling. Oh, yeah, I gotcha. Well, I just appreciate it, appreciate if you'd actually, wait, build the temple? Yeah, there's a temple to build on the map. Yeah, I guess I should show that off while we're waiting anyways. So let me go ahead and pull this out of the way so it doesn't block. For those who are not aware with the new maps, they all have projects on them. So if we go over here, this is the temple. So you look here, and I've got this drop-off point, and it goes, okay, I actually don't remember where it tells me. Yeah, so like, way down below me, it says, hey, I need 6,000 liters, or L's, or whatever that, of long planks, and I need 6,000 cement bags. And so if we bring those two things here, it will start to build up the temple a little bit more. So like right now, this is the temple, which has got like this foundation, and otherwise it's mostly empty. Like you can see where the buildings are gonna be, but it's just not here yet. And so this is a similar mechanic to if you've ever played the Silver Run map on Farming Simulator 22. It was one of the only maps that had this kind of a mechanic in it. It had an old beat-up roller coaster that, had fallen into bad disrepair and all that, to the point like there's barely anything left of it. And so then you could go and rebuild the roller coaster. So that's soybeans. Did that soybean doing just disappear? No, it didn't. This mouse things. That's green beans and parsnip. That's a crappy wood transport one. Yeah, so we're just trying to knock out contracts to get our next thing. We get to start a cult? Absolutely. What else would you do with the temple? No, brain, don't go there. With us just referencing like the pea money thing, which was we were literally selling peas and we were making good money, and so we were joking about how good the pea money was. Like, and the first time I said it, and then you backtrack for a second, and go, oh man, what did I just say? We could form a cult that celebrates all that wonderful pea money. Just got scammed by David's harvest mission. Guess that hasn't been patched yet. Yeah, no, I found, so you can sometimes get caught with cotton missions because you'll have a good chunk of cotton inside the harvester, but not enough yet to make the bale. And so you need that amount from the bale. This is wheat. Yeah, I was gonna say, and then there was another one that I got messed with David on it. I don't think the other one we got hit by was wheat, though. But yeah, it seems like he has a couple missions that can like get you in trouble, which hopefully they get resolved. I mean, I'm sure they'll get resolved, but hopefully it gets resolved soon. So what I probably should do is I should probably start a poll of, do we want, for my next investment, do we want to expand our rice production, or do we want to start setting up our wood production? because those are two different things. One leaning towards long-term income, one more towards short-term income. And then the second one that's more towards a short-term income, but probably good short-term income for the record. We will likely be starting our progress towards the temple. See if I can set up this pull real fast before we finish there. So pull. Next investment. Lumber / log planks. More rice. It'll set that for 5 minutes and start the pull and see if we're... That's it. Okay, and meanwhile that filled up. What's the temple look like? Right now it's just a platform. We don't know what it's going to look like until we get to that point. Yeah, so we've got to pull up. That's basically which we're deciding what our next big spend is going to be. And our options are, I can pursue the lumber and planks, or I can pursue just expanding our rice. Now, if we expand our rice, it will take the amount of rice we have, it'll be roughly 3 times what we've got now. That'll be, you know, seeding, harvesting, yada, yada, yada. The other one, which costs a little bit more for us, is I will be buying the really cheap $36,000 lumber mill and just putting it wherever the heck I can fit it. And then from there, I'm going to quickly check our directions. I'm going to buy a plot of land just kind of around the corner from where we're at. And that plot of land right around the corner from where I'm at. I'm going to be basically 79 here. It's this area there. And we'll use that as our source for lumber to get ourselves the long plan towards working on the temple. Which once I get the temple, it's long planks, and the rest of that just becomes profit. And meanwhile, while we're going whatever that speed's supposed to be, we have the sawmill up here. If I wanted to buy you, you are 300,000, so that's not happening. You are also 300,000. So basically, I would have to build the 36,000. I figured that was going to be the case, but it was worth double checking to see if it was worth buying one of the existing sawmills, whatever. Okay. I'm not ready for you to have a full tank yet. I'm busy with the last one. Okay. Yeah, so it definitely feels if you're going to go into farming the spinach, it does seem like it might be pretty good money. The catch being is it seems like trailer volume-wise, the spinach is particularly large. So like that harvester gets you a lot of volume. There is a possibility, depending on how much it's worth, at least from the volume aspect, I could definitely see where that might end up being one of the meta crops. What do you charge for the spinach? What money is the spinach worth? So spinach is worth about 230, give or take. Yeah, about 230 for the harvest. Versus soybeans is about 50. I think spinach might beat soybeans. Because while it's not worth as much per unit, just the volume we're getting out of it. Like, I'd have to actually sit down and do the math, but it does feel like spinach is a very, very high volume crop. I know you're full. Give me a minute. I get this one back into position. Okay. Yep, I know I'm spending a lot of money on employee wages. That's fine. Okay, it looks like it's pretty much everyone is going for the lumber and planks. I mean, that makes sense because doing something different between that and just more of what we were already doing. So you're doing your thing for a minute. You're full. Let's go ahead and get you into position. I wonder if we're getting estimates wrong with David. It makes me wonder if one of David's fields, like has some calculation wrong in the back end. So it's just assuming it's larger, higher volume, or whatever. So when it's doing its calculation for the contract, it's just giving it a number that's a bit too high. But yeah, now for people who are asking about the temple, I have no idea what the finished temple looks like. This is a Eastern, non-specific Eastern Asian map. You know, somewhere between like Japanese and Indonesian and all that. So it'd probably be along those lines of presentation. Man, you're also giving me a lot. You can give me more 50%. Okay, well, I guess we're dropping off immediately. Because I think for the 40%, I might as well just do the drop now. You know, be the one in the middle of town. That's fine, and you're gonna finish up soon, so I'll need to empty you out one last time. We're gonna be a little delayed in getting our cultivating done, but that's okay. The big thing is that we're perpetually just doing stuff to bring in money to let us keep getting more things. And then ideally we'll slowly switch from doing contracts for other people to doing more and more of our own stuff. But right now, all we own is just the bare minimum to run a rice field and one rice field. I keep trying to turn down that way, and you think I'll learn my lesson one of these days. Yeah, those streets there, I gotta keep in mind, the small streets here are really slow. I just now noticed the movie theater has The Farm Father as its currently playing movie. It's fine, just pull it over the hood of that car. That's what they get for going the right way on a one-way road. They should have thought about it better. And drop off our sunflower seeds. Oh, now I see why you said power tube. I was like, what is the power tube? Right, I get it. The trailer we are using is literally named Power Tube. Fair enough. Now I don't have a bunch of stuff in here. I'm gonna shirk basic safety and immediately be punished for it because I didn't realize my mirrors were too tall. Let's try to undo our mistakes. So I could definitely glitch this through this with a little effort. And get hopelessly stuck? Oh yeah. Are you solid? Yes. Oh, I see. It's the extra little wheel cover thing. I think it's a wheel cover thing. That's the only thing that looks like it's catching. I'm thinking it's that little, yeah, it's that black like wheel well thing. Alright. We're probably going to need to do here is I'm just going to have to reset it. As much as I don't want to, I'm just going to have to reset it. That is wedged in properly. Like the tractor I can get out. You see you're still going down the alleys? Yeah, wait until he didn't have crops. That way if things went wrong like they did, there would be very little, if any, consequences. But yeah. Still not the smartest move on my part. Let's run you over here real quick. And grab the trailer back. And get you back in position ready to empty the sunflowers out again. Then we can go ahead and empty out the last little bit of that other field we were working on, which I don't remember what was. I don't really care either. We're just going to go ahead and, oh, I think it was spinach. We'll go ahead and, you know, sell the spinach. Unlock more stuff like that. Okay. And I still have the cultivating to do on the other field. Yeah, so with the lumber stuff, we can, once we hit the 100,000, I'm going to try to, try and get that field. Your stuff, and you're right in front. That I'm not ready for. Okay. And I have a feeling 80% is more than one load. You know what? I think it said taking that trailer. We're just going to take this. Sure, it's going to be slower than the other stuff. But I don't think it's going to be slower than 2 trips for that not being that far away. I need you. All right, one sec. We'll deal with the sunflowers here real fast. And once I've dealt with the sunflowers, we'll go and get that one turned in. Because you're about to stop for being full. And so what I'm going to try and do is fill this up, wait till it fills up again, and we'll take a full load of sunflowers this time. Okay, I am too close. Okay. We're doing fine with the sunflowers here. Alright, so I think I'll be good with that. So deal with you. So we're going to take this over to the elevator. We're going to drop off the spinach. And that should go ahead and get this one knocked out, give us some more money and all that. Yeah, this thing carries like 35,000 or some nonsense liters of spinach in it. That is a lot of spinach. And it's bigger than the trailer. Oh, it absolutely was bigger than the trailer we were using. Yes, I know I shouldn't have this up while I'm driving, but I'm doing it anyways because it amuses me. How many liters to a Popeye of spinach? That depends on whether we're talking an old or young Popeye. How many years of Popeye do we have involved here? Like, there's a cumulative thing that you have to maintain your Popeye for a long time based on the cans of spinach per day. So a fully grown Popeye has a lot of accumulation of spinach you got to account for. Fine. Ruining my fun. Fair enough, Robin Williams era Popeye? Man, I do not remember. Probably about 8 or 9 of these. It is Popeye after all. And plus, like, the moment you cook the spinach, this whole thing, you know, you might have a meal for 2. Okay. Contract finished and a little extra keep for ourselves. Okay, so with that one, we can go here and... So I made about 4,000 or 5,000 by the time that was all said and done. You are actively working on harvesting. And you got a ways to go before I have to worry about you. Is there another harvesting contract I should grab in the meantime? Not carrots. It's not happening. No. No, all the other ones would be crops I don't want to deal with. Which doesn't mean the rest of these contracts are ones I'll do manually. Well, I mean, other than the currently in progress harvesting one. Okay. Meanwhile, what we can do here is we can go to construction. We can go over to factories. Drop down to 36,000. Get the carpentry. Dealing with this nonsense where it's like overlapping another object no matter where I try to put it. That sucks. Oh, I can put directly in the road, but anywhere that isn't directly in the road, it's not letting me put it down. Okay. That'd be a terrible idea, but honestly, the drop-off will probably be easier to manage than the pickup. Well, I'm gonna regret this, but I'm not gonna regret buying the building, I regret where I'm placing it. Just to clarify. This is 0 to hero. And we are working our best at getting things as good as we can. Alright, so pretty soon the harvester we've got going is going to fill up on sunflowers, and it'll need to do another drop-off. But we did go and get the sawmill for going towards the temple and the wood and all that. So the next thing I need is that it's $70-something thousand. I could buy that tile of land just northeast of our rice farm. That's all wooded. So I can grab that for trying to get our logs for the temple. So we can continue working on our dare drops. Is there chili in this game? Chili peppers? Yes. In the new greenhouse, you can get chili peppers. Can you buy wood from the sawmill? Probably. I could just save up and buy those things, yeah, but the sawmill gives me a means of getting income later. So that I can collect the wood for the temple and then continuing to use the sawmill for other money later. You look like you're already done. Probably reset when I move the vehicle around. Yeah, and that's already been cultivated over there. Yeah, now if we check on this, because we need the long planks. Yeah, so I can actually buy them for a bunch of places. Oh, here's a good news. The temple does buy them from us for premium, so I can buy them, but they cost $2,700, and then it can be bought for $2,300. Not sure how slow those factories are? Well, I'm not too worried about it, because if I load up the factory and start working on other things in the meantime, even if the factory does take me like an in-game year for it to like actually finish everything, that's fine. Because in the meanwhile, I gotta be working on everything else, like in the cement and all that stuff sorted, and just getting our income up. So that would be no problem at all if it takes a while for that to get done. Oh, I should probably, after this row, let's check on our sunflowers, because a good chance it probably filled up while I was looking at the menus. But the big thing is none of that matters until we have the money to buy that land that's got the trees on it. Because the good news is trees are lucrative, and the other good news... What? Have you not been working this whole time? Pretty sure that's where I left you. Let's make sure he actually starts the job. Okay, there we go. You know, I'd expect those little factories to be pretty slow, but like I said, it's one of those things, if as long as it's like a nice little trickle of stuff, I can put up with it for a while. The one thing I need to do, though, is that carpentry. That's not the right one. Crap. So let's go here. We can cancel it out. It's right after we built it, so I shouldn't take too hard of a penalty. I built the wrong thing. So this needs to go here. So we can go here to demolition mode. Because unfortunately, yeah, that's carpentry in. That's the one I needed, was a sawmill. Well, that sucks. We just wasted a bunch of money. On the plus side, this one seems to be a lot more amenable to positioning. Yeah, so it does seem like it still hates being built over here. Like, this area is just a no-go for some reason. But this one being so much smaller... Yeah, that'll honestly be better to deal with, too. Because I can put you over here. We drop off here, we take out there. Is it possible to get AI to do wood collection? No, I doubt it. The AI, like, I can't speak entirely for this version of the game, but generally speaking, the AI in this game is only really smart enough to do stuff like, you know, go to this location, harvest this field, cultivate this field, you know, drop this off at this location. They're not, like, anything that's going to be like an object that's going to move around like a log or something, or cutting down trees or stuff like that, unless they've done major overhauls that I'm unaware of, which they have done major overhauls with the AI, but I don't think into that realm. Those are the kind of missions that the AI would just be like, nope. Generally when it comes to even harvesting and all that, you have to have a field. You can't just say mow this area. It has to be an area that's like defined as a field, and then you tell them to mow. Okay, so now that I got that, so we did waste some money on for that, fortunately. But what I wanted to do was go to the sawmill. I do want to allow that one. I do not want to allow these ones. So we will choose to... We could choose... Yeah, so we would choose to activate that, and we'd want to store. The other two I do not want to activate right now. Hey, Sha, being at 55 stream streaks, so thank you so much. Going, another great news. Thank you so much for that stream streak. That is ridiculous that you've caught basically 2 months worth of streams without missing a single one. Too bad the machine is rough to run. Is that the only real option to collect logs? Oh, you mean the cranes? No, there's a couple different things you can do to get logs. Let me get to another straightaway. and then I can kind of show you, because you've got like the truck with the little arm on the back. That one's okay. You've got like the tractor with the arm on it. I find that one terrible. Then you've got like dedicated machine that's a giant like claw that goes over top that you can use that. It's not a winch. What is it called? You basically have a thing where you have like this zip line cable thing that you attach the logs to that you can drag them along. That's probably not going to be super useful on this map because it basically means you need line of sight and then a little bit of leeway for that, which usually means depending on elevation, which we've got hills. I mean, I guess it'd be okay. But, then you got like the giant high lifter that's a big claw that comes from above. That's like, it's only for that, and then you'd load those into like a semi-trailer. So you actually have a lot of ways to pick up logs. Generally, for the contracts, you always see like the tractor with the little arm or the truck with the little arm. Can you buy logs? Probably. I can check here in a minute. A lot of those things you can buy the logs if you just want to do production lines, but usually buying the stuff for production lines is a mixed bag. I can't remember if it's under logs or wood. No, you cannot buy them. You can sell, but you can't buy. But you can probably buy the long planks. They can buy the products. But yeah, generally speaking, you could do a thing where you go and you buy your entire thing of parsnips to go and can them, and then take them to the cannery to make a little extra money. But usually by the time you're going through all that effort, because the cannery investment on building it is usually the toughest part of that, and then you have to keep buying the logs again and again, most of the time you're better off just like buying a field to get the thing to take to the cannery instead. That it's usually not worth it to buy a good that you're going to turn around and then just effectively resell the good. I think like genuinely, even if you tried to time it to like the best time of year, you couldn't like buy something cheap and sell it high. So like, let's see some we can buy locally. Yes, like I could buy the planks at 1800, but they can only sell for 1400. So sure, there'll be an up and a down on it, but I think the lowest on the buy and the highest on the sell, you still lose out. This isn't meant to be a trading simulation game. This would probably be more accurate of real life, where if you're in an area that produces a good, like your selling value is not going to be as good in that area. And sure, you can argue, so, well, the buying value would be low too. Sure, I get that. But everyone wants to make their profit along the way, so you're going to be buying a good that has been processed at the processed price that you're selling for. When you're buying that good, you're going to be paying the premium on that price. Because every step along the way, you're going to want to be making about a half to a third of the value of a good in real life with like manufacturing all that on top of it. Otherwise, there's no point. I.e., in real life, if I buy a bunch of raw lumber and I process that into, sorry, I should say raw trees, and I process that into lumber, I'm going to be wanting to make at least 1.5 to like 2 times the money that I initially invested on those resources on the other side to give myself enough room to pay my staff and all that to make a profit. If I were to buy the lumber and then sell the lumber back at a profit, there you go, that. Oh, that went well. What's going on? The whole, like, buying goods and all that? Yeah. Oh, D-Lurk? Oh, right, because you went to sleep, and clearly that didn't pan out. Right, I understand. Well, I'm sorry your sleep isn't going well. I do hope you can, like, chill for a little while, and then, you know, maybe attempt a round 2 when it comes time. Have some better luck with it. But welcome back. I'm sorry your sleep's not going well. But yeah, so like when you're playing games like the long not American Truck Simulator, but like the long haul trading kind of truck thing where like this good is worth this much here and that good's worth that much there, so you pick it up here on the cheap, you drive it there and you sell it higher. Or if you're playing like Elite Dangerous or EVE Online or any of those games where you do like the trade where you pick up like 1,000 units of iron here and then ship them over 2 systems over and you can sell it for like that much more. While that is a thing in real life, because you are dealing in one location here, if I were to buy the logs here, I'm going to still be selling it at the local price. The person who sold it to me is going to want to make their profit, so they've already made the profit off the good. If I try to come in, I'm only going to meet them at their price or less as kind of my ideal output because they're still selling here. So my only hope of making more sales, if we're going to compare this to a real market, would be to undercut them, at which point I'm buying something at a higher price than I'm selling it, which doesn't work. Now, if this is like combined with ATS or something where we could, buy the lumber here, load it up, move the next county over where lumber is less prevalent, maybe I could do that. So just check your Factorio game from earlier in the conversation. And you're done. The space research was in your spaceport the whole time. Oh yeah, because you were mentioning you couldn't get the Spidertron. Yeah. Yeah, no, space research is still a thing in vanilla. It's you get it from launching rockets. Because that used to be how you got your space research, is you put the satellite in a rocket, you launched it up, and it gave, like, you'd get back some amount of research. Yeah. I just don't know what's changed in the not DLC version with 2.0. Because I'm sure some stuff has gotten carried over. It's just a matter of how much. But I don't expect to disable everything. Give me 2 seconds, Chan. I'll be right back. This is fine. This is fine. Yeah, no, it's just I had what felt like a cut on my nose, and I was like, "What is that?" And I just want to check, like, did I get cut or whatever? It was nothing. It was just something I had gotten on me while I was out doing yard work earlier. But it's definitely like, wait a second, am I like bleeding? And so I went ahead and just, quickly checked. All right, now the real question is, where was I at on you? Ah, there we go. That'd be the premise of a low-budget movie? Yes. But so you think the bug with David is that you don't harvest, you don't get credit for the field, just the turn of the product? Interesting. I could have sworn I was getting credit, but it could be that part of the field isn't getting credit, so you don't get, like, you don't get as much credit as you're supposed to get. Speaking of which. Alright. Yeah, so it seemed to me like, it would stop at like 40 or 50% or something like that, and then you stopped getting credit. So to me it feels like there's something wrong with the field's definition in some way. Like, I don't know how it would work where it's allowing you to work on it, but also not giving you credit for all of it. But they're like, something's wrong there. that, like I said, it does seem like you can work on the whole thing, but like part of it doesn't count or whatever. And I don't know why. Yeah, so for those who missed where I did accidentally botch and put down the wrong building, that did set us back about 16,000, which really sucks. At least we noticed it before it sat there for a while, because if I recall correctly, the longer you have the buildings down, they basically have, like, a devaluing, and then plus there's a maintenance cost. We could also look around our property and see if we have any trees here. But the goal will be to start loading up lumber and having it exclusively make the long planks. And then the long planks we are going to use for the temple, because it does look like we're fortunate enough that the temple does seem to be the highest paying thing for them. So that's an extra win. But yeah, so we need to get about $70,000, a little over that, to buy the tile of land that we're going to buy with the trees on it. And there's a really good chance that we'll make enough money from those trees to just be able to do our next investment. Okay. It'll be really nice when we are working our own fields more. Like, we do have a field, but it'll be nice when you have these field sorts of matter. Let's see, you have decided to not shave your facial hair till December 1st? Oh, like you're doing a Movember kind of thing? I've done that in the past. Like I used to do that every year too, is I would I'd do a clean shave like right at the beginning of November 1st. And then I'd let it grow out. There's like one year I did it where I grew out just the mustache, because the whole thing with Movember, for those not familiar with it, it is to bring awareness to, you know, health things that affect men. So stuff like, you know, prostate cancer and that kind of stuff. And mental health and all that. But the way we'd build awareness for it is usually it was at the very beginning of November, you'd clean shave yourself, and then for the entire month of November, you wouldn't shave. Now, generally the idea is you wouldn't shave your mustache. So you could choose to have a beard or not a beard, but the rule was you may not have the mustache and the beard connected, because otherwise it's not a mustache. And the idea was to have like this big, ridiculous mustache by the end of the month, so people would ask about it, giving you the opening to be like, hey, here, like, this is the reason I'm growing this big, bushy mustache and all that. And you are allowed to, like, to be clear, you are allowed to, like, trim it to keep it looking nice and professional, but the goal is to not cut it down. So, like, just, you get, like, little scraggly hairs sorted out, and that's it. Man, I've done that in years past, and I end up with this, like, big, giant mustache on your face by the end of it. You know, for some people it gets long enough that they can start curling it and doing all sorts of fun stuff, but that's the idea. And you're allowed to have beard, but, like, and it's not like anyone's gonna penalize you, but you're supposed to not have, like, because this is attached here, this mustache, for intents and purposes, is considered a beard, because it is connected. But if I take just the little area off there, so it's like that, then that would be a separate mustache and beard. Will it itch? Oh, yeah. No, when you first, if you go where you've been shaving regularly and you stop shaving for a little while, yeah, usually it'll itch a little bit. You adjust to it pretty quickly, though. Now, there's definitely a point when you start growing it out and it starts getting properly bushy and puffy that it's not itch, but it can be a nuisance because it's just kind of everywhere. And I haven't done Movember in a while. Like, one of the issues I ran into when I stopped doing it was I was the job I was working, which was a content creation job, I was recording educational courses and yada yada yada. And, you know, being recorded on camera where people could watch it any time of the year and all that, and having, like, you kind of had to sort of stick to your brand, and be able to, like, if we had to do an edit, be able to instantly hop back into, you know, you'd usually trim up your hair so it looks nice again, so that way it wouldn't stand out as bad that you've done an edit. Not that there's anything wrong with an edit, but to try and have it relatively consistent. And so doing stuff like that where you got like the big, you know, bushy mustache for 1 month, and then you like shaved it down next month and all that kind of stuff, that usually stood out really bad. Oh, that's the field we were doing. This is the one we are doing. So with that job, I really couldn't do like the no shave November kind of thing for Movember or anything like that, just because of the nature of the work I was doing. You know, I still did stuff to support it. I just couldn't participate in that particular part of it. I'd have to, like, not record any courses for, like, the full month, and that usually... Like, that'd be the one major deliverable I have for that job, not being able to actually deliver that. Okay. Yeah, no, it's a good cause. It's kind of the same realm as like where we have like breast cancer awareness and all that. It's the exact same idea, but for different issues. Because especially like we're dealing with the issues going on right now where, you know, you still got people who have that, like, you got to be a manly man kind of approach. You're not allowed to cry, that kind of stuff. You're not allowed to show emotions. How dare you? That's weakness, yada yada, that garbage. And it helps with a bunch of that. It gets into mental health, that men are victims of lots of things as well. And that, you know, a lot of time they go unlistened to because, you know, manly men, or that, you know, why would you complain about being taken advantage of or whatever, because, like, you know, clearly you'd want it, and garbage like that. All the toxic crap like that. And then also, outside of that stuff, like, you know, testicular cancer, prostate cancer. They also cover colon cancer, even though that's not really a male-dominated thing, but... We men suck at actually going to see doctors about stuff we really should. We're pretty awful about it, that we wait until something's like really, really bad and going, you know what, this actually hurts a lot, or I'm seeing something that's very visibly a sign that something is horrifically wrong. Maybe I'll go finally see the doctor, and the doctor's like, sorry son, you're like 6 months too late for me to be able to help you. So it does help advocate for, like, hey, go get your checks. It's also being the same reason most male victims don't speak up to begin with. Oh yeah, no, it's the whole thing. But that's all part of Movember. It's kind of like a big bundle of all of it. So we've got 2 cultivating contracts that we can knock out. Those are relatively safe, so we can go ahead and grab that one. And this one. Yeah, no, it's a good cause. I've supported in the past. Just same I've sort of, you know, supported breast cancer awareness and all that as well. Okay, so we can go to 35 over here. Stop talking about you? Oh, the whole thing where you're like, I don't want to see a doctor, until you're like, no, really, this is bad. It's a very common thing. To be fair, people don't want to see, like, even when you know something wrong, you don't really want to go to the doctor, because until you actually get it, like, established as a diagnosis and everything, where they're like, nope, you've got this, there's a certain level of what, even though when you know things are wrong, you can kind of play it off as blissful ignorance kind of thing. But the moment that you like, yeah, no, we've gone in and we see there's a problem, well, now it's real. Oh, you have a full tank. Like, you can pretend it'll go away even though in your heart you know it won't. There's lots of stuff where you have like a certain level of denial. And while I certainly am still in that same boat of I don't want to go and get that stuff verified, I also know the alternative is far worse. So I am good about going in for... I mean, I'm getting better about going in for like my annual physical, but then for other stuff, when you start noticing, it's like, that's not quite right. You know, I understand getting ahead of it is very important. Not waiting till it's a big deal. Because usually it's, by the time it's a big deal, it's not always something like when it's a big deal that's too late to do anything, but usually it's either a more costly thing, or there's other consequences, or it is too little too late. So, you know, get your checks, people. You're not lowered. I was like, that doesn't seem to be changing anything. All right. Would we want to get a big cultivator? Right now, not really. Like, we'll want to get that eventually. But the big cultivator would have a certain amount of worth for if we're focusing on just doing the contracts, which we're going to be doing the contracts, but usually they give us at least decent cultivators. But, like, if we look at our option for cultivators right now, so the tractor we have is, like, 230 horsepower. So I could get... I get around this size, which is 7.5 meters, versus, like, the crappiest one is 3. And don't get me wrong, we could certainly do that, but it's $50,000 for 7.5 meters. Most of the contracts we're doing are giving us around there or better. Like this one I think we have now is, I want to say, 9-ish meters. Because I wanted bigger, I need a bigger tractor, which ends up getting to the point of getting like $250,000 or whatever. So with that, I could get the bigger cultivator, but right now the field I have is this microscopic rice field, which I was informed that I don't actually need to plow or cultivate between harvests, which surprises me. But we'll check that out. I mean, I've already plowed for this season, but what we'll do is we'll try harvesting next season, and when it comes time to plant again, we'll just try planting and see what happens. Because that would kind of be a big deal, is if you can completely skip the process of plowing and cultivating. You know, I'm sure it's one of those ones that have to plow it like every 3 in-game years or whatever it is that the game does have, where you can cultivate, but every once in a while you gotta replow. Or don't have to, but you take a penalty if you don't. But that would potentially be something worthwhile, because that means it's just seed, harvest, seed, harvest, seed, harvest. And fertilize, realistically. But that would imply the rice labor-wise, sure, the seeder isn't very big, nor is the harvester, which does have its consequences. But if you're doing the math and going, all right, but I also don't have to cultivate, which means I also don't have to stone pick, which means I also don't have to do this other process, that might make up for a lot of it. Okay. Like, we'd have to sit down and actually do the math to figure out where it all lands. Because I want to say the seeder and the harvester for the rice, the regular rice, not the long grain, I want to say they're 6 or 8 meters wide. I think the seeder is 6 meters, and I think the harvester might be 8 meters. It's somewhere in that ballpark. So you get that number of passes out of it. You know, versus versus even if you get the really big cultivator where it's only like 2-3 passes, that's a whole nother operation. And then the seed picker upper or the roller would be another operation. It doesn't seem like we have to deal with weeding at all, so I'm going to argue that is another operation that we don't have to do, which, you know, gets into whether you're plowing or whatever, but that aside. So that already is 3 potential operations we skipped there. We should do another round of fertilizer, so that one we don't dodge. But those 3 operations, even though, like, fertilizing is very fast, cultivating is not particularly bad, plowing is pretty awful. And then the roller is relatively fast as well. It's the question is, do all those fast operations, does one operation being a bit slower, you know, does it still come out ahead? And I'm gonna guess yes. Now, as far as money goes, I have no idea. The rice seemed relatively okay in money, but we also don't have a large enough field to compare. And I would, like, that's those ones you have to sit down and be like, okay, per hectare, how many liters do you get when everything is at its maximum? How long does it take to actually harvest it? Of the amount of liters of this thing that you get, how much is it per liter as far as the dollar value? You know, what is the investment going in required? So you're assuming you can process the rice into good product? I would assume so. It definitely feels like one of those things we can process into the most different things. Because I remember if we went in... Yeah, be under construction here. I remember when we went to the construction, we went to the factories. It had like a good 3 or 4 different things I could use it for. So yeah, so we could make it, we could make it into flour. That was one thing we could do. We could make it into oil. That was another one. We can make it into cereal. So interestingly enough, the cereal takes the rice as rice. Not as rice flour. Which is a curiosity. Which it makes sense because you actually have cereal that's literally just puffed rice. So it does seem to, like, interestingly be a very versatile material in the game. Which is true of actual real-life rices. We do use rice as rice in a whole lot of stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if... I'll start another row. I'm willing to bet if we go and look at the restaurant, it probably has rice as an option, too. Oh, that'll be just a straight-up sell point, won't it? So it'll be a sell point, not a process. Even paper? Yeah, I don't think we have any type of paper production in the game. Yeah, so we've got the cereal factory takes it, the grain mill takes it. No, there is a paper factory, but it doesn't take it. The oil mill takes it, so you can get rice oil. Well, bakery takes the flour, but that's not what we're talking about here. The preserved foods place takes it. And that's when we start repeating stuff. The canning place also takes it. So you've got the canning place takes it, the preserved foods place takes it, the cereal place takes it, the flour place takes it, and the oil place takes it. Which is a lot of places that are willing to accept the rice. Alright, pretty soon I'm gonna need to check on... Let's actually... After this row, I want to check on our, where we're harvesting the sunflowers. Because that should be about done by now. I just want to make sure either A, the harvester didn't get stuck, and we're just paying someone to sit around. No, I think it's actually done, because I'm not seeing my money go down. So that could be good that we could run over there real fast, complete that contract for its payout, see if there's another contract worth grabbing that I can toss a worker at to get a little bit of side money, then hop back on this one and work on this one more. But we are getting pretty close to winter, and it's at winter that we'll get nothing but log missions and, like, destroy stones, because none of the plants are harvestable or whatever. Okay, so you are done. So I'm hoping I'll be able to chuck that in here all in one go. We could sell this, get our contract money, and get the surplus for whatever extra sunflower seeds we grabbed. Turn that in, and then we'll see if there is a contract that I can cut loose the AI on that I can make some okay money out of. Okay. Let's see, your manager got peed on by one of the dogs today. 3 years at a dog daycare is the first time it happened to her. I'm genuinely impressed. Because, you know, how often you probably have to, like, pick up and move a dog around everyone. And there are just some dogs that get nervous, and when they get nervous, they pee. Yeah, and I'd expect a puppy to do it anyways. Okay, and you were down here on the... Yeah, no, you're the one in the middle of town. That's right. They gotta watch it, because it's all alleys in the middle of town. I gotta go to the outskirts. And I didn't really see any new mods today when I checked the mod page versus yesterday when it released, or whichever day it released. I think it was yesterday. But as I mentioned before, we kind of should just expect the mods to take a hot minute to get going. It'll probably be a week or two after the game releases that we'll start properly seeing the mods build up. And even then, if you have individual mods, especially complicated ones that you're waiting on, you might end up having to wait a while. It just takes the mod developers a little bit of time after a game releases to get their stuff updated, or if, you know, the previous developer who was working on it stops, someone new to want it enough to put the effort into making it. So you're getting ready to introduce a new dog, and the puppy ran right over her foot while still peeing. Excellent. Just glad it wasn't you for once? Yep. Alright, so we can drop off the sunflowers. This should finish this contract, and we should make some decent money on it. So the rest of that's mine. Oh, that is a lot of extra money. An extra $6,000 on top of the contract. Love to see that. So that alone was like $22,000. So you got the cultivating. So we actually have another cultivating contract, which we'll definitely want to do. But I do want to see if we do have a not terrible harvesting contract. So you're only 2,000 bucks though. What field are you that's only... Oh, you're the tiny little field over. That explains it. We're not going to do another cotton one. Those ones tend to be dicey. Yeah, so all those look terrible. Yeah, so I guess I'll just take that extra huge money cultivating one. So that'll be an accept, not a, Alright, so basically we got a lot of cultivating to do. So we don't have any AI contracts right now. Well, any contracts to hand over to the workers. And this way I could turn around here, do this line. And we just work on it. But yeah, with those, we should be able to bump ourselves up to probably getting close to like 65,000 maybe when we get these 3 contracts done. Maybe more. I don't remember how much these ones are for. How much were these for? Yeah, so we're talking 20,000 more? Yeah, about 60,000 more. Or about 60,000. So that'll be good, because the area we want to acquire for the trees for our sawmill, that's 70-ish thousand. So we're just on the rows here. It's a lot of cultivating in our future. The good news is it's a relatively good cultivator. It's not amazing. I believe the cultivator we're using... I think it's that one. So that's about 6 meters wide. And the odds of being able to get these 18 and so meters wide on a contract are pretty low. Because those things those things require like a 600 horsepower tractor, and you almost never get them. That's not the one we have. We have a bigger one than that one. I'm guessing this is the one that's 9 meters wide. So which one do I have? 9 meters wide, solid rollers. It's this one. Alright, so 7.5 meters wide. So yeah, so we've got that one. So that still requires 440 horsepower. But yeah, so the idea here is only a handful bigger. So we got a pretty good one. So we are making this about as good as we're going to be able to make it for the time being. Yeah, so the next things we're going to have to figure out is we buy the land for the 70,000. I'll check the actual price here in just a second once we turn around again. But we'll check that land, see what our actual price is for it. Once we get our actual price figured out, then we can go on to figuring the next thing out. So yeah, so it's this tile we were looking at. So it's 71. I thought it was on the high end of 70. It's on the low end of 70. So yeah, 71,000. That gives us a bunch of trees. We can sell that. We already own this tile down here. And this is the other tile we had been debating. I'd love to buy some of these R1s, but most of these R1s are unreasonably expensive that I cannot... They're not unreasonably expensive. They're out of my budget. But yeah, so we gotta get that all sorted. So what's everyone... So, like, for those who've actually been able to get in here and play 25, of the new crops we have... so I'm not talking the greenhouse crops, I'm talking strictly the field crops. What do people think their favorite one is so far? I'm a bit mixed personally. I got 2 in mind, but I'd like to hear what other people think. Like, let's say, what is your least favorite and most favorite crop of the new ones? Because I know which one's my most favorite. Well, the most favorite, there's 2 I'm debating. The least favorite, I'm pretty confident in that going through there. And for those who don't know which crops that are, because they are new to the game, the ones we're talking about is we've got the peas, the green beans, the spinach, the long grain rice, the short grain rice. I believe that our field crops are 5 new ones. I might be missing one. We got a bunch of others that are greenhouse stuff and all that. Yeah, because I'd be curious. Because I know the opinions I have, which I'm deliberately not saying them yet. That way I'm not influencing Did I mention the green beans? I don't remember. That way I'm not influencing, you know, others' opinions on them and all that. So far as like that. There also might not be that many people playing Farm Sim 25. There's going to be a lot of people who want to play it, but, you know, they might be waiting for it to be on sale, or they know they're not going to be able to play to the weekend or whatever, so they're waiting to the weekend to purchase it. Or maybe it's a game they enjoy watching, but not really playing, or... It can even just be that you look at the price and say, man, 50, I can't justify it. All of which is fair and valid. I'm also oh, I guess it is. You're still doing fields, you have no contracts? Well, it's okay if you don't own any fields. Like, it's totally fine if you've done the fields, so you got a taste of the different ones. It's also fine to be like, I haven't done any of them yet, so I don't know. That's also totally fair. But yeah, like, of the harvesting contracts and all that, you could be able to get that opinion. And this isn't even going strictly into, like, the monetary value. I'm sure that does influence what your favorite and least favorite is. Because I am wondering, in monetary value, I'm going to guess it'll probably be the peas or the spinach of the new crops. That'll be the ones that carry the most on the money. You enjoy the combine harvesting? So yeah, if you enjoy the combine harvesting, that's probably, like, of the new crops, that'd be the long grain rice. Because the long grain rice uses the combine harvester. It, like, for all intents and purposes, the long grain rice works exactly as, like, wheat and barley and all that does. I think, for me, I might be leaning towards liking the spinach the most. Like, it's a toss-up between the spinach and the peas for me as far as the new crops that I like dealing with the most. And rice is in there, like, it's not one of my least favorite, I think. And the reason for that is the spinach is kind of just a straightforward, high volume, seems to be a lucrative crop. It does have its own equipment. It's not the fastest, but it's not terribly slow. And so I think I like it. It's like definitely in the top 2 for favorite. The other one might actually be the peas. It is a much slower process. It is definitely a slower crop to harvest, but it is a very high volume one as well. But it does, like, both the spinach and the peas require lots of emptying out per the time harvesting. But the peas are much slower. They're a very slow crop. But at least it seemed like I was getting reasonably well paid, and while slow, it didn't feel terrible. On the other hand, the crop I think the one I liked the least was the green beans of the new crops, because it just kind of felt slow and it didn't feel as rewarding. Now granted, I don't have the numbers that, like, I didn't do a direct comparison. It could actually be that it's the other way around money-wise and I'm just wrong. But it just felt slower all around for the green beans. Like, the green beans, to me, felt like they were in the realm of just, like, some of the root crops and just how long they took. Which, the root crops, for those who haven't done the carrots and all that, they actually are lucrative, but oh my god, the labor. Like, honestly, it's the machines, a lot of them having no internal storage and all that, and having to have 2 people dedicated to the task. You can't, you know, do the thing where you take the harvester, fill it up, turn over, and go. You can kind of do it with the smaller one, but you really don't want to. So, like, they do pay well for what you have to put up with. It's just one of those things that, for all that you have to go into it, I would much rather be like, just give me wheat. I'm gonna go ahead and just violate doing these lines because we're right here at the last 5%. And I know I could do the lines and take longer, but I'm willing to bet if I just loop around here real fast, it'll probably jump up to 100%. We'll be done with this field. If they paid me more, I'd put more effort into it, but you know, they don't, so they get what they paid for. Okay, so that's that one done. So you two are right nearby as well. Because we're on which field? Where are we at right now? Oh, I'm a liar. Okay, so it's the cotton fields. The cotton fields we did earlier that one of them David stiffed us on, but the other one he paid for. We're going over there and doing those. Meanwhile, did we get any new contract? Well, we'll get myself on a row over here, and we'll see if there's any new contracts that the AI would be really well suited for. Technically, the AI can do this just fine, but I do want to be doing something to make money at the same time. And this is a very easy job for me to do myself. Versus if we go ahead and have the thing doing like a slow cultivate or slow harvest thing, I can just drop by and pick up from time to time and just let it churn. It's fine, don't worry about it. Alright, so what other contracts? Well, we would complete that one. I can't... Oh, actually, I can't take another one. Because I'm like 99% sure that's the one we got our equipment from. So what I'm going to actually do is I'm going to pivot over to this other field on the left. Because that field on the left, I can finish that one, turn it in, and open up for another field. Or for another contract. Whereas right now, I'd have to finish this contract and then that contract. Well, I'd actually... Either way. It's going to take me a lot longer to finish that one. I'm going to try and knock out this contract real quick. And then we can turn in this contract. And then with this contract done, I can see what new contracts I can pick up. In the meantime, I can look at what's here. Yeah, it's the one big one they have is carrots, and we're not doing that. We got 2 plowing contracts. Those I'd probably do myself. The fertilizing, I'm not worried about. Deadwood just resets again and again. What I might even do... Oh wait, never mind, I can't do it yet. I was gonna say, what I might even do is I might hand this over to the AI to do, and then I'll take the plowing ones. And I was like, oh wait, right, I still need to finish this one before I can turn it in. That is how that works. And while we're doing this, I'll probably mute my mic for a minute. I need a little bit of my food here. Because I'm terrible about it. I'm going to do that. And this will all still be going in the meantime. But that's fine. Because definitely one of those things when you're doing the hard economy here, I can't just hand this over to the AI always. It will eat too much of my profit. To a point that there's like no point. Alright, well I'm going to do that for a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. Alright, and I'll finish that off during the ad break. S was getting really hungry, so I wanted to get at least a little bit. Yeah, so supposedly we're already 60% done with this field. I'm a little dubious of that claim. And I know I did a terrible job of missing some of those corners, and I don't care. We're just not putting the effort in. David screwed us on our contract earlier today. So he made the mistake of rehiring someone after stiffing them. That's a really bad move. If you screwed someone really hard and then you turn around and be like, yeah, so are you available for work? You should be very careful, because you're probably not going to like the results of that work. Because that person's like, oh, I can get you back. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. I wonder if I hand plowing over to the AI how it does. Because that used to be one of the tasks that the AI could do, but it was really not smooth. Like, it'd really fumble on the turns and all that, because with the plow, like, it would either do the thing where it'd go really slow, where it'd, like, stop, pick it up, turn it to the other way, turn it around, put it down. You'd be like, oh my god, please just get it done. Or it would do the thing where it just try and turn with it down the whole time and just get nowhere. Because like it'd bump into it. And I think that matters whether you're using like course play or you're using like just the base game. But that's 22, not this one. And I'm willing to bet for people who this is their main content, I'm willing to bet we've got YouTube videos out there that are probably like, what does the AI do better now? And then showing it doing each and every task there is in the game, and like rating it, being like, oh yeah, that's a 9, it does that really well. And you have this is like, man, well, it gets it done, but like it's inefficient, it gets stuck on stuff, and it's not great, so we'll give it a 5 or a 6. Like it does technically pass, but you know, it's still pretty bad. That's, I'm willing to bet. I'm willing to bet people have entire charts that they've already figured out each and every single crop, like, what is the most cost-effective, what is the most, like, you know, based on in-game time, what is the most lucrative, based on real-life time, what is the most lucrative, you know, if you're just selling as you go versus waiting to the proper season to sell, what is the best? You know, then the vice versa, if you are going to, like, hoard the stuff until, like, its absolute best price point, which is usually what you should do, like, what's the best there? Which one requires the absolute least amount of money to get off the ground in a meaningful capacity? Once you start getting, production and well in line, what's the best production? I'm sure all of that has probably already been figured out. Like, that probably mostly got figured out outside of game, other than, like, the time thing, for, like, real-life time. I'm willing to bet they sat down and just pulled up the sheets when, like, this much field produces this much of this at this much here, here's the dollar thing, like, extrapolate all the data. Is Solar Farm still broken? I don't know how you could have it where it wouldn't be. Just by its nature. They could nerf it so it doesn't make you nearly as much money, but by its very nature, it has to give you more money than you maintain it with. And the moment you do that, you've got infinite money. So if we went to the factory's generators. Yeah, so it looks like it's making about 10% of its value based on those numbers, up to 10% of its value back per month. So yeah, so once you slap down one of those, after 10 months, it's just free money from then on. But yeah, that's just by its nature. Anything, like, because it can go one of two ways with those. One is you buy it, and ultimately it just takes X amount of dollars in, and you get more than X amount of dollars out. Just straightforward. And they could have it where it's only good for 10 years, it pays itself off in 7 years, you get 3 months of profit. But that just adds like an extra layer to that equation. You just buy it, you'd have it go 10 years, delete it, and rebuy it, and you're effectively dropping, you know, $10,000 to get like $12,000 or however it works. Okay, so you finish that contract. But the alternative way they could do it is you buy it and it doesn't add clean solar panel task. No, I actually, in these runs, I deliberately don't do the solar panels or any of the generators because it is just, that's like, to me, that's the cheesy meta strat that doesn't feel meaningful, because the moment you start going into the solar panel route, the literal strategy that you should be doing to make the maximum amount of dollars is you put down a solar panel and you just advance your day until you can afford another solar panel, and then you put down another one, and then you advance your day till you can afford another one, and you do not do anything else. You literally don't leave your home, you don't do anything. And so I just choose to just not do it. And no judgment for anyone who does do the solar panels. It's just, once you get into that kind of strategy, literally the rest of the game serves no purpose. You're gonna go with that. So what we can do in the meantime is go to our contracts. So your contract we can collect. And we're fine. I cannot collect that contract. Let's see, what is the green and purple line? Some way to automatically steer? Yeah, so that's steering assist. That's a new mechanic in the game. So we have our AI workers here. And so if you push and hold the button for your AI worker, you get steering assist. And it draws your lines in your field. And what that happens is, like, right now I have my hands off the keyboard. But what'll happen is you'll get a white line that is one of the lines you'll line your tractor up to. And if you line your tractor up to that, hit the button you would hit for AI when you've selected steering assist. It'll kind of lock onto that line. And then the blue lines on the outside is like the width of the tool I'm using. So that's saying this is the area you're going to get done. So even if you're not using it for the autopilot kind of thing, because it's not full on autopilot. Like, you watch this just go right off the edge. And it'll just keep going, because it's just locked onto that. So I can go ahead and stop this, and then I'll turn it around and line up with that white line behind me. So it's not quite as fully automatic as a worker is, but it's kind of halfway in between there. But so if I hit the worker button, it turns into a green line, and it doesn't automatically go, but if I turn on cruise control now, it will just stay along that line. So it's like you have your AI driver who does literally everything, goes around and does the laps and all that. Then you've got the steering assist, which will mostly just keep you on track of the edge of the field or a straight line or whatever. And then you have just manually driving. So you can have kind of as much or as little hand holding as you want, which is perfect. But yeah, so what I was thinking about doing here is these plowing contracts aren't exactly the best. Plowing is very slow. The hoeing contracts are very quick. I really like those ones. We'd only make about $300 on it though, because I have to rent the materials. So what I'm probably going to do is hand this over to the actual AI. And go over here. Yeah, so it's the same equipment, so I don't really need to worry. We're gonna borrow this and get started on another job. Because then even that means we're gonna get a smaller cut of that cultivating job. That's fine. Okay, because you're field 11. That's that one. So the plowing is field 34. That'll be over here on the right. Hey, Mark, how's it going? So we're about to hit an ad break. I'm gonna Yeah, I am going to go ahead and, like, keep the tractor going, but I am going to finish up my dinner here real fast. That way that's out of the way so it doesn't interrupt again. But, so I'm probably going to hand this over to an AI worker while I'm eating, and then I'll take over once the food's done. I'll mute the mic so you don't have to listen to me crunch or anything like that. But yeah, so get all that going. Yeah, so I believe I want to take this route to the left here. Yeah, this way. Alright. Yeah, I'll send it over to an AI worker just while I quickly finish my food. Then we'll get back to it. The thing we're saving up for right now, and I know I'm repeating myself, I'm also trying to repeat for people popping in and out, is we are working, we got ourselves a sawmill, and we are trying to buy our next tile of land, to get a piece of land that has trees on it, because we want to get the long planks, and we want to get those long planks because what we're going to do is we're going to work on building the temple, and I need the long planks for that. We do own that field there that's flooded, and you're probably wondering why on earth it's flooded in October. It's not planting season. I've been using it as a source of water. Alright, you're on a platform right here. And what the other investments we're going to do is we're going to buy this set of fields here, since we do have all the equipment for rice. Okay. Alright, and I'll be back in a minute. That's appreciated, Janik. Yep, no, it's all good. I'm also over on Twitch, which is where I got like 130 people watching. But I do stream to both. Watch whatever platform you prefer. But it is, you know, always good to see people on YouTube as well. I also really don't know what the AI is doing so far as plowing this field. It seems to just arbitrarily be putting random lines in the middle, but we will just see what happens, I guess.
Thank you Calaria Star for subscribing for 32 months. Rual tap Rual Hyperave Rual 2.
Thank you, Calaria. I really do appreciate that Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month and you used it here. And that's 32 months you've been subbed to channel, which is a ridiculously long time. That's kind of quick on 3 years, and that is, you know, it's something to be said, like, it's very humbling. I'm trying to think of my words. It's very humbling that, you know, people would choose to continue to throw money at the channel, to support the channel, let me keep doing this full time for all that time. So thank you again so much for that continued support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. So you didn't realize that you had to harvest rice before it withered? Yeah, I mean, that's true of all crops, for the record, in the game. If you do not harvest it on the, you know, you do have to, like, harvest it before the end of its season, or it does wither and you get literally nothing from it. Now you have to replant, but yeah, so this is definitely a game you do not want to leave running while you're not attending it for long periods. Like, it's fine, like, if you go cultivate with this little cultivator, it's gonna take 20 minutes, and you step away for, you know, 10, 15 minutes. That's fine. But it's definitely not a game you want to just run overnight, unless you're doing some shenanigans like the solar panels and putting on super fast speed for memes and videos. But if you're doing any actual farming, you will just straight up destroy all your crops. Alright, I'm almost done with my food. I'll be back in a minute. Okay. So food is done, so no more interruptions with that. So the government subsidy tax is the same style government subsidy mod is the same style mod as in Farm Sim 22. And yes, I am under the impression that I don't know if it's overnight or the change of season. So like if you have like 3 days per month versus 1 day per month, I don't know exactly what base is on. But that you do get, like, a little bit of, like, a trickle income given to you as you go. You found a RimWorld mod that keeps track of your war crimes? Gotcha. So I think what this is doing with the AI is, interestingly enough, it is perfectly lining up where it's leaving the extra groove from the plow and lining that up with the wheels to line up the next one. But it looks like it's doing all the middle part before doing any of the head rows, which is fine. What I am going to do, though, is so I actually make money on this, is I'm going to take over now. Oh, I'm on the wrong thing. There we go. So now that you've seen how the AI was doing it properly, there's gonna be no more of that. Get that out of your thoughts. We're gonna go ahead and just do this, and it is gonna be a mess, and it's gonna be great. We're gonna be leaving a bunch of big grooves in the middle of this. We're not gonna have nice organized head row stuff. None of that garbage. So I got to rotate around to make sure we properly line everything up? Nope. No, we are not. We're leaving that giant groove in the middle of the field because it's not ours, and it lets me be slightly lazier. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. If they wanted this done right, they should have actually hired someone and not just contracted it out. Just saying. Have someone who has a long-term investment in the field, not someone that they're just going to chuck it over to for a week and then not worry about in the future. Just saying. Someone who gets basic benefits. Hey, Bogan, how's it going? We're gonna do it so messy the mud will get dirty? Exactly. Let's see, does the auto GPS stop at the end of the field? It does not. I am manually fixing that. The idea behind the GPS, it is just like line assist kind of thing, not autopilot. So it keeps me basically in line of where I want to be, but it doesn't do any of the forward back. So yeah, so we take my hands off, it's going to go right off the end of the field here, and it would just keep going into the sunset, but you know, that is what it is. So then this is me driving to turn it around. We turn cruise control back on. And then once you see that line turn green and it makes the blunk, that's me turning it back on where it's back on autopilot. Well, steering assist. So, it is those things I mentioned earlier, that the steering assist is kind of the halfway point between the AI driver and not using any type of assistance whatsoever. That the AI driver will do everything from turning around, starting, stopping, all that stuff. The AI, or the steering assist, just basically keeps you on track left to right. So you can kind of have as a halfway if you like, well, I don't want to fully give up control, but at the same time, I don't want to have to sit here and like tweak every couple seconds just to like keep my tractor going straight or following the edge of the field, and I don't want my field to look all sorts of messy because I'm fighting with my tractor just to get my line straight. I remember Farm Sim 22, before I used Courseplay or anything, being able to get my perfectly straight lines making new fields using the GPS thing and the coordinate system on the bottom. Couldn't you do every other row this way and every other rest and not have ditches? Yes. I'm not going to, but the answer is yes. I could make this better. But they're not paying me enough to care. So I don't. Besides, they're my competition. I'm only working for them because I need that little bit of money. So the more I can sabotage their fields, the better things will be for me. That's not a mechanic in the game, by the way. Not even in the slightest. There's no, like, if the other people are selling stuff, your prices go down or anything like that. The market in this game does have a range that stuff goes into, but it's based almost exclusively on season. And then there's a little bit of RNG that kind of rolls the dice that says, okay, well, this crop is worth a little bit more this year. But it's not based on last year this got produced more. Not unless it gets really obscure to the point you just don't see it. But it's not that kind of a thing. The economy in this game is fairly simplistic. That's actually one of the things I would love to see. I mentioned this like the last couple streams. I would love to see there be like kind of a global market economy kind of mod or setting or whatever in the game. Like make it optional. You know, opt in or, you know, opt out. I don't really care. It doesn't matter one or the other. But basically the idea would be you'd have a crop and it'd have a value range it can have. So let's say it's soy, and let's say it's 1,000 to 2,000 per liter or whatever, or per 1,000 liter, whatever the units are, that it can be. And if you have the option turned on, that you're participating in the global market, if people are disproportionately selling high amounts of soy versus other crops, then the soy would gradually move towards that lower value. So it still would be only allowed to go so low, and it would still be, perfectly reasonable and profitable. But then, the high value, you wouldn't be there. And that way it would kind of persist people wanting to diversify their crops around or to, do off-meta things and yada, yada, yada. I could also go, if it's not like a global thing against other players, that it is one in your own area, and have like the dynamic market here that you and the other farmers on that map, it would be depending on what there's being sold. So if you went to the map and there was like one tiny little rice paddy and then everything else here was being sold at bulk, the rice would become more lucrative so that you could choose to go into the rice. And maybe even have it where the other farmers will respond to market changes. So when it comes time to plant, that if whatever they were planting previously has started to get way too expensive, that then they would turn around and plant something else the next season. None of that are mechanics in the game, by the way, but I would love to see it to have a little bit of dynamicness to it. That way, it wouldn't be in your best interest to be like, hey, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to just do cotton. And so you cover your entire farm with cotton. And it's extremely lucrative. I have actually no idea how good cotton is. I want to say if you use the production stuff, it gets pretty good. But we'll just use soy, because soy has always been one of like the best. There's no procedures you do with that. But as a straight up cash crop, it does well. So do something like soy and just have it where it's like, okay, just work on the soy and all that, get that knocked out. They're just crops though? Gotcha. So workers are resources. But yeah, so just those things that like if you monoculture, eventually the monoculture, you still turn a profit, it just, the amount of profit per field goes down. So there would eventually be a point that the algebra starts working out where it's like, okay, I could just build another field and use my same equipment, but we're at the point now with this field that really it's in my best interest to diversify my production. It would also make the metas more interesting as well, regardless of whether it's global or local. That instead of the meta simply be, okay, grow, and again, I don't know what the actual crop is because I haven't checked the economy stuff in this one. But let's say like the meta was to grow rice and then use that rice for oil. I don't know if that's the meta, but let's just say it is. And so your farm just becomes more and more and more rice paddies and more and more oil mills. And that's just all you do. That's going to quickly get boring after a while. And if you're trying to do any type of meaningful thing like a challenge or a competition or anything like that, it means you're basically boxed into only ever doing the rice. Versus if it's dynamic, especially if it's global, then there's a lot more if it's dynamic, even if it's not global, it would be like, okay, you still start with rice because that's the meta or whatever. And again, that's not saying it is, but in this scenario, let's say that is the meta. You would start out with like 2 or 3 rice paddies, but then you'd have to figure out what the next thing is, and the next thing is, and the next thing is. And if it goes based on sell points and all that on the map, then you can't just have I have the strategy and I do this for every map. You'd have to have a different strategy for different maps. But that'd be like speed running, optimization kind of stuff. If people are into that. Which I'm not. For me, it would just be nice that you don't go to plant something and be like, okay, I want to plant this to do something different, but also I know for a fact that this other crop is just better. And there's kind of a feels bad man about that when you're trying to like fight for every dollar when you're doing challenges. And going, right, but I know what I'm doing right now is going to delay my progress by just not being as lucrative. This chair I feel like I just slide down in nowadays. The butt of this chair is long gone. It served me relatively well. It's not a particularly old chair, but it's not super new. But also, it really needs to be replaced. Alright. Which, whatever chair I get next, unless it's like a sponsor or something, it probably will not be a gaming chair. Because the first one I got, I was very unhappy about. This one I've been relatively content with. But I genuinely think I'm just probably, like, the more and more I've talked to people, looked into it, it just seems like the right answer is to just get, like, a really nice office chair. Hey, Triplet, how's it going? Yeah, exactly. Just get yourself, like, a proper, nice office chair, and you'll just be happier. Because, like, you get the aesthetics about these chairs look good. The racer style seat and yada yada yada. But honestly, for sitting here for long hours and all that, it's not a great design for it. Like the Herman Miller Embody is what you use in your home office? Yeah, no, I've heard really good things about Herman Miller. I also know that Herman Miller is a bit on the pricey side. It's going to be one of these things I'm going to probably wait. This chair is just about ready to disintegrate, though. Hey, Layla, it's good to see you again. Getting your 3-stream streak. Catch the last 3 streams without missing a single one, so thank you. I do appreciate it. But yeah. They'll probably hold out and then replace it when I have to. Again, not counting sponsorship stuff, because I know there's good chairs out there, even in the gaming chair style. But a lot of gaming anything, you're paying for a style, not actually the quality. A lot of gamer stuff is actually just overpriced junk. You can get like the exact same thing, the not gamer version. It's literally the same except for some like coloring and everything. And you fork over way less money. Alright. So I've almost got this side sorted out. The cultivator's still cultivating. So we got the 2 field... Well, actually, I'm sorry. I've got 1 field left to cultivate, which is actually being cultivated by the AI. I'm working on plowing this field. And plowing is a generally slow task, so this actually isn't one of the more lucrative contracts. That's 3.7? Yeah, Herman Miller is pricey stuff. And from everything I've heard, Herman Miller chairs are extremely good quality. I've known a number of people who, like, specialize in ergonomics and all that. But yeah. You have no regrets of the chair. You'll not purchase Herman Miller again. Great warranty, absolutely stubborn customer service that won't send you replacement parts. I see. Yeah, like I know they're high price, which is one reason I don't have one. It's not my budget right now. That's for sure. Like even the cheapest, even like just a regular cheap gaming chair or whatever is not in my budget right now. Which is why I haven't replaced this one. They'll send a technician, but you're a hermit. Leave me alone and send me a bracket. I wonder with that, like, sending a technician and all that, you know, how just out in the middle of nowhere you have to be before they're like, no, really, we'll just send you the part. Don't mind doing a terrible job here. Like, if you're, you know, you're using a Herman Miller, and you're like in the Antarctic research station or whatever, it'll be like, fine, we'll send you the bracket. Or would they literally fly out a technician? $1,600 is what you paid, but you also could all day. Well, right. I definitely sit all day either. And it's one of those things that, from what I've heard from the people who've gotten Herman Millers, it's usually they get their chair, and that's just it. Like, they don't need another one. So it's kind of a one-time thing versus spending like $200-300 in a gaming chair. It lasts for 2-3 years, and then like the press board butt of it and all that just disintegrates around them. And all of the faux leather gets a bunch of holes in it and all that. It just starts like cracking up and all that. Because that's been my experience with all that. And I've been happy with the other office style chairs I've had, but I didn't have anything that nice. I don't know if I'll be buying something like that, because again, that's not really in my budget. Like, I do use a chair enough to justify, like, yeah, maybe that's an expense, but also it doesn't matter if it's an expense I could justify from that practicality. If I look at the bank account and go, that's gonna put things in a place I don't want it to be. Does he have one of those mesh DX racers other than the mesh, which is great in the summer? You also really like the fact that it's quite wide, since you don't get to... You still don't tend to sit cross-legged. Yeah, so I actually have a DX racer, which is the first one I got. And I wound up hating that chair so much. It's in the other room in near new condition. And we ordered another one. That was back while I was a software dev and making much better money. But it's definitely one of those ones I'm like, this thing sucks. And if you're having a good time with it, don't let me ruin it for you. Because, you know, everyone's going to have their mileage vary. But for me, I'm like, holy crap, am I just sitting on concrete? What is this? And then, like, and part of it is I'm a very tall person. It's almost like having these giant ruts in here is inconvenient for driving on. Their first chair is also DX Racer. That one was narrow and synthetic leather just started deteriorating. Yeah, no, I didn't get to the point of it deteriorating because it was just one of those ones of like, this is such an uncomfortable chair that it never got the opportunity to deteriorate. I was just like, no, I cannot. Like, you know, I have to sit at a computer for 8+ hours a day. I cannot sit here and be uncomfortable the entire day. That is... It's bad. You're like, you know what? Can I just like take a dining room chair? I feel like that would be slightly less miserable than this. So like I said, I was pretty upset with that. And then this one's a Muso. And I got it. It's like the big and tall chair. So it's wider than I need it. Like on its narrowest settings, it's pretty wide. But height-wise, like, it's really comfortable for me. Versus a lot of the other chairs, like, the pad here would, like, hit the back of, like, the lower part of the back of my head. And it was just like, this is very uncomfortable. And I'm not even that super-duper tall. Like, I'm just over 6 feet, which is, you know, it's tall. But it's not like when you hit someone, like, you know, 6'11" or something, where you're like, okay, I understand stuff not fitting. You know, you're kind of in there in an outlier height. So, you know, it's harder to justify producing products the fewer customers you have and yada yada, which still sucks. But when you're talking like lower 6 feet, you're like, come on, man, that's a pretty significant measurable amount of the population. But yeah, no, I probably wouldn't give DX rates or another shot. Now again, it's different if they sat there and said, hey, you know what? You know, if like DX were reach out and said, you know what? We'd like to sponsor you. Let us send you a chair. Let us send you a chair and let us know what you think. And if you're happy with it, we can move forward. Because that's actually how a lot of those types of sponsorships work. Is a lot of those types of sponsorships, if they're a reputable company or whatever, is they'll even be like, hey, we think you'll like this. We'll send this out. If you like it, we move forward. If not, no problem. That's true whether it's like a proper sponsor or if it's a affiliate thing. A lot of, like, when you know you're getting to something shady when it's like they want you to, you know, be pushing their product or whatever, and they're like, oh yeah, but you gotta buy it. Like, we're not gonna give it to you. You have to buy your copy of it. We'll give you a discount code. Don't worry. We'll give you a discount code. It'll be 10% off. Uh-huh. I understand. Because, like, you know, they got, like, the energy drinks and the fruit bars and the HelloFresh and all those. And the good ones, which HelloFresh and Factor 75, when I've had them in the past, which not sponsored right now, when I've done those in the past, they'll be like, hey, let us set you up. You'll get your handful of meals or whatever, and let us know what you think. And we can move forward with this, depending on the sponsors. Some of them, they actually have you order on stream, so technically you're sponsoring it before you know how it is. But, you know, they stand by their product enough that it's not a problem. But then I've also had the ones that are like, oh yeah, we'd love you to show this product off your stream. I'm like, all right, well, cool. Well, I don't know your product, so how can I get my hands on it to, like, you know, before I agree to anything, how can I get my hands on it to make sure it's something I want my name associated with? And they're like, oh, well, we can give you a discount code for 10% off. It's like, no. Sorry, man. The answer's no. Unless I already know I want your stuff. The answer's no. Because then if I order the stuff and I go, man, this sucks, they still get however much money out of you that they got because they basically suckered you into being a customer. Only to go, wait a second, your product sucks and I don't want to cover it. Or again, just the same, where they won't let you get their product. And then, you know, you start promoting it thinking you're promoting something on the up and up, only to find it's really junk. That's happened to a few people I've known. And to be fair, I did take on different sponsors early on. You start learning the games they play. But I've been at this for like 3 years now, and after a while you can smell out the scams pretty easily. Anything that adds like an extra layer into the process to figure it out is usually an immediate red flag, or anything that you have to put down something up front is immediate red flag. You're like, uh-huh, no. Or any that don't pay you in cash. When I mean cash, like it's to your bank or whatever. The number of times I've gotten stuff is like, we'll give you crypto. Uh-huh, no. Or for that matter, anyone who doesn't want to like talk in any detail about their product. If I have to ask you like 8 or 9 questions before I get an answer, that's a real big red flag. So like a lot of stuff, if I'm a little cagey about it, I'll be like, hey, you know, does this have NFTs or crypto or any of that? Because I don't want to support that. And you'll have this like, oh, well, we approach our game development ethically. Uh-huh. Do you have any NFTs or crypto or any of that? Well, we make sure the way we approach our stuff is that, you know, is sustainable, and it's, you know, it's what it's like, look, man, it's a very simple question. It's a yes-no question. Do you have it? If you have it, the answer is no. But if you do have it and you tell me otherwise, we're gonna have a problem. Like, we're not moving forward until you give me a solid yes or no answer. And if you give me a yes answer and I got my paper trail, or sorry, if you give me a no answer and we got my paper trail, that could be big problems for you. Because that could start leading into stuff like fraud and all that. So just clearly if you are doing this, I've already caught up. Stop dragging it out. When they start dodging questions like politicians, oh yeah, no, if the thing doesn't want to talk, and like one of the other ones is like, oh, is this a sponsorship or is this an affiliate program? Like, do I get, like, regardless of performance, do I get paid? That's the thing. It's like, if I do my part of the deal, do I get paid? Oh, well, based on conversions, that's not what I asked. Do I get paid? Like, is there a, you are guaranteeing me compensation for advertising your product? Because the number of them who know they're going to get, like, no affiliate link click-throughs, that maybe someone sees a product and does buy it so it's worth marketing, but probably later or whatever, they'll not do the thing or whatever. The number of all those that you run into as a content creator where they're like, it's a sponsorship. And you're like, no, it's not. I only get paid based on how many of these things I sell. That's not a sponsorship. That's an affiliate program. And not all affiliate programs are bad. But, like, there's a real big difference between the two. One, I'm assuming a certain level of risk. The other one, there's a risk of pissing off your viewers. But there's not really a risk of, not really a risk of, like, doing a lot of work and then not getting paid on the other side of it. And most of the stuff that reach out to you end up being affiliate. Which, again, can be fine. And then some will do something that's a little A, a little B. Like when I've done HelloFresh and Factor 75 in the past, they usually are a sponsorship that also has an affiliate component on top of that. So it's a little of both. And HelloFresh sometimes just does straight up sponsorships too. Okay, so the only place I got left in this field is should be the other end. I'll have the spot because they weren't doing the outer edge. Because I had the AI start this while I was quickly finishing some food, and now we're just cleaning up. Yeah, so it's this spot right over here. And honestly, all those things I said about where people don't want to talk details, regardless of what that is, in any business thing of any kind, if someone is trying to walk around answering something, you should just assume that they don't want you to know the answer because they know you're not going to like it. It doesn't matter if you're a customer buying something. It doesn't matter if you're trying to, like, set up a contract. It doesn't matter if, it's something for employing. If you go and say, hey, what is your salary range? And you go, or what is the expected salary range? You're like, well, this is something we really want to sit down and talk about. Or, well, we want to wait and see, like, your credentials and all that, or how you interview. It's like, no, this is the expected salary range. I'm not asking you to tell me you're going to be paying this exact amount. I'm saying, for the role at your company, what is the minimum and the maximum that it pays? Because I'm not going to deal with sunk cost fallacy here, where you get me to put 20, 30, 40, 50 hours into this interview process and all that, only to realize you're a bit lowballing on me, but, like, I've already invested all these hours, maybe I go through anyways, and yada yada. I don't want my time wasted. I don't want to waste your time. And I do appreciate that there are places that are making laws that say, hey, when you put up your job listing, you have to list the salary range. You notice a lot how vague manuals are these days? Like instruction manuals? I mean, I've definitely seen poorly made instruction manuals that are big. I would say that's a different thing, though. Okay, so that one we want to turn in. That's the plow. You're still working the cultivating. Such a shame I had to take over this job. Definitely the AI worker just took too long. Man. Really broke my back working on this one. Really, I should be taking the entire credit for this field. I know someone else worked on it, but definitely feels like I did the bulk of this. And also, why is this coming up short 1%? Okay. It looks like you just didn't do that side, apparently. Just that whole area there. I feel morally justified in taking credit for this. He skipped all that. And I'm sure he's like, no, but I was gonna get back and do that as the last thing. Nah, man. Sorry. What you're gonna do doesn't matter. There. Nice, hard day's work, and now for some sweet quiche. Alright, so that puts us up to 62,000. Do we have any other good contracts worth doing? Ooh. Well, yeah, if you want to keep giving me cultivation things. They seem to struggle a bit on Field 4. Yeah, I've noticed Field 4 seems to have a couple different issues with it. Yeah, it's such a shame all of these remain... Well, actually, that one's not bad. This is such a troll one here, too. I keep looking at that's coming by and be like, oh, $500. Wait, you're gonna lease this for more than it's worth. Such a troll thing there. Yeah, it's... I wish we had an option to, like, hide a contract or whatever, because, like, I don't want to keep looking at this one, because I know I'm not going to take it, because I don't want to deal with the carrots and all that. So I wish there was a button to be like, hey, just, I never want to see this again. Okay, so we do have another really big cultivating one, so that'll be good. So we'll borrow the tools for that. That's another 16,000. For harvesting... We're not doing the carrots. The soybeans, I'm literally doing that for like $100. That's not worth it. But for this one, which is the sunflowers, will make an okay amount. It's not the worst. Probably the carrots, though. Or not the carrots, the sunflowers. Take it and cancel it? I thought a lot of times you end up with a penalty for that. Like, if I take, for example, a harvest quest, and then I cancel it, I believe it will penalize you for the full value of the crops you did not harvest. The idea being that, in theory, you've destroyed those crops or whatever. These involve schematics ones? Oh yeah, no, I totally agree that a lot of the, Wait, which... So you're definitely not sunflowers here, are you? So we have one for cultivating. Ah, it's 21. That's going to be the one we're doing. Let's double check that. So field 21... Okay, so let's get back down. 21 is all the way over there. Then we'll get the cultivator ready and drop it onto a field. And while it's cultivating, we'll go to the other field. Yeah, so you can accept it immediately. We can test. Let's test. Let's grab this crappy one here. That's only for 500 something bucks. We can accept that. Okay. And I go over here to that one and we can cancel that. Okay. So actually, that one was fine. So I think we'll be okay. So let's... Here's where I'm going to be, like, out all of mine. So accept it. Okay. And cancel it. Okay, so I can. Cool. Let me just go ahead and clear these out real fast. I'm just being very careful with these. That's parsnips. Because I'm tired of looking at them. And my hope is, partially, as we clear these ones out, it does filter in new ones. It'd honestly be nice if you could just filter these and be like, hey, you know what? I just never want to see this. Can you take the contract, harvest it, collect the contract, and sell the harvest yourself? I know they have a prevention for that. I know when you lease the tools, you can't because they take the leased tools back at that point. You can accept that one. There's the carrots again. But I get what you're saying. I don't think it lets you. Oh, I think what happens is when you cancel it, whatever crops you've pulled up, you get penalized. That's what it was. Because we ran into the problem where I took the one and I ended up getting knocked for 20,000 because I had harvested a whole bunch of it, but it didn't count it. And I got really, really slapped for it. We're going to go ahead. We'll leave the stone picking. Well, actually. Ooh, I don't know if that'll penalize or not. That's fine. We cleared out a bunch of these, so I know to not keep looking. I want to go ahead and get this one out here. Like, the ones that are basically not going to pay me. Yeah, because then we got this one I could see potentially doing. It's not great money, but I can see working on that one. Yeah, so I think what happened is if we pull up the crop, it dings us for the value of the crop that we pulled up if we cancel the contract. So if I had my own harvester, I would cancel it and then I would sell it, and maybe I come out ahead, maybe I come out behind. I don't know how the algebra works out there. But with the leased vehicle, if I pull up the crop, you're just out that full amount of money. Because I got hit with that, and I think the first day we streamed this, that I got one of the contracts bugged. I had pulled up a ton of the crops, and then when I failed it, it just took me down for like the whole like 21,000 the crop was worth or whatever. So I got a contract that we finished and I lost 21,000 on it. So it's a pretty bad hit from that. I'm just gonna cut across everything. But a lot of these are good, because if you haven't noticed what's happening here, is as I harvest a field, it then comes back up available again to do a contract on for like cultivate it. And then sometimes those will come back again for like stone picker it. And then sometimes those will come back again for the next process. So there's all that. I haven't particularly noticed. So this is one of the things that made me curious, is on this map I have not seen any mowing missions. But after stream yesterday, Ultrasaurus was hosting her farm sim server, and so I hopped on there to help out for just a little bit after the stream. And I did notice that she did have mowing contracts. So very clearly mowing contracts in the game, because there's no mods for either of us to be running anyways. And so maybe this map just doesn't have mowing ones, or they're pretty rare. Because she was playing on the Riverbend map, which is the Wetlands USA kind of map. Hey, where do you think you're going? You gotta wait behind me. If I gotta go 20, you gotta go 20. We all suffer together. You know how they say all ships rise together? Well, there's the opposite to that. All ships sink together, too. That's right. You know what's up. I like that he's signaling the whole time. He's just like, I'm gonna pass you. Uh-huh. So how do you resolve this where you were trying to pass... Okay, you already switched lanes. I was gonna check, because the other car tried to pass me, and was in the other lane, and is wondering you're just sitting there. You'd say grass fields here on your playthrough? That's what I'm thinking. I think just the crops that are here to begin with, there's no grass, and so you just don't get grass ones on this map based on what's here. I also noticed I have not been getting quests to harvest the rice, which has been a curiosity. Because there definitely is a set of 3 rice paddies here. And it could just be just the RNG I haven't had them offered. Okay. So I'll deal with that in a second. But we had another harvesting mission that was like, you know what, I'll probably do that. It's right next to us, and it should pay us about 2,000 bucks after the lease. For a moment there, I thought I grabbed like the wrong mission. I'd be like, what did I grab? It's not really what I had in mind. I wanted this one. Okay. So get you into position here. And then we'll get the other one into position on the other field, and then we can start working on cultivating. That'll be good enough that I know which one's which. Actually, before we do that, I can hand the AI this for a minute. Like, this will be the one I will work on myself as we get there. But as I'm running around doing stuff, this will be a good one to just pass off. There we go, we pushed it back up. Okay, so now I need to drive over there in the corner. And like I said, we'll circle back and we'll deal with this. We'll have to bounce around a little bit more, but this should be some pretty good money. We're looking at another 20, 30,000, probably 20, 25,000. By the time all this is said and done, not counting what the workers take back out of it, which will be a couple thousand. But that should get us pretty close to getting that new tile of land that's got the forest on it that we want to cut down for the long planks we need for the temple. And all that. Which will probably be a good thing if we can get all this going. Sooner or later, I'm not going to... Well, actually, for the winter months, I'll go through those relatively quick because there's not much to do, and I'm not going to spend them just hauling logs the whole time. It is one thing that also makes me curious. So for the wood hauling missions, you know, most of the time stuff like the tractors and the different equipment, you cannot use it outside the contracted tiles. I have not observed that behavior from the trucks that can pick up wood, which does make me wonder if I can take advantage of that and get one of the, get the actual truck that's okay from one of those wood hauling missions and turn around and use that for my own purposes. So like accept the contract, start cutting down the trees, use that to fill up my sawmill, and then go and do the contract once I've loaded up my sawmill full. Because usually those are also quests or contracts that you get that'll be like, oh, this contract expires in 75 hours or something like that. Where it ends up being like a number of in-game days later. Okay. I'm curious if the green bean field with the harvester will even need to be empty. It probably will. But that's a pretty small field, which is why I'm not getting paid that much for it. That volumetric fog is sweet. Okay. And I have heard of some people having performance issues when they're in the driver's seat, like in here, not third person. But hey, you wouldn't happen to tell me how to fill up a spreader with lime? Sure. So first, obviously, you have to have the spreader. I assume you already have that, but just in case. So yeah, so if we were to go and I need a spreader with lime, I can't demo it because I don't have the money. But we would get our spreader as soon as I find out where it was on here. Where are you at? It's under the ones that improve yield. Yeah, so for a spreader with lime, so these are the only two that'll accept lime. Or I'm sorry, I'm lying. It's only that one. Yeah, so if you look down here, it's got the little lime icon. So if you have the Brettle, you'll be able to fill that. So these two don't, or these three don't take lime. They only take fertilizer. That's what that icon means down there. But yeah, once you get that, all you have to do is buy the lime, which is down here under consumables. You just buy the lime, it'll appear at the station, you pull the trailer up, you hit the button that's like marked top off. You bought the 25,000 one? Yeah, I could have... Oh, you know what? I think it was a mod that made it so that one would accept stuff, would accept the other ones in the previous version. Oh, $25,000 one? Yeah, never mind. That one never accepted lime. There's probably a mod for that too. Yeah, no, that one, the bigger one here will accept lime. You can technically grow crops without lime. You'll just get a lower yield. But yeah, for the record, I actually like this one for if I'm going to use solid fertilizer spreading. That is my favorite one. Just because not having to drag a trailer is easy. But yeah, for the lime, you'll need that. Okay, so you're doing your thing. All right. No problem, and thank you for the follow. Yeah, if you ever have any questions, that's for anyone new, because I just brought that up before we get caught in our next ad break. If you're ever not sure what something can do, you can go and look at. I'm trying to find like the planters, so you can look, and I'll always have the icons down here. So like this will show what plants will grow there. Then if actually one of the things I could show is like, never mind, it's not a good example. So you can go to our seeders. And so you notice this one does seeds, and it has these seeds. You go. If we go farther down, you notice that one also has the fertilizer icon, so this can do seeding and fertilizing. And that's true of a lot of stuff. It can be very useful for when you're dealing with like the headers on these. You'll see that all of these do the sunflowers and the corn. Whereas you'll have some headers will be like, that one only does the sunflowers. This one, I don't actually know what plant that is off the top of my head. That's for picking up stuff off the ground. So it is good to check that, because sometimes you get caught by surprise, like the foraging wagons here. These ones only do those ones, but then when I hop over here, suddenly it can take like the sugar cane that's knocked on the ground, I believe that is, and some of the other stuff. Or for the, where is it at? There's one of these that always throws me off that I always have to double check. Nah, I'm not thinking. I've lost. Oh, it's the water tanks. That's right, it's the water tanks. You have the smaller two ones that only accept water, but the bigger ones accept milk and all that as well, and herbicide and all that. And so it is those things that can get you in trouble, that you'll grab something in a hurry and you'll be like, okay, that's what I need. And then you turn and go, oh, wait, it's the right tool, but it's not. It doesn't it doesn't do what I need. And I've certainly been bitten with that more than once. But that is a thing that gets you in trouble as a new player. Or a player who doesn't pay attention. I'm definitely not hundreds and hundreds of hours into this game, and certainly a new player, not someone who doesn't pay attention. The hint being, even after hundreds of hours, every once in a while, I'll be like in too much of a hurry and I'll grab the wrong thing and go, oh crap, I bought the wrong one. Which the good news is if you sell it back right away, you do take a hit, but it's not as bad. If you keep it and use it and then decide to sell it back, you'll get a far lower amount of money back when you return it. So it is those things that if you make a mistake and you buy something that you don't expect to use, just sell it away, like back thing. Let's see, if your friend drove into a water canal, how do you get the vehicle out? So what you can do is any vehicle on the map, you can click on it. Once I'm on something else there, you can click on it and you can choose reset. The only thing to worry about when you reset it, if it has stuff in it, it will most likely be gone. So if you have a trailer full of corn and you drop it into the water and you reset it, the corn will be gone. The fertilizer will likely be gone. So you can try to fight to get it out, which if it's in the water, there's a good chance. Like, it depends on where it's in the water. If it happens to be close enough to the shore, you might be able to recover it. If it's just like straight in the deep water or something like that, it's probably gone. You probably lost that fertilizer, which is unfortunate because fertilizer is expensive. It's buried? Yeah. That's a lesson hasn't been learned this day, hopefully. It's okay. Sooner or later, all of us have done it where we've wedged something into an impossible to recover place. Like, just, you're trying to like off-road over a mountain and you just like wedged it in between some rocks and there's just no getting it back. Or you put it in the lake or whatever. You know, you do something to get it stuck. And you're just like, well, goodbye a small amount of money or a medium amount of money. In the big wide world things, even if it was like an absolutely maxed out trailer of fertilizer, and that's, you know, probably a good like 20,000 or so, money is not that bad to get. Like, we're playing at our absolutely most difficult economy settings, and I'm doing, you know, contracts for 10, 15, 16,000, so yeah, it'll set you back 20, 30 minutes or whatever. You know, whatever that actually it works out to be is probably longer, but it's not bad. But then if you're on easier economy settings, then, you know, it's even less time. Both because I want to say the prices are lower on the easier economy settings, and you get paid more from your contracts, as well as your selling your goods and all that on easier economy settings. The economy settings are almost entirely across the board. Like, your gas costs more, it goes through faster, your maintenance costs more, you need more maintenance faster, you have your goods sell for less, your costs for like fertilizer and seeds and all that are higher. And you can actually go in and customize. I want to say you can do that even mid-game. I'm not going to, but if we go into our game settings, if I've been sitting here this whole time, like, you know what, I'm getting frustrated. Where is that at? It might be that I have to be not actively in the save file, I'm willing to bet. Yeah, I'm willing to bet what I have to do is I have to probably go outside the save file and you can change your settings. But, you don't need a mod that you can actually go through and be like, hey, you know what? Cut these prices down. Like, I'm not having fun anymore. I just want to heckin' farm. So you can adjust it as you want. Which, to that note, just because I've seen multiple people who are new to the game run into the same problem, by default, an in-game season, an in-game month is 1 day long. You can change it. There are pros and cons with doing that. Generally speaking, I stick to 1 day month until my farm starts to get big enough that I can't get everything done in 1 day by myself. And that's counting using AI or whatever. Or if I can, it's one of those things that I'm like really rushing. Because there's a couple things you can do to make it so you can do more or less per day. At any time in your game, you can use shortcut keys. And you'll notice like up above me, that's going one like half. And I think it's just numbers. That would be 7 and 8. That you can speed up and slow down time. The default is 5x. But you can make it so it's like real time, or you can make it so an in-game day is 24 real life hours, all depending on what you're trying to achieve. So that's one thing you can do. But you can also make a month last more than 1 day. So if you do start getting to the point that you've got, 10, 12 large fields, you got this giant sprawling farm you built and all that, and you're just enjoying working it, and you don't want to just pass it off to a bunch of AI, you can work every one of those fields, every one of those processes yourself. But you're going to slow down time or maybe add a couple extra days or whatever. Okay, so worker... So you're at 80% here. But yeah, because I've seen multiple people that... The two things I saw happen was I saw someone take a contract and they're like, okay, well, I'll just take care of this tomorrow. And, then the contract ran out, which, fair enough, it's the very first time, lesson learned, and all that. And then there was another one who had crops to harvest, and they thought they had more time than they did. They didn't realize it's a 1 day month. So they're like, okay, I got this field, it's got stuff to harvest, I'm out of time for today, I'll do it in-game tomorrow. And then, in-game tomorrow's the whole next month, so it withered. And just, it like literally was their first month in the game. And so, needless to say, that crop got lost. And I understand it's those things that you look at, like, this is a content creator issue. It's those things you look at those settings, and you'd be like, yeah, well, clearly 1 month this week, 1 day. But, when you're racing through and you're juggling a whole bunch of other distractions, then you turn around and you go, wait, it's 1 day? Because it's one of the only games that does that. Okay. You're not even remotely close to full. Okay. But yeah, so that's the whole point, is it is 1 day per month. I don't know what the max is. I know it goes as high as 5. And it might go higher than that. They get like 5 days per month. I don't actually know what the max is, because I think I've only ever turned it up as high as 3 myself. And that was I was getting a pretty big farm. And that was with me using AI, because it was just like one of those things that I had like a pretty thing. 28? Oh man, you can go all the way to 28 days a month? I don't even want to think about that. I feel like you just fast forward half of those days. And you've used it. How big was the farm? Like, don't get me wrong, I guess I could see you getting there, because it's definitely around the point you hit like 5, 6, 7 decent sized fields that 1 day starts to just not be enough. And that's not counting like harvesting into the middle of the night. Man, I would be worried the game would start having problems running with how much you'd have to do. I mean, and I say this as impressed, not as in like, how could anyone play the game that long? Being impressed at just how, like, the scale you can get there. That's a heckin' big one. Was that, if you don't mind me asking, was that like a No Man's Land-esque map, or was that just a regular map? I'm just curious. Because I could definitely see where you can get there with a No Man's Land kind of thing where you're making out all of it, or if you have a regular map that there's just enough open space for you to convert. It was No Man's Land kind of thing. Just wanted to cut down the trees. Ah, okay. So you weren't trying to do it so you could actually manage the different things in the farm. You just, you didn't want to have to do all that other stuff. Yeah, so you could have easily left it the other way around and still cut down trees, and it would have been fine as well. You just chose to go that way, which is neither here nor there. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because I was thinking, like, oh my god, how big was your farm that you had? You needed 28 days to do all the processes. I honestly don't think I would have had the patience to get to a farm that I would need to max out that setting just to get it all done in the course of an in-game day. Or an in-game month or whatever. 28 in-game days to process all my fields. You need a really big map with a lot of complicated things going on. And I believe you can change that while you're playing. Yeah, so you can go right here and you can sit there and say, like, I want a month to be 2 days. No, never mind, 1 day. You can change the weather, change the snow, change the seasons. If you turn off seasons, the big thing that turning off seasons mean is, like, in the game, if you look here, it says, I plant this month, I harvest this month. That goes away. And you can plant whenever the heck you want, and you just have to harvest it after a certain amount of time of it growing. I also believe if you turn off seasons, I think it will no longer wither. I'm not going to swear to that, but I'm like 95, 98% sure with seasons off it doesn't wither. Hey, Glow, how's it going? So that's one of those things you can do for like a more relaxed playthrough that you can just take your time and just do whatever. But it's just trying to remember, and I'm not changing stuff. It's got to be out there. I know you can change your more than just hard, medium, and easy. Oh, you know what? I bet you do have to be outside the save and like convert it or whatever. But yeah, because you'd also, like, if you decide you don't like the economy settings you're at, you're like, oh man, I turned these economy settings up. They're like super brutal. Or more realistically, I turned it up so I have to do maintenance like on its worst setting. That can get utterly obnoxious because you just watch that maintenance bar go down as you're working when it's on its like absolute worst setting. That like even the hard difficulty doesn't do that to you because it's just not fun. And I don't know about 25. This is in reference to 22. But yeah, so that's one of those ones that like after you start your save and you put up with that for a couple of games, you're like, you know what? I don't like. It's not really that big a deal from the money side of it. Yeah, it's costing me an extra couple thousand a year or whatever, which is not nothing. But also, this is infuriating. You can adjust it. I mean, worst case, there's mods out there to change stuff in your save files, or even worse, if that's not your bag. All of the, if I remember correctly, all of the save files for Farm Sim are just XML files, which you don't need to know what that means. It means it's a text file. It's just a specific kind of text file. So if you're ever like, you know what? Like, what was it we ran into? Oh, no, we had a playthrough, and I can't remember exactly what happened. I want to say what had happened. If I'm remembering correctly, it was a Survivor Man challenge, and I had been playing, and we went to put down a building, and the game stuttered for a moment, like it was doing an autosave, like as we went to put down the building or something. And so instead of putting the building where I wanted it, it put it like way off to the side where like the door was going right into a hill or something, so it could be absolute hell to interact with. And so I exited out the game really quickly to try to avoid it, but with the way the save timed, it did count it as placed down. And it was one of those buildings that was like $500,000 or something like that, that deleting the building, you know, you still lost a huge amount of money in a very difficult setting. And I want to say, no, that wasn't it. We bought a really expensive tool that was heavily implied to work with what I had, and then it didn't. But it was like right at like the big step in the challenge of like it was buying something again, it was like $500,000. And so the instant sellback, because it was a tool, was, you know, basically almost a year's plus worth of the income on the farm. And so it was going to basically add a whole extra year in the playthrough just to recover from it. And so I remember we ended up exiting out, it had saved, and we had a vote, and we just mulliganed it where we just opened up the text file and put the money back as if I didn't buy it. Let's see, are you getting those lines? Or is that just the AI worker? So in Farming Simulator 25, we've got steering assist. So if you hold down the button you use to turn on the AI worker, you'll show up with this, and that lets you configure to have like more head rows, and do you want them to start on the headland or, you know, whatever. So you can do a bunch of stuff like that. But there's a second tab here called Steering Assist, which basically lets you get those lines And so think of it as kind of like a halfway point between the AI doing it and you driving it yourself. So it doesn't fully autopilot and everything like the AI does. It's more like lane assist, where you line up with one of those little white lines. I'm not actually hooked up to it. But I line up with one of those white lines, and then I hit the button you would have for the AI to take over. And instead you're turning on your steering assist. And so it will keep me on that line, but it won't turn me around. It won't do anything like that. So if you just watch, no hands, it's just going to keep on driving right off the side of the field, and it's going to keep going into the sunset. So you get the idea. Meanwhile, I can just quickly turn around here as I go destroy the neighbor's field, which I feel no sympathy for. Now you'll notice as I pull up here, you see the blue lines appear. The blue lines are just telling me where, like how wide the tool will be when I'm on this. And you see how that line turns yellow? That's telling me if I were to turn this on now, that's the line I would lock to. So I hit the button, we're locked in that line. Still doesn't drive me forward. But if I turn on cruise control, it will set me up on that. So let me turn really wide off the side. So you're hooked up to that. I turn on cruise control, and it straightens me out. So it's not full auto drive, but it is like lane assist, whatever, keeps you on the line. It's really nice. It's really, really nice. If for no other reason, then it can help a lot with your spacing, and then those blue lines help a lot with stuff like fertilizer sprayers and all that kind of stuff, where especially like the one that hooks up the Vector tractor that throws the fertilizer out behind you, it can be really hard sometimes to gauge where that begins and ends. But with the blue line, you'd be like, I know exactly where that fertilizer is going to go. So I don't have to do that weird thing where you go over here and you're like, I think I got the spacing right, and then you start and you're like, oh, nope, I'm too far, and you have to back up and reposition and then try again, or, oh no, like I'm overlapping like 30%, this is too close, and then you gotta like back up and like scoot yourself over. It helps you avoid all that. It really is nice. Oh, one of my AI workers finished their task. I do actually wonder if, you know, with all these functionality, Courseplay is certainly still going to be used by people who want like the full-on, like AI worker, but really smart kind of thing. Like it's not available yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if Courseplay doesn't show up. You know, something else does that's effectively the same thing. But it does make me wonder if where right now Courseplay is, you know, it's kind of one of those mods that after you get a farm so big in Farm Simulator 22, it just kind of becomes something you just want. If you're using the workers, which most people will. What's this like? You mean as a game? If you're talking about as a game, this is a work simulation style game, so it is a simulator type game. So think about like the stuff related to this job, doing the fun parts without the unfun parts. So doing the parts of like harvesting and collecting and selling and all that without having to sit down there and, you know, get out your clipboard with your 10 pages of stuff to verify everything. But it's just kind of a nice little game where you go through your various processes. One second, I gotta figure out where the heck I'm supposed to be bringing this. So this is our sunflowers, and those are going to the oil mill. Okay. You know what it is? You played 24. How is 25 nicer? I'm gonna assume you mean 22, but so you've got a whole lot of things that have improved. One, you've got lots of graphical improvements. Keep in mind when you're watching the stream being like, it doesn't look a lot better. You are seeing the version that is being compressed down to 1080p and then has rendering compression on it because streaming things. And I'm also only running it on high because I'm both encoding the game and my stream on the same computer. But it has like volumetric fog, volumetric light, and the water physics have been entirely reworked so it actually looks nice versus like this weird glassy thing. So there's the visibility, like graphics improvements. You also have, I was just explaining that we have steering assist, so if you're familiar with Courseplay, where it has like the different lines and all that to help you like navigate the map and all that, that's just built in now, that's not a mod. So that's definitely a thing there. They have all sorts of like little things. Yeah, so they've also got a bunch of new stuff. So we've got rice as a new crop. So you have the rice patties, which are a crop that you have to flood a field to do, which is something we didn't have in the previous one. We had no concept of like flooding fields and then growing crops in them and all that. And I'll do that stretch here in a minute. Let's see, what else do we got here?
What's the worst that could happen?
They have massively reworked the AI of the farmers. So like the farming AI where it drives around, so instead of just running in circles and getting snagged on a tree, the AI, from what I've experienced, I've only gotten one stuck once so far, which is I basically pulled it up against a tree and then started, which is kind of on me. But it's no longer one of those things that you go, harvest this field, and you step away, and then suddenly it goes, hey, I'm stuck. And you're like, what's going on? And you see this tractor halfway in the woods stuck on a tree for some reason going, what? And all that, so it's way better. Let's see, CP was good at having more vehicles working field at the same time. Like 3 or 4 harvested big fields. Other than that, I'll take this one. Yeah. So I do think you're going to hit a point with, when you're playing this, if you do like the macro scale farms, you will eventually hit a point that you'd still want something like course play. Let's see. And do we have another thing for harvesting? No. I meant to actually check that. That's fine. Alright, so let's get you in position to start in our field getting worked on. But yeah, so they've got a ton of stuff. When you first jump into the game, we don't have all the mods in yet because it just came out. So the mods are trickling in little by little. That's pretty typical for a lot of these games. That the game comes out, and if there's a mod that you really like, you might have to wait a week or two for the mod people to get caught up. Is it 39 we're going for? No. It's 11. So I'm going to drive you over to field 11. And I'm going to cut the AI loose on this one while I get back to the cultivator. It's probably a mistake to do that. I'm going to cut into my pay on it quite a bit, and this one doesn't pay particularly well. That's fine. We'll get what we can. Some of the other things this one has that the other one doesn't. If you played 22, if you're familiar with the map Silver Run, which is the one that has the roller coaster on it that you can rebuild, it was this cool project that they really didn't do that hardly at all in 22. It was a new idea, but they just didn't do much of it. In 22, you could repair the roller coaster as a thing on that map, and then you'd have this like cool roller coaster zipping around. And it was just kind of this thing of like, yeah, I made the community a little bit better. In 25, I believe all of the maps that are currently available for it have a major project you do in that one. So like this map here we're on now is a non-specific East Asian map. So like it's vaguely Japanese, vaguely Chinese, vaguely Indonesian, not really any or all of the above. And so like this one, there is a temple we can build. I actually don't know what you build on Riverbend, which is a like US wetlands kind of map. So think like Mississippi, Louisiana, non-specific, one of those. Okay, so got that handed over. We'll get back to cultivating. So I don't know what the one is on that map, but that one also has one. And then we also have Sri Lanka, which I think that's the same map we have from 22. I don't know, like either the same map or a rehashed version of it. I don't know if that one does have a major project or not. I genuinely don't know the answer to that. I actually expect very few people to play that map early on because the wetland shows off all the changes to the water and all that. Old grain mill turned into a museum. Ah, so that's probably Riverbend. Yeah, no, I remember that. Yeah, I remember reading about that. Yeah, so apparently you build a museum in Riverbend. But so that one shows off a lot of the water stuff way better than this map. And then this map is you know, it's this is the first time we've had maps that are that have anything like Asian representing here. Because almost all the maps, with like one exception, that not counting modded maps, but almost all the maps in the last one were vaguely US, like US or European. You know, and you could be like, well, technically, well, that one was actually Canadian. But because, you know, the American continent looks kind of the same. If you look at the trees and all that in Canada, and you look at all the trees in North United States, they're the same trees. It's not till you get like way out there to the north that they start to really change, and then we can still argue it might be Alaska. So it's indistinguishable. I would like to see more variety as well, because we've got, like I said, so we've got European countries represented. We've got, you know, like the North American continent represented. It would, and that's starting to get into like the wetlands and all that as well. We've had kind of deserty kind of maps, not proper desert, but like desert-esque. We have like Eastern European maps. And now we have generic East Asian maps. It would be cool to see, like, show me a South American map. I wanna see a map that's vaguely Brazil. I could go for an African or an Australian map of some kind. Which that would honestly be cool. You know what would be a fun DLC? Give us an arid map with arid crops. Now granted, you'll hand wave and still let me grow the other things to keep it so it's not boring. But like, let me go ahead and with your new irrigation systems and all that, let me get like the desert irrigation systems where they put out the oh, I forget what it is, where they grow stuff on salt water and all that. And so they have like the sprinkler irrigation for that. And granted, I understand we don't have actual irrigation here where you water any of your plants. But like, give me something that isn't like the straight up you farm it. Like, we'd have the rows of crops in there, and you've got like all the infrastructure set up to handle it. Just any variety of crops that just mix up the formula, so it's not just here's a new grain, here's a new what, and they're good about this for the record. But I could go for, you know, I would go down, like, give us Hawaii. Let's grow pineapple and bananas. Those have interesting aspects to them. Let's grow some, like right there. Oh, yeah, like let's grow pineapple and bananas. I would love to see orchards like, you know, apple, pear, citrus. Don't care, nut orchards of various kind, like walnut, pecans. Don't care. Give us like, that's all the stuff I love to see in a DLC is the more different crops, which again they do good about. We've got this one, the big new one we have is rice, where we have to like flood the fields and all that. We had the grapes and the olives, and while don't get me wrong, there's a lot of people who are not fans of the grapes and olives. They're there. We got like proper root crop, which is another very laborious crop, so a lot of people don't like it. We got sugar cane. We have your typical grains and all that, like the normal, you just drive the harvester over it and it's pretty straightforward. What other weird crops do we have now? So the last DLC on the past version was the root crop. This one, it's the rice is the big different one. Trying to think, it was before the root crop. What was? Because there was like a 4-ish DLC, I think, for the last one that all introduced new stuff, and I'm really blanking on what they were. We got all the animal stuff. Because it's like after they drop the DLC, it just becomes part of the game and you stop thinking about it. And you're like, oh yeah, that's just here. I have to look. You got the barley and canola, so the carrots were new. Where do you dump your stone? Not seeing a concrete plant to deliver to. That is one of the problems on this map right now. On this specific map, there is nowhere to dump stone. You can buy a place to dump stone. Berry bushes would be cool. I could go for that. I could go for like blueberries, blackberries, raspberries, elderberries, loganberries. Those 4 things I just mentioned are all literally part of the same family of berries, and also not actually berries, they're aggregates. Blueberries are really berries. Blueberries are the only thing with berry in their name that are actually a berry. Everything else that has berry in its name is actually an aggregate. Grapes are already in the game. We already have grapes and olives. Grapes are not a berry because they grow in clusters. I don't know what those would be considered. Wine, they're not going to do alcohol. We had this whole discussion the other day where people were like, they should let us grow weed. And it's like, yeah, you'll never see an official version of the game that has alcohol or weed in it. And the reason you won't see that is because the moment they do, they have to change their ESRB rating and all that to accommodate for it. And then on top of that, it will limit where they're allowed to sell it, because there are places that if you have, you know, glorification of drug use and yada yada, you're always thinking that, let's again dump stones in the forest or something, or the contract failed. If you own land of any kind, you can dump it on your own land. Otherwise, I think you're probably dealing with a mission failed. That is the one quest I know you just cannot seem to do on this map, is the stone picker. If it's a larger field that you can't do in just one stone picker, then you can get yourself stuck in a situation where you can only fail it. The good news, at least when you fail those stone picker missions though, is at least it's not like when you do like a harvest and you fail the harvest and you get slapped for like the whole value of the harvest. The stone picker is just you're out whatever like the least cost is, and it's not too bad. I'd like to see cranberries. I also was really hoping we'd see cranberries with this, because with this update, it would be interesting to do the cranberries, because while the order of operations for the rice is you flood it, you seed it, and then you harvest it, with cranberries, you flood it at the end, because all the berries float up and then you skim the berries off the top of there, or you just take like a rope and push it off to the side or whatever. But the idea is the time in the growing that you flooded is opposite of each other. What'd you say about cranberries? Twitch froze for a second. Yeah, so cranberries, you flood it when you go to harvest the berries. For those who don't know, cranberries float. So it's just very cost effective for time and effort to just go, up, it's time to harvest, flood the field, all the berries float, and you just kind of skim the berries off the top. So to me that's interesting, because that means we could use the same mechanic we already have in the game where we flood the field. It's just for rice we would flood the field then plant, and for cranberries we would plant and then we would flood the fields to harvest. So it's the same mechanic but different stages, which we don't have an equivalent of that in Farm Sim, of like a crop where like this crop, you know, this crop I cultivate then seed, and then this other crop for some reason I seed then cultivate. I don't imagine you'd actually do that because it'd make no sense, but you get the idea. Or you have like one crop that has just like a reversed order of operations just because. The idea for a coconut crop? I don't know what goes into coconut, but I wouldn't be against it. But you get the idea. The more different crops we get, the more interesting everything gets. Because the good news with a lot of the crops they add with the game is almost all the crops will be at least some nuanced level different mechanically than you dealt with before. So like the root crop, yes, you still kind of go through, you cultivate, you seed, you fertilize, you harvest. So on the base level, it's the same thing. But like instead of your big broad harvester, you deal with the littler narrower harvesters that pull stuff up, and we had the one that would instant, like you put them directly into crates and all that. And again, I know people aren't super, it's one of the crops that people are not as happy with, because it's a very laborious crop and usually one that you need more than one person to do it effectively. But I think it is not a bad thing to have a crop that genuinely really want 2 people to work with. That said, it definitely needs to work well with 1 person in general as well, just to be clear. But, we've also got, like, the potatoes that have a whole process behind them. Was it the sugar beets have a whole process behind them where you have to, like, cut off the green part, then pull up the sugar beet. And I think there's, like, another stage to that whole thing. So what's good is I think once we get these fields done, we might have enough to buy that extra plot of land we were looking at to start getting our long planks produced for the temple, because we've already got the sawmill, the tiny little new sawmill. Oh, that's another difference for those who popping in who haven't played this yet. In 22 you had a sawmill. Do you know what other sawmills you had? None. You had the sawmill. I think later on they added one that was just like a different skin, but it was the same sawmill. Now they've got a lower tier of all the production, so you still have the sawmill we had before, so far as like size and all that, but there's also like a miniature one for like 36,000. And so it's got, my knowledge, it's got a much slower throughput and everything, so you get a lot less out of it at a time, but the cost is much lower, so you can kind of get stuff bootstrapped at an easier rate. It's also smaller, so if you're trying to deal with less workable space and having this giant building you're trying to shove in here, you've got, you know, like a nice little oil plant that, you know, it's still a decent size, so like maybe one of the farmhouses or whatever, but it's far more manageable to pull like your production lines together or whatever. And again, it's not as efficient as your big ones, so ultimately you probably do want the big ones. But it's kind of cool for a lot of us who like run challenges or all that, or, you know, maybe you're playing a server with a bunch of people who have their own farms that space is a little bit of a premium, so you just kind of want a little spot you can deal with it. That's fine. Or like you're making the oil for the express purpose of making a later product, and so you don't need the giant mill to be running all the time because it's just you don't need that volume of oil. You're just trying to focus on selling the next product down the line, so you need just enough oil to keep that running so that you can focus on the other ingredients that go into it. I can see justification for it, is where I'm going. Versus the reality of what you usually do with this is usually when you're at that point of production lines, you'll have all these fields. Either one, you'll grab an area like that, I don't know if there's a hill there, but let's just pretend there's not. You either grab a tile that has nothing on it and you build on that, or you'll find one of these fields, you're like, field 3 kind of sucks. It's this long, narrow field. I'd much rather have a bigger, broader field. Sure, let's go ahead and buy 3 and 4, and I'm going to grab that area here, and I'm going to convert all of this into my production lines, and then this will be a slightly smaller field, and that just won't be a field. You do a lot of that. Go to the tree that keeps giving like an apple? Yeah. Well, that's the thing. You'd want it to be something that you'd use machinery for, because to my knowledge, we don't have anything where you hand pick or whatever in the base game. So with the coconut, one would assume you'd have some type of coconut harvesting machine. I don't know what that is. I assume it's a machine that just shakes the tree or whatever, because that seems like it'd be straightforward enough. But yeah, so you have the machine just go up and shake the tree, get the coconuts to fall, and then, you know, gather the coconuts on the other side. Because with Farm Sim, they haven't done any type of hand picking, because I don't want to get to the point where we're playing the game. And because it's like one thing when you're like reaping wheat or whatever, sure, you got a big scythe, you can kind of gimmick it in. But could you imagine that you go to work like the grape thing, and instead of having the little arch thing you drive over there, you have to go up to the bush and like hold the button. Your character like does this kind of little jobby, gets a bunch of grapes, and he like scooch over a little bit and do it again. That sounds truly awful. I mean, it's what people do in real life, but also it sounds truly awful to go through. So you're getting full. And honestly, you're getting pretty far on that field. Okay, so it's looking like we're getting down to our last of, I believe this is our green beans. Okay. And then when that's harvested, we can get the payout from that. Cool. Yeah, so I should be able to get all of the green beans into one trailer for this one so we can get the maximum amount out so that we can complete what they want from us and then follow that up by taking whatever extra and get ourselves a little extra cash. And you're doing something I'm just going to pretend isn't occurring. Yeah, I probably should have taken that plowing contract. We might technically lose money on it. It'll probably just be a little bit of money because of employee wages versus the payout being pretty awful and leasing the equipment for it. But we're kind of already invested, so I'll finish this one up, then I'll take over the plowing and all that. We're getting down to the last contracts. We're going to do this in-game month. Because I'm not seeing any more harvesting showing up. I'm not going to bother with the spraying. Those are fast missions, but I'm not going to do it because I got to buy all the material for it. I'll do the hoeing mission because that one's really fast. I'm going to skip the fertilizing right now. I haven't been as impressed with that cone-shaped fertilizer thing compared to, like, the green one. Which those are all things eventually we'll buy, so when it comes to doing the contracts, I don't have to keep leasing them and, you know, losing $500 here and $1,000 there for leasing them. We're not losing, not getting that in our profit on the other side. We're getting pretty close to done here. The people used to mash feet with their bare feet to make wine. The yeast from the feet made the alcohol. It's likely where ancestors' yeast was used, comes from. I didn't know that the yeast came from their feet. I thought they still added the yeast themselves. I'm definitely very familiar with the people, like, doing where they get, like, the big wood barrel and they stomp on the grapes and get the juice in there. Which, you know, at this stage in your life, you see that and you're just like, ugh. Hey, Wooden Gaming, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? What were you playing tonight? But it's good to have you, and welcome in, Raiders. Yeah, no, that's they still do to this day, where you can go places to do grape stomping in barrels. Nowadays, though, they don't tend to let you drink that because you were playing Widget Inc. That was a factory automation game. I haven't seen like the actual footage, but I remember seeing the title come by. So is that just because I'm curious? And if you got like go grab food or sleep or whatever, like don't let me hold you. But you're obviously welcome here. But with Widget Inc., is that kind of like a lighter Factorio, but you know, you make like this widget here, so let's just say like a circuit board, you'll make like a widget here, and you'll figure out how to like scale that up, and then you'll have a different widget to do, or am I just completely off? Hey, it's their new. Are you trying to ask, is there new or there is new? Sorry, I'm not understanding your sentence. Bag of donuts. I'm guessing you're saying, is there new silage? I can't honestly answer that because I don't remember all of the silage equipment in the first one. I haven't heard anything, so I would assume probably not. You were just literally looking at the game on Steam. Yeah, no, I definitely saw it. Like, I didn't get clicked over to it. I definitely saw it's been showing up in my recommended games on Steam, and it was one of those ones that just like the name, I'm like, And I think I saw, is it early access? Because I think that may have been what it was, or did I get an email about it? Either way, it doesn't matter. And I think it was the early. If it's early access, I think it was one of those ones that's like, I'll just wait. Because very really, as a content creator, you know, you burn out in early access pretty hard. I still do it when it makes sense. Like, if there's a game that fits into the genres I play that I know my community is going to be interested in seeing, like, I don't mind hopping into early access to be like, let's see if it's any good, to kind of help people, you know, should you buy, should you not buy, like, what are you getting into, that kind of thing. But nowadays, if it's not that type of scenario, a lot of times with early access, I'm to the point where I'm like, I'll just wait till it's done. Because you have so many games that start early access and then just implode before they ever finish, which is a real big bummer. Or they go the other way. You believe it's full release? Nice. Okay. Yeah, I might mark that down. I mean, if... I don't know, like, it'll depend on how, you know, the classic creator thing. Like, if it's got, like, no one showing interest on the platform or anything like that, kind of ties my hands. But that could always potentially be, even if it is that scenario, a one-off kind of game. You never know what game will blow up next. Yeah, no, sounds good. Thanks for answering the questions. Yeah, no, $5. I remember it was cheap. Like I said, I saw it. I can't remember if it was an email or if I saw it on the Steam page, like a recommended, and I didn't click through the store. I gotta catch up on my email. It is definitely one of those things that I do a really good job of keeping up for a while, and then things just get out, like, bogged down that I fall behind. And it is so much to play catch up. How detailed is the crop destruction? The crop destruction, if you are not using crop tires, you will basically, like, your wheels will destroy any crops below you. And then if I have, like, a cultivator or anything like that, it will rip up the crops there. But it will only do it on fields that you own. And then you can turn that on and off. So if you see me driving through the crops here when I'm doing these contracts, it's because I don't own these fields. They don't let me destroy their crops. And that's not technically true. You can actually still destroy their crops in certain ways, but it takes a little bit more finagling. It doesn't do anything to the game mechanic. They've just implemented that way, so when you're playing multiplayer with other people, you're just not driving over them and trashing their farm while they're not there, kind of thing. And even then, I believe there's still stuff you can get away with on that. This isn't one of those games you want to have a public server that literally anyone can hop into at any time. They will ruin your stuff. You can mitigate a lot of it, but you can definitely get trolled pretty hard. Okay, so we finished that contract. So collect our 16,000. Next up, I will need to stick that out. But you're going to random spots in the field where no... Are you getting random spots in the field where no grow can happen? Not really. If you're running into that, it's very likely that whether it's cultivating or plowing or whatever, or seeding, that, like, something got missed. It could also be a bug, but most of the time when I've got that, it'll be something like I'll be using the plow, and the plow can sometimes be a little bit of a booger where it's easy for stuff to look like it's plowed, but not really. So you can get a whole bunch of that. Usually that's not super bad, and it does seem that if you use the guidelines, it does make your life a lot easier for dealing with it. And you want me to drop this off at the canning factory, which is the far side over there. But no, I haven't run into that too much. You tried replowing over it? You hope it fixes it? Yeah, I hope so. If it does end up being still a problem, you can report the bugs on their forum, and I'm sure they are chasing down a lot of stuff. But, you know, they can't fix what they're not aware of. But so you need RP court system where you could sue them for damages. I wouldn't want that. That's the wrong game. I think it'd be totally fine to have a lawyer simulator that the entire gist of the game is lawyering stuff. But I probably wouldn't play it. But I could see an appeal for such a game. But yeah, there's a certain point where a simulator is trying to make stuff realistic outside of its focus that you're like, this is detracting from my experience. Like if suddenly Farm Simulator was like, we need survival mechanics, and you have to, you know, make sure you get enough sleep. If you don't get enough sleep, you have problems. You have to eat 3 times a day and fairly hearty meals because you are working really hard, and you got to drink fresh water, but not from the lake or you get sick. Or, you know, during the winter, you got to warm up and, you know, dress warmly and get by the fire or get, you know, heat every so often. And during the summer, you got to be aware of heat stroke. That would be awful. I would hate everything about that game. That'd be 100%. I'm trying to enjoy what this game does well, and the survival mechanics have been forced on me, and I'm not enjoying them. Now, as a mod, that's totally fine. You can do what you want with mods. But that's actually been a frustration point that I'm glad is going away over time. That there was a hot minute there that, like, every game would come out and be like, this is a cooking simulator. It's got survival mechanics. And you're just like, but why? There's nothing wrong with survival. I enjoy good survival, but like, this would be like, you know, you're playing Call of Duty, but there's like, you know, relationship mechanics in it that you have to worry about gifting things to random other operators or whatever. To, you know, build up your friendships to get access to more of the guns. And don't get me wrong, I'm sure there's an audience for that game. But for me, I'd be like, this is super obnoxious. This isn't why I bought this game. You can detract from a game by adding to it. Okay, so let's drop off our green beans at the canning place over here on the corner. Agricultural law simulator. Yeah, so it's not only like a law simulator game in general where you have to, like, you know, you get hired by a farmer to represent, or like someone in the rural community to do whatever. And then in the game universe, you have to research the local law between like farmers and various businesses and safety policies and like all that, and figure out like, okay, for this thing happened for representing your client, you know, figuring out how to tackle it and all that to get them the best outcome. That sounds like it's a game I 100% believe there would be a very niche audience for. It's not me. I am not that audience. That sounds terrible to me. But I can 100% see people who'd enjoy it, because it'd be almost like a detective game. It's just the nature of the detective niche you're doing is different. So like, instead of like skulking around trying to find the evidence left behind and all that, it's a lot more of like almost like a Papers, Please of taking the different variables, combining them to realize, okay, did this person listen? Did the person not listen? Are they on the up and up? Are they not on the up and up? If they're not on the up and up, where did they run afoul of the law? You know, yada, yada, yada. I can see people being that. Oh, good, you finished at the same time. Yeah, so we definitely lost money on the plowing. It's probably only like 100, 200 bucks. So yeah, so I'm not gonna worry too much about that, because we got some good news here, chat. And that good news here is that is enough money for me to go to this little mappy map here and say farmland and go to tile 79, which is where our trees are at, and say, yep, that's mine now. So now I own land with trees on it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So what I want to verify really quickly, we can actually verify a couple things, is we're not going to take another contract right now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this trailer. It is not a trailer designed for wood. It is a trailer designed for crops. I forgot that we're still in the same in-game day that we flooded that so we could fill up the greenhouse. I did not realize we have spent 6 hours in this single in-game day. I don't regret that, but also that's kind of concerning. I'm not exactly sure where this tile starts and stops. But what I want to see is if I cut down the trees to a short enough length to toss them in this trailer and run them back, how well that'll work for us. Where's my chainsaw? We've done a bunch of these. Hand tools. Yeah, so I have the Husqvarna. I don't want to buy a second chainsaw. It says I own one. There's no concept of like putting it away in your tool shed or all that, so I'm a little confused of what to do to that. Yeah, no, I'm trying. This is 1, that's 2, and that's 3. Let's see if I... Maybe it's a thing where if I'm not on a tile I own. Let's run up here into these woods so I know I'm in the land I own. We'll try saving real fast. I've been doing 2. Yeah, so this is 2. This is me mashing 2. This is me mashing 1. This is me mashing 3. So what I'm looking at doing is let's take the Deadwood contract for just a moment. So it didn't do that. Where's the Deadwood right now? Let's see if the chainsaw will pop out if I go up there. And then if not, we'll just reload the save. Because it could just be we reload the save and suddenly it works. Yeah, so it's not doing anything there. Let's run over here, because I double-checked our inventory, and we do still own the Husqvarna's chainsaw. Like, it didn't poof. Okay, so it is just straight up bugged. So let's go ahead and let's quit out real fast. We did say before we accepted that, and just reload the game and see if it unsticks the chainsaw. And then if it doesn't, I guess I'm buying another chainsaw. Yeah, I went to cut down trees, like, but my chainsaw. I mean, I could stare angrily at the tree, but I don't think that's gonna work. Because what I want to do is I want to cut the chainsaw down to lengths that I can pick up and see if we can get long planks out of it. Because we haven't tested on this version, but in the last version of Farm Sim, I believe it didn't care what size logs you fed into it. It'd just be like, yeah, it's fine, I'll just accept any of them. Maybe you can drop your tools now. In screen, the game said not. Game said not body holding it, I think. I haven't heard of the ability to drop tools ever. Come on, load so I don't have this double music any longer than necessary. Current holder was empty. Yeah, not some. You can put the chainsaw on a trailer or vehicle, or vehicle has a specific slot for it on the front. Okay. Yeah, so I still don't have the chainsaw. So let's take a little peek here. Because I don't believe I put it on anything. So I don't see it here. I can't imagine it go on those two. Pick up. Are you sure you want to pick up the Husqvarna? Yes. Sure, whatever. I have no idea how it disappeared, but that's fine. Okay, that's not my tree. Gotta figure out where my property's edge is. That's not my tree. That's also not my tree. Nope. Any moment now, it's gonna be like, yes, you can. There we go. We're doing our best, chat. It's a really big tree, so clearly they've changed it so the bigger the tree, it does change the cutting speed. Because that used to not be a thing. Or if it was nowhere near as pronounced as this is. If a tree falls in the forest and no one around to hear it, does it? Does one? It didn't. I can't see the rest of the achievement name. And no one's around to hear it. Does one hand clap? Taking a leaf of absence. You would not believe it is the other achievement. Wait, did I cut you down? And you didn't even tip over for me? It's fine. We'll deal with that in a moment. Alright, so let's go over there. That does give me at least some indicator of where a property begins. Now, this is not a huge tile of land, so we're not going to get a ridiculous amount of wood out of it. But I do feel comfortable we should be able to get more enough wood out of it to pay for that land and the our goodies here. Can I just give you a little nudge over tree? This tree, I believe. Alright. Okay, we do not get the option to strap it in, which is what I kind of figured. I can reconfigure that back section to make it one I could snap it in. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot about this. It determines where you're standing and whether or not you can cut a tree or not. That's fine. So it is one of those things, if it ever tells you can't cut a tree after you picked up a log, then pick it up and just move it into an area you own, and you can then cut the tree. Yeah, it's fine, don't worry about it. Okay. So I can only pick up 200 kilograms at a time. So we are going to have to cut this into chunks that are 200 kilograms. And I'm going to load them all into my sawmill, and we're going to activate it for only the long planks, because that's what I need for the temple, and the temple's paying good money for it. And just ignore the fact that I'm putting in logs that are definitely shorter than a long plank. It's probably fine. Yeah, so you still weigh 2 tons. Okay. Yeah, so this is a really big tree. And later on, we'll be able to just get something I can pick this up more easily. I probably could find better. We probably will find better. But for the moment, I just want to test a couple things. But when I go to, like, actually properly cut this forest down to build the temple. That's close to the right weight. Okay. All of these are way too heavy. I'm gonna have to cut it, like, lengthwise when we're done here. The downside is if you cut the piece way too small, it will just vanish from existence. I'm kind of wondering if I get enough of these, if I can cut them down the lengthwise middle and it'll let me do that. But yeah, so we'll definitely want to get a better way of cutting these, and we'll definitely want to get a better way of hauling these. Alright, so let's see how we go with this. In real life, we are just ruining so much good wood here. All right. In real life, some poor carpenter is crying themselves to sleep just watching us annihilate this whole tree and getting so little of value out of it because we're cutting just all these chunks. It's barely firewood now? Yep. In real life, you let it dry out, it'd be good firewood. I mean, in real life, I mean, I don't know about this particular type of wood. I don't know what Tilia Amaranensis is. But, like, assuming this is a good wood, this size, you'd probably want to use it for something other than firewood. Usually use the firewood for stuff that's like, okay, like, you wouldn't take down a chunk of mahogany and turn around and be like, let's make firewood out of this. I mean, you could. But, like, that really is a pretty big waste of mahogany. You have no tape, like, oh no, it'll burn, but it's one of those things, like, if you get, like, these really big chunks of wood out of, you know, a healthy tree and all that, usually it's way better for, like, carpentry and all that kind of stuff. And that's when you get wood that's got, you know, it's got some knots in it, that kind of stuff. Maybe it's not as good for trying to make some, you know, furniture or whatever out of. That's when you start getting the firewood where you start splitting it all. Or if it's just, you know, it's not as big a chunk. So not like this bottom part, but like so up here, these parts. You can see these being a lot better for like firewood because with all the, you know, the bends and all that in there, they're not as big. Getting good planks out, that's gonna be a lot harder. All right. You think a single Sequoia would make a lot of firewood? I mean, you're not wrong. Alright, so let's do some experimentation. So downside is I can't lock these down. So they'll either stay in on their own or they won't. That's part of the reason I'm not pushing too hard in that tree right now is I want to test some stuff. And then after we test it, like, I could change this trailer to having the flat back. And then I'll be able to strap down the planks in it. Question is, oh, that's where it is. Like, I don't know where I'm supposed to do this here. Okay, yeah, there's our sawmill over there. So okay, so the front side over here by the greenhouse is where we drop this on. It's too fragile for carpentry. Okay, so it just gets pulled in. I didn't have to, like, manually tell it. Okay, so we do not want to activate these two. This one we do. So we are activating it. And just completely disregard the fact that, that none of those could possibly have been long enough for long planks. How many planks does the temple need? That is an excellent question. So we could carry 7,000 capital L long planks. Meanwhile, if we go over to the temple, it needs 6,000 lowercase l planks. Because I certainly know what the difference in those units are. Wood shutters, blind, all that. I mean, that seems like relatively good wood. That sounds like one you wouldn't just want to lob into pieces and put in firewood. Maybe the planks like chicken nuggets, you turn them into a slurry and then come out with plank-shaped pieces. Thanks. I hate it. I mean, that's basically what plywood is, but you know, thanks. I hate it. Let's see, or the game expects you to at least winch them to the production building. Oh yeah, and that's the thing, like, we're definitely just, like, hacking this poor tree to bits. But the good news is as we start selling the long planks, which go, actually, let's check what we even have under forestry before we start committing to all this time and then realize they're just a cheap tool I can make to work. So we have our forestry equipment down here. So, obviously these harvesters are not in our budget, so we can forget those. We have the front loaders. Those are all nowhere near in our budget, so we can forget those. The excavators, straight out. Excavator tools. So we can get the thing that will let us transport a singular log. Okay, I mean, that wouldn't be terrible there. That lets me, like, grab them all that. That's a planter. So, I mean, we could get a thing that lets us pick up a singular log and get it. That grinds up tree stumps. You never pooped there was an outage in your area till 6 a.m. due to maintenance, so you're off to bed? Gotcha, Alexra. You take it easy. Sorry to hear that you lost internet. We've got these things. These I found very disappointing. That would be fine. That would be fine. That is way out of our budget, but we don't have something to load it. We had wood chippers. We don't want to do that. We need the wood. We've got the mulchers. These just drive over to get rid of stumps. We'll want one of those eventually. You do have the winches. They're useful. I don't think I want to deal with those because I'd have to keep repositioning them. I'd rather cut stuff and load it. We've got the stump grinder. Pretty straightforward. This is the one I liked the most for loading up logs on the last playthrough, but obviously it's way outside our budget. And then saplings if we wanted to plant more, which I won't worry about. Yeah, so the reality is, the only one I could see getting would be potentially the thing here for grabbing, like, a proper log and move that, but even then it would be a pain. This one's another one that's interesting. Because in theory, I could go up to there, we could grab it and close it, and then just cut the bottom of the tree off and just drive with the tree sticking out the top. But none of those are in our budget, so it doesn't matter. Keep repositioning them. Keep repositioning what? Oh, they keep repositioning the winches? Oh, yeah, because what I'll do is I'll have to drop a winch the log to there, go to the next place. Or actually, wait, am I thinking the wrong winches? Let's double check that. Because I remember there is a winch you can attach to your tractor. Yeah, no, that is the one you attach to your tractor. The downside is trying to squeeze that between the buildings. Might be tricky. We could try it. Let me get this out of here. We can pick up a winch. And then we can try and drag it over here. Use those farm, it works? Yeah, now my only concern is this area, trying to winch stuff over here. I mean, it's definitely better than, right now this trailer doesn't have the ability to, like, Velcro those down. Not Velcro, strap them down. Okay. So let's go grab the winch. Because I would like to try and fill up our sawmill for the time being, and then we'll just stop cutting trees at that point. Because I'll just let it work on making the long planks. Oh man, with the fog sitting over there, it's like, do you want to go down? I was like, man, I don't know. I don't remember what's down there. Yeah, so I want to cut across here and go grab the winch. Okay. Because of this, you kind of like, you go up to the thing, and you winch the chunk of wood on there, and we'll just have to see what we can manage to pull. Because we have a decent amount of horsepower, but the trees also get really heavy. That one tree we cut down was about 3.8 tons. And at 3.8 tons, dragging it through the ground. Okay. Man, I believe what happens is we pull it up to where we want it, we get out of the truck, and I think we can grab the cable or whatever from that, take it to the tree we want, and I believe it will let us attach it to maybe one or two nearby ones as well. But it's basically for when you fall in the logs and you cut them into at least reasonable pieces. You can then just drag them behind you. So we'll see. Because this will probably be worth it for us for now. Because I know there's a number of people who prefer the winch over the other tools. Yeah, the only problem with the yarder on this area is we don't have a lot of elevation to work with. Ah, that's the tree that's down over there. And it is those things, the yarder works mostly when you put it on the high ground and all that. Pull winch. Are you attached? Okay, so it's probably going to go badly. Just because stuff will get stuck on things, but we're going to try it anyways. And it seems to be going perfectly fine. Hey man, don't worry about your field. I'm just dragging trees through it. It's only a little bit over a ton of trees. I'm just running through your crop. It's fine. Try and hit the ramp. There we go. Don't mind me, Walter. I'm just going to go ahead and drag a tree through you individually and personally. Let's hope I can get these close enough to count. Let's Control T. His buildings aren't damaged at all. Yeah, no, it's fortunate in this game that that's just not a mechanic. That's not the way I wanted to do this, but we can make it work. I just turn around this way and then winch it back through there. So how full are you on trees now? We can put a little bit more in there. But basically, like, stage our next tree. So we had the big chunk from the bottom of the tree that we hadn't grabbed. And I might cut down to, like, a really little teeny tiny tree to bring with me as well. All right. Got a really tiny tree right here somewhere. Nah, it's still... We'll probably just grab this one here, and we'll probably keep it at that. Because I believe if I go and I put more than I need, it'll just not do much good. Like, I know once you fill it, it won't accept more trees, but I don't know when it happens, like, when you're at the edge of filling it. The point is, we've got our sawmill basically full. So that is progress towards building the temple happening. Okay, we'll leave that there for the next time I need it. Okay, let's quickly survey things, but we should be about out of good contracts here. I mean, there's a bunch of cultivating, but I'm gonna probably ignore those because we got what we needed for right now. This we are having store stuff, so that is going to be a problem later that I am gonna have to figure out how I'm carrying it. But at the moment, we've got ourselves 6 liters out of the 7,000 liters of long planks we can store. We need 6,000 liters of long planks, or L, or whatever these units are. Logs, or whatever. Lumber units. Unspecified lumber units. Of those until we can drop them off at the temple to get that first stage done. Sorry about that. So we're going to go ahead and advance a day. And we're probably going to do... as far as contracts gonna go, we're gonna chill on those a little bit. We're only gonna grab the ones that's like, that's a really lucrative contract. Let's get that going. And we're gonna be focusing a lot more on trying to get the sawmill going, get our rice going, on all that stuff. Yeah, so because of our greenhouse and everything else running, we are making money. Just basically keeping water in these right now. Yeah, so that's making like 400 or so, a little over 400 planks a day, and we're not using much. So let's take a quick peek at a couple of things. Is there any amazing sales that I cannot afford to miss? No, there's not. Any contracts that I cannot afford to miss? No, there is not. Well, it's been a real long day, chat. Think we should turn in. Woke up at a nice early 8 in the morning. It's about 8:01 now. Really feeling like I pushed myself too far. Don't want to strain anything. A solid day's work. Exactly. Alright, the same thing as last time. Let's check any good sales that I cannot live without. I mean, I can live without that, but... Ooh, also, you're the really big weeder. Okay, I mean, these are worth discussing. The planter's a bit out of our budget. Can I run you? Ooh, I can just barely run you on the low end. I don't know why it has a % there. So, I probably should, if we have decent contracts, grab at least both of these, because that'll let me get rid of the stumps afterwards. Yeah, question, does the game let you play in third person? You get motion sickness? Yes, I do not remember the button, but there is third person. It does have third person for both the tractor and the person running around. Yeah, we're not gonna be able to get those. We got crap contracts. It's fine. Yeah, so if you're someone who deals with motion sickness, yes, they do have the third person on it. Okay. See? There you go. I forgot that we dressed ourselves up looking like that. And yes, we are running around farming and doing wood cutting in our shorts and sandals and tank top. So, I'm going to need... Put some clothes on, it's December. It's fine. We're out working hard. It's not even snowing, it can't possibly be that cold. That's not at all how that works in real life. So, I was going to wait, but if I knock out this one for Katie here real quick, for the 8,000, which should be relatively fast, what I can do then is we could go and get our thing for the forklift thing again, and we could drag that over the temple. Oh, there you are. I was like, where did you go? But no, that's fine. Yeah, so I quickly grab this one stack of logs just so I can get the forklift attachment for our tractor again that I sold like at the well, actually last stream. Because with that we can bring the logs. Can lease equipment be used to carry your own logs? That was one we can find out real fast. Probably. If I'm able to deploy that, I might be able to get away with that one. Most of the time the equipment cannot. But this one, it looks like a solid maybe. Yeah, so we can grab these logs real fast. And the reason I want to do is we got our first pallet of long planks out. And so what I'd like to do is load up the get the forklift end onto my tractor, load that up, grab those planks, run them over to the temple and see if it's just waiting for 6 rounds or what's going on with that. Because once I turn around and I get the wood done in the temple, then we're on to the cement. And I mentioned this before, that there's a pretty good chance the way we're going to deal with the cement is to just literally buy the cement and haul it over. Let me double check to see if we can actually do it. Because I remember it said cement bags at the temple, not cement bricks, which is what I looked up previously. Okay, so we still can get cement bags. They are $1,500, which is not cheap. Well, I didn't even check to see what the buy and sell price were. Like, as far as, like, how much of a difference is what I mean. So if I buy them, I can buy them for $1,500 and sell them for $1,200. So we will lose. Temple cement. Oh, what type of farm simulator is this? So Farm Simulator, in the last one, they had the map that was called Silver Run. You could rebuild a broken roller coaster. And all it mechanically is it's a sell point that you just take the goods to the sell point. And like it builds the thing once you bring enough stuff. And so they've got a temple on this one that you can build. It's like a community thing. Like it's not you get your own temple or whatever. But you could certainly roleplay it as that. But it's like a major project to be done in the town. Oh, that's too far. Your body is your temple? You can't curry favor with the harvest god for a better crop growth? Shame. Have that be like a hidden mechanic. You finish the temple, it's just your crop yields are like 5-10% better. Like it doesn't even say it or anything. It just happens. Do we have 5? You don't know who thought the command, but it's awesome. I think that was me who made that command. I know I've had a pungent command on and off, but like I wanted to give it more logic and it just kept not happening. So then I was like, you know what, that's fine. We'll just go with like the pungent's not available yet. I actually have quite a few hidden commands that they're not even actually hidden. If you look at the command list, there are a bunch of commands. Or some of them aren't like fully done. Like there is actually a lore command that honestly most of the entries are kind of garbage. But I am trying to come up with a bunch of like random like stuff from the channel over the years to add to the lore command. Some of it just like meme-y stuff, some of it like, you know, genuine information like where the channel started, yada yada. We're just tipping really hard on our support. Don't worry about it, it's fine. Okay. Out there getting those 3. Oh, maybe we will. It's a little dicey. Okay. Mud Runner vibes? Oh, just like the stuff jiggling all over the place, being like, please, just don't tip. I just need you to stay right up, please. do like the quick, you know, toss the winch at the tree real fast to catch your vehicle as it starts tipping. You so can't stand loading things? Oh, did they have it like this style loading? I don't remember that. But it's also been a long time from SnowRunner, and I didn't get through all of it. I just remember having to do the same exact route to drop off logs in Michigan like 8 times. And being like, please, for the love of everything, I'm so tired of delivering these logs. Like, the route is fine, but I've already done it 3 previous times. I'm very over this route. Would like to see more of your map, please. Okay, so you need to go to the sawmill, and I don't believe we've gone to the sawmill in this one yet. Please stop drifting back there. That's not what I want. Okay. Oh, here, we'll actually mark the sawmill. So yeah, so you follow the dirt road to the actual road. I take that up to the sawmill. And I only know from when I was hanging out with Ultrasaurus's on Ultrasaurus's server the other day that the sawmill here looked like it's the style that you float the logs to the sawmill to get credit or whatever. Which is cool because I remember running into that. Oh, I thought the game froze. I'm just stuck on something I can't see. Okay. Which is cool because it's just like a neat idea, and it's a thing that they do. They just dump the logs into the water and let them float over to anything where you pull them out to work on them. Let's see, if this works, you'll laugh your butt off. Well, I mean, I don't have more trees I need to grab right now. And I'm probably not gonna bother because those trees are literally the opposite end of everything. I kinda don't want to deal with it. I would not be surprised, though, if this is one that you can get away with. I think the winch is probably more efficient, but that's only if you don't have to drag it particularly far. Because then it boils down to the commute time's your problem. And grabbing only 1 or 2, 3 logs, then dragging them across the whole map one at a time. Your commute time is going to get real bad because you have to make it like a bunch of times. Right, hang on, little car. I'm checking my map. Don't mind me. I could let you by, but I'm not going to. Alright, so I need to take a left. But yeah, so the question is what, because there's been a bunch of these styles of log drops off in Farm Sim in the past, and they've not all worked exactly the same. Most of them, they'll have some area the logs need to be, and then you gotta hit the point. And some of them you had to like really dump the logs down into the water, and in some of them you just made any physical contact with the water, and that was good enough. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So we're gonna figure that out. Okay. But I gotta figure out where the actual sell point is, and then where the thing that says, hey, I'm ready for you to buy. But yeah, then with this, we should be able to get our forklift run, so we'll be able to drive our first stack of long planks all the way to the temple. I have missed my turn. Hey, don't try and merge past me, friend. Don't mind me. This is just how this is done. No, you just don't understand logging, that's all. You don't realize this is exactly the most efficient. That without this backing up segment, we definitely lose some measurable amount of productivity. It's just too much to explain. Definitely too complicated to explain. You just gotta trust me on this one. It's definitely not that he just blew right past my turn because a little off-shooting dirt road and I didn't even notice it. Oh no, you know what? This isn't the floating one. Oh no, it was Riverbend was the map I was playing with them. Never mind, this is not the floating one. My apologies. So I'll detach that. Go over here. But yeah, no, Riverbend has the floating style lumber mill. Cool, so with that I can go to contracts. Collect. Done. And I'm not gonna worry about these ones. So with this, now I need to go back over here. And while I would really like to get that, the reality is, right now, what I actually need for continuing... I still don't know where this thing's located without going to this. Get the forklift front for the logs. Or not logs, for the planks. Why are you driving so slow backwards? Oh, it's just that tractor, it's like max backward speed is 7 miles an hour? I mean, fair enough, but... Oh, interesting. So that's a difference I didn't remember seeing in the last one. So I'm not sure if you've seen my headlights. So we've got like our front like high beam style headlights. And then we've got like a broader headlight. But it's not both at the same time. I vaguely remember with the last one when I came to your headlights and all that, that wasn't it just literally that the headlights were just on or not? Like you had like the individual lights. So you'd have like your front lights or back lights and maybe side lights, like curtain lights or whatever. I don't distinctly remember there being like a low beam and a high beam on the tractors. And maybe it's just me failing to observe, or only certain tractors had it or whatever. We're going to grab this, we're going to have to grab planks, and we have to drag the planks all the way to the opposite side of the map. It's going to be great. I do think it'll be one of those things that no matter what, with this, I will need to drag them one by one. What you'd probably want... You're lucky I hit caps lock instead of, you know, a car. Because ultimately what you'd want to do is get the, you know, get the equipment so you could put it on like a trailer on the back and drag several of them over. I don't have that kind of money, nor do we really have much of the way of contracts. If we go and bring this over, it should pay me like $2,500 or something like that, or $2,300. So it's almost like doing a mini contract of our own. Yeah, so bring those over, then it'll be probably time to advance the day again. Even though, like I said, I would love to get the stump grinder. It's not an urgent investment, so I'm not super worried about it. But still. Because I want that, or I want the mulcher thing. Speaking of which... Okay, everything's still doing good on water and lumber and all that. I was just seeing if any of my industry stuff need to be topped off. It's gonna be fun riding down the road with these giant planks in front of me. I just realized I parked this directly in the way. So bring you over here. Drop that off. Okay, so realistically I probably could stack two of those, but we'll just see how this goes before we get dicey. And unfortunately, literally the opposite side of the map. It's fine. Okay. Yeah, so next time we'll try loading up two of them. See how that goes, if this goes smoothly. Feels like this isn't as bad as I gave it credit for. There's definitely a thing, because I can't tip the thing on the front, I don't believe. Yeah, I can change the fork width. and I can move it up and down. So I can't tip it back. So it is just one of those things that once you start putting a bit of weight on there, you'll just tip forward real easily. Okay. But we'll go ahead and get paid. Next time I'll wait till we have 2 of them, and if that goes smoothly, I'll try and take all 3 in one go. If it goes kind of rocky, then we'll, like if it's really bad, we'll go back to 1. If it's at least passable, we'll stick at 2. Choose and go. Cool. Does this route take me out there? Yeah, this is actually almost a straight route as best we can. Like, as in there's not a more direct road. It, you know, waves and curves and all that. Alright, we do not want to get on the expressway. The expressway does not take us where we're going. I learned that last time. We got on the expressway and it's like, well, I'm halfway out of town and there's no exits, so this is our life now. Okay. Alright, well the frogs are happy. I didn't even know this area's here. That'd be kind of a cool place to set up. Have like this whole like water away in here, because it looks like this whole area around here is all farmland or all land you could buy. It's a little mountainous though, so you'd be kind of limited on what you could do with it. All right. So if this ends up being the 1,000, like it's a direct conversion kind of thing, which I think it will be.
Thank you Pixamotors for subscribing for 1 month.
Thank you, Fixamotors, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get 1 of those a month, and you used it here. So I guess it's Twitch Prime from. And I really do appreciate that. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream, and congratulations on your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to emotes. So thank you again so much for that support. Okay, so we did get our 2,300. Okay, so it is saying that there is 9,999 in storage at the temple, and it did remove 1. Which is interesting. Now, we're not expecting to see any changes until I complete that step, is my guess. Gotcha. So it does slowly go through. Okay, so that does change our priorities a little bit on it. That we are going to want to get some cement and set it up there. So let's figure out where we buy cement from. We'll get 1 round of cement, and we can go from there. So cement bags, we could buy them here at the warehouse. So let's tag the warehouse. It's of course way down there. Because it does look like it's very slowly going to use those materials. So our goal now is to make sure it always has those materials for when it can use it, and otherwise we start going back to treating it like a regular, like the regular 0 to hero run. It just means every once in a while I'm going to chuck stuff over here. Just to keep it up and running. So we kind of treat it the exact same way we would treat our sawmill. Wherever sawmill starts getting low on timber, we would go and grab more timber and top it off. But the good news, I only need to get like 6 loads of each of these over here, and I think I can stack them too high. I might actually do that right now with the cement, is I might buy 2 things of cement for like the 3 or so thousand it's gonna be. Bring it back over. We'll lose about $200 per load of cement. Probably that turn there, actually. Let's see. Yesterday, yesterday your rice reached the first stage of growth, and you play with 15 days per month. So you're flooding the long grain rice and reflooding the short grain rice. I didn't think you had to flood the long grain rice. Yeah, no, I don't play with long months. Like, I get it lets you get more done in the course of the month, but I kind of want things to keep advancing. Like, eventually I start slowing down your month. Lets you plant, then it grows 1 stage, then you flood? Oh, interesting. I didn't realize that. Yes, let's go down here. We're gonna get 2 loads of cement, and we're gonna try and ship those. And hopefully it doesn't go tragically. And then what we can do is we can watch for when it starts to get the planks low, and when the planks get low, we'll turn around and, you know, get 2 stacks of planks. Or if we start backlogging on our planks, we can just deliver them as well. Yeah, no, I know the long grain rice, you plant it and you harvest it with the same stuff you do your wheat. Whereas the regular rice, they have like the specialty stuff. Okay. So let's see here about... cement bags to buy, yes. Where am I going to pick those up? Okay, they're up there. So the idea is we will grab one, and it'll sit on top of the other one, and then we'll see if we can't haul them. Just shoves the tangs right through the bags of cement, sends cement going everywhere. You know, we're playing the same map. No. That's not what I wanted. I wanted to keep that. I didn't want to sell it. Alright, let's try that again without driving through the sell point. Screw it, let's make mistakes. Alright. So the mistake is I bought 3 pallets total. So this time we're gonna go around the outside if we can. Oh, and there's a very good chance this will be too much weight for me to carry. Well, I'll be able to pick it up. Too much weight for me to keep my back wheels on the ground. Alright, so note to self for anyone, well, note to anyone who goes here, the way out of this place, through those main doors, does take you directly across the sell point. You can probably maneuver around it, but if you just send it, you're probably going right out and then selling the thing you just bought. There you go. Just shoved it a little bit to straighten out. Stay away from those checkered lines. I do love how much cement is sliding on these things with every little jerking and, movement. You know, what would probably be literally hundreds and upon hundreds of pounds of cement bags. They're just slipping and sliding as if friction doesn't exist. Alright, let's see how bad of a mistake we've made. This is half of the cement I will need for the temple stage 1 period. That's definitely getting spilt. Where is out of this place? Oh, good. The other side of the sell point. Let's try and avoid the sell point. Can we, like... Can we, like, throw some straps around the cement real quick? Got the brakes just a little bit, because I need to mark where I'm going. You foresee disaster? I am right there with you. I'm expecting that top one to ultimately go off the right side. Barring I go over some like really steep curve or something. So we're just gonna take our time. We're gonna try so hard, we're probably gonna get so far. But in the end, it's probably not even gonna matter. Stop jiggling. You're cement. You're supposed to be really heavy. Yeah, so definitely next time we're gonna grab like just one or two and just go for it. We'll be able to go like near full speed that way versus this I'm having to like really baby it. Okay. As far as 725, we're doing good. You need a second forklift to put the one pallet on top. Absolutely. It's going good. We're working on building a temple. Nope, there goes the cement. It's all ruined. It's all ogre now. So, let's see if the tricks we have still work for this. And that is I should be able to take the tangs of the forklift part, put it on top of that one that's on its side, push it down, and then just, you know, glide back, and then the friction should rotate it over. That's how you used to do that in the previous one. So first, let's grab you. You can lift this by hand? I doubt it. No, you can carry 200 kilograms, that's 400. It honestly feels like 400 kilograms might be... Nah, actually might be fine. But I'm not thinking about the conversion nearly as correctly. Hey, car. This is one of those cases you actually should go around. I know normally I harass you about that and not letting you. This actually might be one of those situations where very genuinely you should probably go around. Alright, so still, if this works like it does in Farm Sim 22, I should be able to come along here, line this up right like this. That was the wrong way. You know what? Works for me. That's not what I meant to do, but it will work. You could totally destroy your back trying to lift with those. Yes. Well, that's, I remember, I want to say like just an individual one of those bags, I vaguely remember being like 40, 50, 60 pounds or something like that. Like I remember them being fairly heavy. I was really trying to avoid backing up. Now you're gonna honk? You've had all the time in the world to pass, my man. This is on you at this point. Then bags usually 40 and 80 in the US. Yeah, that's what I thought. Which is not an insignificant amount to grab in something that's not a rigid object. Or once like waffle around a little bit. Okay, so I do not need that dirt road, right? We're taking the... Would you get out of here? Yeah, with all those bends on that dirt road and all that, we're gonna go with the other route. This is definitely one of those situations where a controller would probably make your life much easier. Yeah, see, Black Car, that's what you gotta do what that guy did. But yeah, on the plus side, this is literally half the cement. But yeah, next time we're not stacking 3 high. Not unless I have like a trailer or something I can strap them down in, which... No. I knew that was coming. Once I started like juggling. And the only reason I'm not just bringing them like one by one now is I just fear I'll lose track of them. Okay, so I've got those all up. I should be able to stack them again. We should be back in business. Alright, we squared them up. Is there 55-pound bags in Germany? Gotcha. Yeah, the point is individual bags are not light. Not light enough that you should be, like, bouncing around too easily. Not that you couldn't tip them over, you certainly could. But, like, where they're slipping and sliding and bouncing everywhere, you're like, okay, come on, man. Calm down. Not feeling great about the way I stacked those. We're gonna go with it, but they're a little cattywampus. Alright, we're almost there. So you can't tilt the forks? Yeah, the other forklifts you can. It's just this one specific attachment for the tractor you can't. But the problem is, it is the only attachment for the tractor for this purpose. Realistically, what you'd probably want to do is at least get like a crappy trailer. Just any one of the trailers that you can like strap the things down on, and you'd strap the things down. The one thing I don't want to do is I do not want to spill in the direction of the water. Spilling the other way, totally fine. But if it goes off that ledge in the water, that cement's gone. Because it just won't have a way to get it back out. Yeah, that's one of the things we're going to try and do is we'll save up for a trailer of some kind that can drag behind the tractor for stuff like this. I'm going to want one of those anyways, regardless of the temple. Can maybe use a winch? Can you drag pallets with a winch? I thought it would only attach... That's fine. I thought it would literally only attach to, Oh, to get them out of the water? Yeah, I just didn't know if you could attach it to these or not. So it's you. I didn't think I had enough, but it worked. Okay, so let's get straightened out again. Pick them back up, and we just gotta get up this hill. And once we're up the hill, we're good, and that's half the concrete. Okay. Yeah, we'll pretend that's fine. Okay. Now it's a little dirt path up this way. We might lose one here, but we're close enough. I'd just keep going anyways. Alright, home stretch. Cool. Dear goodness. So yeah, so we now have, you know, the 3,000 something, whatever. I mean, honestly, with this price, do we just top it off? I know it's a hassle to haul this crap, but we are only losing 200. And we can get the long planks out there, and then we just sell the rest. So it'd be a little bit of a waste of money. But I did notice we were already down 50 long planks at the time it took me to deliver that, so I actually expect that might go through 1,000 an in-game day. Alright. Alright, 1 second. I think we might just buy the stuff and move it over. So with you... So I've got wood beams. I don't remember which of these is the best for even selling. What I might do is I think we are just going to have that straight up just sell. And just make it all. And just use it as a source of money. We're going to buy the stuff and just run it over there. Like, even if I can't do it all in one day, we can get that going. I'm already on this side of the map with my, you know, forklift attachment. Yes, this is not fast, but we're going to try to probably do it in pairs instead of threes, because it should still slide, but probably not as bad. Because then what I can do is I do a pair of long planks, a pair of long planks, one long plank, and a cement, and then a pair of cements. So we got some laps to do here. Is there anything I could potentially put a worker on to make me money? No. Actually, I take that back. Maybe? Nah, we'll just do it. Because, yeah, what'll happen is we'll buy this, we'll lose like 3,000 bucks, then we'll turn around and go to the other side, and then we'll be able to get our, not quite all of it back. And then it should be just a matter of waiting till the temple finishes. And during that time, we can worry about our rice and all that. How am I doing in time, by the way? Gotcha. I do want to get the rice done today. The rice is probably not getting done today, if we're being realistic. Yeah, so we got to cross over here. Because I could definitely plant the rice today, but I got to get all the way to August to harvest. And a big part of the reason we've been delayed is we've been putting all the time into expanding our stuff. And I could see if we don't end up doing it today, what potentially we could do is we could push really hard on the money in like February and March and maybe be able to buy that extra set of rice fields and increase the payout. But that'll be good because that means we won't technically have finished any of our dare drops today, but we just need to harvest the rice for 2 dare drops. And we're going to get a big chunk of the temple going. And then the $1 million is going to be the whole thing. Okay. So let's get the long planks. I should have gone the other way around. I forgot you have, like, everything here. Okay, so planks long. Oh, those are more expensive than I gave credit for. Never mind. Hey, you remember that thing where I just changed you a second ago? Yeah, don't worry about that. So if you could just change your output real quick. I'll leave those 2 to selling, but we'll deactivate them for right now. Actually, I probably don't need to deactivate those. Just probably sell them. And then, as we need to get wood. Yeah, we'll be fine there. So we can do, though. I'm going to not learn my lesson. That's fine. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave my tractor here. We could check here. There was nothing I cared about in there. Well, actually there was, but I can't afford it. We had no contracts to worry about. My water's good and all my buildings and all that. So we are going to go ahead and advance the day. Get ourselves into January. I was going to just buy everything and ship everything, but then it was like, hey, your long planks are like $3,000, and it's like, excuse me? I don't have that kind of money. So we're going to advance this, 1, to get ourselves some more money. And then 2, we might end up with more long planks here, which will save me buying them. Which I do think I should wait till I get at least 2 sets of the long planks before I bother running across the map again. The good news is we are getting a little bit of money every day from our greenhouses, and now the sawmill, which should all chip in a little bit. So yeah, so you do not have... Yeah, so you're pretty close to getting another round of those. It's going to be pretty soon that I am going to need to get ourselves some more wood. But with this, let's get another round of the cement in here. And like I said, I'm not going to learn my lesson. Yeah, we're just going to try and make it work. Right, if I put it on the... I was going to say, it's like, wait, if I put it on the back, would it be better? It's like, no, it's not. Anybody pick up the long ways? Wouldn't that make it much worse for the jiggling back and forth? I actually have an idea on how I'm doing this. And I think you'll all appreciate it. I don't think it'll, like, solve the problem. And by that I mean it just, like, harpooning it through the side. But, I don't think it'll solve the problem we have. But I think it will make it not as terrible. So let's grab this one first. I said this one first. And so what I'm going to do with this, I'm going to deliberately put it next to you. How are you at 2 totally different elevations? You know what? It's fine. Can you AI drive it smoother? Maybe. It might also be worse. I'm feeling pretty okay about this. The only downside is the one sticking way off the front might be a problem. But we are just gonna try and send it until we get towards the water. When we get towards the water, I might back off a little bit. My luck is that front one's gonna pop off, and I'm gonna go over it and immediately go like flipping the tractor. This seems to be the strat. Nice. Yeah, no, and I was able to actually get the tank. I know people said I could go through it, but when it actually like was working well, I was like, oh yeah, that seems good. So I think as long as I'm sending it, and so you have like all that momentum, it can't slide off the front. So the question is when I get to the water where we start backing off the gas a little bit. Yeah, so good news is this should settle the cement. And I might try and pick up some long planks, because I'm expecting to get over here and find that we're out of long planks. If we are, or if we're about to, I'll buy some to drop off here. If we're not, and it looks like we're going to have a whole extra day, I won't, because in that particular case, that means my saw mill will keep up. But yeah, so this will be good because this should lock in all of the cement, and I think there's multiple stages to the temple if it's the same as the other one. I would expect it to be. But yeah, so we're gonna get this built. Now, I don't know about in this one. I don't recall Silver Run giving you anything special for building the roller coaster, just so much as you got paid for the materials you offered, which is usually they paid well. And I vaguely remember then you just have like the roller coaster moving around versus like the dilapidated track sitting there. So it was like an aesthetic improvement to town. I could be wrong. I genuinely don't remember. Like, that was when I played that map multiplayer, or not multiplayer, I played that map on the stream, like, the whole time. I'm just gonna send it. This is going really well. You know, I just played that on the stream a whole bunch, and then after we kind of moved on, I did eventually go back and be like, I want to see this, so I just put on super easy settings and just built it real fast. Yeah, it's almost like this is just a little bit... I think this is ever so slightly better than what we were doing before. I mean, just a little bit. We don't overstate it. I feel like this is maybe 5% better than the other one. I'm obviously being sarcastic that this is just not even on the same planet amounts of better. Sadly, I don't think I can do this with the long planks, because the long planks are like twice as wide as these. I might be able to stack one in front of the other, but I won't be able to do 3 of them like this. Okay, so how are you doing on the long planks? You're out. So we do have enough cement to finish the entire temple. Wait, was that already down to like 3,000? Oh, that's going through like 3 stacks a day. All right, yeah, let's just go ahead and finish this thing off. So we're gonna burn some more money. Meanwhile, before we go over there, we don't care anything about there. Contracts? No. I was thinking if there's any contracts we could just cut an AI loose on that I know I would make money. You usually don't find any until you start getting back around to the time to start growing stuff again. Alright, so let's go ahead and run down here. We've already got all of the cement dropped off. We've got a little bit of the long planks. I don't think we'll be able to afford to do all of the long planks. I don't want to get down to where I'm only dragging 1 per trip. It wouldn't be the end of the world if I had to. Like the last one, I don't mind doing it. I just don't want to do it for all of them. So we're going to try and see if I can't buy 2 and manage it. And if I could buy... Well, actually, because no, it's taking 3 stacks. We'll buy 2 and manage it, if we can. Drop those off. Check to see where we're at financially. If I can buy 2 more, we buy 2 more and we just keep the parade going. If I can't buy 2 more, I'm not going to drag the 1. We'll just advance the next day. We'll grab those. Because then we should be able to see, like, the next stage and what I'm going to need to do. There is a chance we might get to the next stage and be very disappointed where it's like, hey, man, you need, like, 12,000 units of paper and beams and a corgi for no apparent reason. And if that is the case, we got a deal. I also have no idea how many stages this thing has. I don't know if it's going to be like 1 or 2 stages or it's going to be 10. I imagine it'll probably be like 3, maybe 4, but that's baseless guesswork. Yeah, because if I can drag 2 of these securely, and we do 2 rounds of 2, and then 1 round of 1, that's all the planks. At which point, we go back to selling. Yeah, it's over this way. Yes. Alright. Now, the alternative is I could potentially cut loose an AI worker on this. The only reason I was so hesitant about that is if the AI worker does whip around and drop those boxes, and I'm not watching them the whole time, then suddenly I go, where's my box? And it's somewhere on the map that nobody knows where. One would assume somewhere along the route. But you can see him like whipping around and dumping it down the side of a hill or something. That's my only hesitation. I have trust issues with the AI. It's all from Farm Sim 22. Alright. So it's long planks. I was hoping I'd have enough to just barely put up. Well, actually, what contracts do we have? Do we have one I can knock out in a couple? Oh yeah, we could do a quick deadwood. Yeah, we'll do the deadwood real fast. Because that'll give me enough that I can get 3. And it might save me a trip. It's literally right there. Yeah, so we can quickly go do that, grab the 3 stacks of long planks and see if I can manage, which my hope of how I can do that one is stack one on top of the other and then try and go through the bottom 2 so I have like 2 against it and 1 in front and see if we can't just send it. If we can't, we can. That is what it is. Because that would get 3 knocked out and we should have enough money if I can knock those 3 out and then sell them to buy the 2 and then finish that off. Because it basically seemed like the amount of cement I put in there yesterday, it just finished. So it looks like literally the whole thing per stage might only take like 2-3 days. Okay. Alright, so now I gotta watch for the dead trees. Okay. Got 2 more here. I also have found doing these during the winter tends to be the easiest to find it. Like, they look a lot like the other trees at this season, because all the trees are a little bit scraggly, but at the same time, not having all, like, the bushy foliage to look through just makes it much easier to be like, oh, there's one, kind of thing. Yeah, there's one right over there. So probably 4 more. And there's one. There's one. And the other one's right there, there, and there. Okay. And then with that, that gives me an extra, like 1,200 or whatever it is, which should be plenty for me to get the 3 long planks. And we can go on from there. Okay. So I've got that contract done. That was the one I wanted. Alright, so let's make some more mistakes. Okay. So my hope is that we could drag these 3, get them done, and once I've sold them, have enough money, drag a few more. Okay, I am going to try to do this side by side and straight through. I said I was going to do it the other way, but I am going to try this. I think with how wide they are, that this might not work, but I'm down to find out. Not entirely sure how I'm going to make that work. I have an idea. I'll just run you down the hill real quick. Avoiding the sell point. Okay. So drop you off real quick. Come back up here. Grab you on the far right. So now what I could do is I can roll down here, hook that one on the far left, back up, then try and hook the other one through the middle. That didn't go well, so we're just going to ignore that one. It gets to be the one in the front now. Oh yeah, it doesn't work if you don't put the tangs down, does it? Stay away from the sell point. I'll use this one to shove it forward, try to straighten up anyways. Up too high. That's fine. Alright, staying away from the sell point. So what I want to try and do is I might not be able to harpoon these through. Do I think that's good? No. I'm gonna go do it anyways? Yes. OSHA would want a word. They're gonna have to wait outside the hospital. I'm gonna be there a little bit later. Yeah, my confidence on that one in the front staying there is really low. I'm actually a little bit worried about tipping forward. But I am hoping gotta go fast will carry the day. Oh, those back wheels going up and over. Okay, there we go. Hey, could you just... I was hoping I could roll it back.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to G Shumway 86.
Hype train is go. Choo choo.
I'm not unhappy that gave me a hype train. I'm not sure how a hype train happened with only one action, but thanks so much, Randall Thor.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Ballistic Badger.
For, was that 5 gifty subs? For the 5 gifty subs, I really do appreciate it. I'm just a little confused because normally it takes 2 actions. That's not what I wanted, but it makes sense that that's what happened.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to SCH0IE.
But yeah, so thank you so much for those 5 gifty subs to the community. I really do appreciate it. You know, that support does make this all possible and all that, so thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Paul.
And kicking off a hype train. So the reason I'm confused...
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to that good honk.
It's fine. Yeah, you thought 3 people? Yeah, no, I thought it had to be... I couldn't remember if it was 2 or 3 people. But yeah, but you were the only one, like, the last 40 minutes to do something with that. Thank you for the follow. But actually, like, this is kind of inconvenient that this thing's stuck here.
Yay.
That works out.
Hype train goes a
And thank you so much for the 100 biddies cookie. I really do appreciate that as well. But yeah, I'm not complaining about the hype train happening, even though I don't know why. Hey, stay there for a moment, Car. Thanks, buddy. There we go. All right. But thank you so much for the 100 bays there, Century Cookie. I really do appreciate that support. It means a whole heck of a lot. As well as thank you, Randall Thor, for the 5 gifty subs out to the community. Normally, I would read off the names of all people who gave it to him, but I am really trying to focus on long planks at the moment.
Yay. Not sure if that's the noise at sentient_cookie and morning to you too.
Hey, and thank you so much, Randall Thor, for the 100 biddies. I do appreciate that. All right, so we are sending it with the planks. We got a little bumpy bump. Now, if you're not seeing what's happening, we are hitting a near equilibrium between the planks leverage and the rest of the tractor. So when I go up on these little bumps, my back tires are lifting up slightly. So three is actually too many, but we're making it work because we already own them, and I'm gonna send it, and that's just the way we're gonna live with. But we should be good for the next set, because the next set I'll just grab them side by side the same way we've done here. And then that should finish off our long planks, and we'll have the temple's first stage being built. That's odd, your bits are missing. Yeah, no, I don't see them, so I don't know. It could just be a Twitch thing that they'll show up later or something like that. That would explain why it kicked over if you gave bits around the same time Randall Thor did, or within like a minute or two or three beforehand. That would explain the hype train.
Thank you, Pretty Big Oof, for gifting a sub to Cinderlash.
And thank you, Pretty Big Oof, for gifting a sub to Cinderlash. And Pretty Big Oof for gifting a sub to Insane Sport.
Thank you, Pretty Big Oof, for gifting a sub to Insane Sport.
Really do appreciate that support, just dealing with these. I really do appreciate that. Kicking us over to a level 2 hype train, so thank you so much for that. Does mean a whole heck of a lot. Everyone's being so incredibly generous tonight. And all while I'm trying to struggle to not dump planks off into the water and everything else. It is super appreciated. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. Couldn't keep doing this without all the support. Very, very genuinely, that's what makes this all possible. But yeah, so thanks so much for that. There's the
Last of my bits.
And Jay Walker dropping off the last of their bits, 116. So thanks so much for those bits. It does mean a whole heck of a lot that you'd spend those here. Pushing farther and farther into the level 2 hype train. Harvesting peas are so satisfying. Yeah, you gotta get all that pea money, man. Everyone knows the real money's in pea money. Have you seen the pea harvester? Oh, we already have memes. We have seen the pea harvester. Alright, so there should be 2,000 more to go here. Yeah, so 2,000 planks long. We should then have enough to build that entire stage of the temple, and it'll just be advancing in a day or two, and it'll have our first stage of the temple done. So we are zipping along, making this happen, because that is one of the dare drops. Unfortunately, dare drop is like actually build the temple. It's considered the hardest one there is. That it has a difficulty of quote-unquote legendary. So I am a little bit worried about what it might need in the thing. I do have a lot of emotes. Yeah, so the more sub points you have, the more emotes you unlock. Once you unlock them once, they're unlocked forever. And back when I had the world record and all that in Project Zomboid, like, there were a lot of subs that happened that month that really, like, it is a number of subs I do not expect to see again for a very long time. You think you read last time you used bits? Sorry. You can do it. You got this. Oh yeah, no. This is. Oh, you mean the thing? We'll see. World record? Yeah. So you just had the world record in Project Zomboid for the highest kill count run ever streamed. 135,121 zombies killed in one character, one life, with no mods, change itemization, or vehicles on harder than apocalypse settings. That said, that record has been beaten. I held the world record until Mr. Lamprey took it, and then continued to play that save until he reached like 970 or 990,000 or some ridiculous nonsense. You got to get out of your 10k debt because you cancel a 20k contract harvesting carrots. Because you use the DeWolf. Yeah, I mean, the carrots and the parsnips and those are honestly not contracts I recommend taking. If you have a friend with you, they can be worth considering, but only thing. What's tastier? Peas or string beans? I personally would rather have string beans. I've just seen people do a lot more interesting things with them. That said, peas are fine. Like, I'm not a fan of, like, pea soup. Something that, like, the peas are the main ingredient is going to be pretty off-putting to me. But, like, I really like paella, and paella has peas in them. Well, can have peas in them. And that's fine. Adds texture. Oh yeah, I mean, my favorite is when people backseat me in Project Zomboid. That becomes kind of a meme when it happens. I don't play Project Zomboid this much these days. I'm waiting for Build 42 to drop. Burned myself out pretty bad doing the world record. But it's pretty funny when someone's backseats me in Project Zomboid. Because you're sitting there, and even then, like, I'll have the save file, like, I'm, you know, sitting at, like, what, 180,000 is our current run that we've got alive. I am playing a good while. And so I'll be like, you should really rest after fighting for a while. And you kind of be like, hey man, I just want you to look a little bit lower on the screen. I'm not trying to be that guy. What is counted for the world record? Zombie kills? Yeah, because very genuinely the only two things that are really something you can make a meaningful record about. Oh, and thank you for the hype train. It hit level 3 at 20% with a total of 7 subs and 316 words are hard biddies. So I really do appreciate that support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. So thank you so much for that. But yeah, no, it is those things at Project Zomboid. There's not really a whole lot of stuff you can have meaningful competition or anything around. About the only two metrics that are worth being able to do much is, you know, time survived and zombies killed. And zombies killed is more meaningful. Is Venus still alive? Yes, Venus Orozco is still alive. That's a character that's like 100. I don't remember the exact amount. It's like 170, 180,000 somewhere in that ballpark. That's fine, I'll just shove you outside real fast and I'll pick you back up. Maybe. Good enough for me. Yeah, Day Survive is really easy once you get set up in a cabin in the river. Well, that's the thing that a lot of people don't realize. If you really start learning the mechanics behind the game, do you know what you need to survive for basically infinite amount of time? Nothing. Literally nothing. Pots, pans, lighters, don't need any of it. Literally all you have to do is get yourself set up with a means of making fire, like a notch plank or something like that, which there's lots of different ways to do it. But you get any source of being able to cook whatsoever, literally anything. And then all you do is you forage for branches. You can now make spears, and with that you can fish. And you go, oh, but you can't fish during the winter. Wrong. You can fish. You need really high fishing skills, but if your only goal is to survive forever, the first thing you do is just walk out of city into the middle of the nowhere, start making spears, and just start fishing to pass your day by. And when you get thirsty, you'll be like, oh, but you probably have to boil your water. Also wrong. You can drink directly from the river. Yes, it says it will get you sick. Not enough to kill you. You have to go out of your way to do that. And so you can literally just fish, drink from the river, and fast forward till you've survived for 100 years. Like, that's, you can live forever that way. You don't even need, like, you don't even need to collect the other stuff foraging, like the berries and mushrooms, whatever, to, like, lose weight. Doesn't matter. If your only goal is to live forever, put those pounds on, man. You can actually balance your weight with fish, it's just tricky. It is one of those things that kind of, it's both great and it ruins the game for you, is as you learn the mechanics and you realize how little so many of the systems in the game are just unnecessary. Which it's good that they're there, it's just the fact that you can just completely and utterly ignore them and be completely fine. And it's kind of once you've learned all of the different nuances to all that stuff, it's kind of one of those games you can't unlearn what you've learned, and it's difficult to go back to having those feelings of like, oh man, this is dangerous, oh man, there's that. You kind of have to like throw yourself into the wolves, which is what I do in my runs. You'll notice I didn't say like the survive time, like I'm nowhere near a record on that one. I think we lived for like 1 year, 8 months, or 9 months or something like that is our longest lived character time-wise. But, because once you've got yourself established, you just keep killing. That's what there's left, you just keep killing. You never ever seen snow in Project Zomboid? You and like 99.5% of players, and I'm probably being optimistic with that. And that's including people who literally just started their save in winter. Or got the cryogenic winter mods. Most people in Project Zomboid don't survive over a week. Like, ever. Not as a consistent, like, they never survive over that. And that's fine. It just is what it is. It is a unforgiving game. So we have dropped off enough stuff at the temple to be able to finish the first stage. So I'm gonna just run this back home. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because we'll run this back home because I'm gonna need it for dealing with that. As long as everyone has fun, that's what's for. Yeah, no, that's not so much Project Zomboid. Like, we get it occasionally in RimWorld. Like, I like to do ridiculous challenge runs in RimWorld that don't play nice with high difficulty settings. So we'll do, like, Strive to Survive. Like, we will sometimes do Strive to Survive, or it's, like, sometimes the one higher than that. And, like, for one particular challenge, we did one lower than that because the nature of the challenge just didn't lend itself. Because we'll do stuff like we'll make it so the entire map is maximum pollution on characters who, you know, cannot survive pollution, and I won't be allowed to bag it up or walk it off the map or anything. So like a really, really brutal environmental challenge. So while you're doing that, having, you know, mech rage showing up isn't really viable because it's just, you can't really build defenses, you can't really get the materials you need to get your people equipped well enough to start kiting and all that. So you just kind of have to manage. But like the bigger thing is like you still have all the raids, it's still RimWorld. But you just play it on a relatively hard difficulty. I haven't done that challenge properly in a while. That's another slow burn challenge because you can't build all that. Do you think it's possible to do the contract for Deadwood, then sell the wood yourself? I don't honestly know. I feel like I've tried it before, I just don't remember what the results were. Like, if you can do it, sure, you'll get a little extra money, which certainly wouldn't complain. The downside is usually the Deadwood ones spawn themselves like right out in the trees, which means it's going to be like, a little bit more tricky to get the wood out of there. As opposed to, you know, having it like right near the tree. Like these trees along the tree line, it's really easy to chop them down, grab it on a winch, or throw it on whatever and drag it out. But if I drive out, you know, into the forest over here, and then try and do the same, those trees end up banging into all the other trees trying to get them out, and it's still doable. But you eventually go to the point saying, my time would be better served dealing with this differently. Okay, so we're taking the tractor back home, because what I'm going to end up doing with the tractor is I do know come April I'm going to need to do the seed for the rice. We're not going to worry about any of those contracts because that's like 2,000. I'm not going to bother with the wood. I mean, it's not bad wood transport. I'm not going to take it. Not unless there's something amazing I can buy right now. Nope. And that's probably a mistake to be skipping those. Oh, what we can also do is let's go back to you. Change output to selling. Cool. Okay, so should be getting relatively good money from the sawmill and from our greenhouses and all that, which is fine. So that's gonna be our like regular each and every day couple $1,000s income, regardless of if I do anything. So that'll help me be able to buy some stuff without too much hassle. So there's a good chance we won't be able to get a like that extra set of rice fields this season. I'll be able to do my one, no problem. But the extra pair is like almost 80,000 or something like that. And I would need to do that in like 3 in-game months, with contracts not being particularly forthcoming. I can drop you off. Okay, so let's take a quick inventory on what we've got. So the wood is at a bit over half full. You're a bit over half full. You're more than good. So all of my industry stuff is doing well on the materials inside. We had no contracts that were worthwhile. I have got to use the restroom. Selling from the... Yeah, no, the sawmill's good money. Because, like, even just taking the wood and dropping a sell point is good money. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And for those unfamiliar with Farming Sim, anytime you take something and you put it through production, you're usually making about 1.5 the money you were before, give or take. So if I take my wood and I'm gonna make $1,000, and then I go and I turn it into planks, I'm gonna probably make about 1,500 for that same amount of wood. And if I then take those planks and I make it into like the wood frame, whatever it's called, and then that would take that 1.5. It would more than likely make it like, what is it, 2.25? So you get the idea. So you can just keep having that multiplier. It's not exactly that multiplier, but you get the idea. So production lines are absolutely king for making money. That you can just keep scaling them up, and up. There are other good ways to make money. Sillage in the past titles has been extremely lucrative in 22. I don't know where it's at in this one, but it was a meta in the in the last one. All right, so bear with me because I have got to use the restroom. We're about to get hit with an ad break anyways, and I do apologize about ads being just a thing on Twitch, but it's outside my control. But I'm going to quickly use the restroom and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. It'll be back in just a couple minutes. Let's get advanced lighting. That can be very useful for biotech. Let's move that so I can actually get around without dropping silverware, just like I did. Excellent. Perfect. I'll deal with that later. That's... Windows shall forever give me nightmares. That is the... Like, I've been to the prison before a number of times. Not at... Like, this is my first time here at 16 times pop. I don't even think I've been here at insane pop. But, alright. We clear? Clear? Let's give that window a good look. Right. Wait. I can hit them through that? Wait, is that actually a thing? That better not be a thing. I'm just hitting the window, right? Yeah, I'm hitting the window, not them. I was about to say, like, what the hell? If I could just stab them through the window and they would just keep lining up, I'm like, that'd be the cheesiest cheese. This is a dangerous game, Rual. Yes. The good news is those windows are durable as hell. Like, I don't think the zombies are capable of destroying those windows. Well, it's spring and summer. Let's get this planted. Because that is the season we are in. That's literally what I'm growing right here as well. That is, it's fine. The tree's gone. We don't get to have this tree. Alright, I'm back anyways. Now that's broken. Okay. So did a quick restroom break, grab myself a drink, and I'm back. So we're still doing fine all this. It looks like we're going to need to top off our wood here. We're probably also getting to the point of topping off the water in our stuff, so that's going to take me a minute to do that. That's fine. So we'll need to do two things here. Let's also check any good sales. I mean, yes, but nothing that I'm going to be able to do anything about now. Any good contracts? Yeah, but not what I'm going to deal with. Okay, so let's go ahead and deal with our water. And you're probably wondering, for those who have missed the way I've been dealing with my water so far, which is going to be a real shame here in a minute when I actually grow the rice here. Because once I grow the rice, I won't be able to abuse this, because I imagine flooding the field of rice mid-growing is going to be problematic. So we came to the realization that you don't have to pay to flood your field of rice. It's free. Whereas when you use other sources of water you build on your property, that costs money to get water out of those. And so with that, we also came to realize with the field, you could just keep filling up. You could just dunk this thing in there and get free water, and there's like no consequence for it. I also realized I put that sawmill in the way of where it was really easy for me to fill up. Yeah, I forgot you two are there. Or three. I still need to get a better water tank. But yeah, so I can literally just drive out into this field now and fill up our water tank. It counts. Okay, I can squeeze between here, that's fine. Alright. But yeah, so our next investment is probably going to be buying more property. Is what I'm thinking we're going to do. Because more than likely what we'll end up doing is we will likely go and buy the other rice fields just to the south of us. And that'll give us about 3 times as much rice we could do per season. Which would help pay off those machines that we... not quite far enough. Which will help us pay off the machines we used to, or we bought for making rice. And then we can keep escalating from there. And so the good news, if our goal is to hit the $1 million to satisfy for our objectives over here, to satisfy those objectives will be good there. I should also go take a peek at the temple once we get this done, to see how far along it came. And then, you know, if it's done, we can figure out what's next for it. If not, we can go that way. You know, something else. Like I said, I'm expecting it to be maybe 3 stages. I don't honestly know. Like, it could be 5 stages. I wouldn't... 5 feels like the most I could expect. I guess the rice fields are cheap. Yeah, no, they were inexpensive. It was like 1.5 thousand for whatever area of it. I don't think you can go infinite size with that. But the rice fields were pretty cheap. Which is also interesting because it effectively gives you a plowed field, except you didn't plow it. So I'm curious if there is some type of like gimmick you could do where you make a giant rice field and then delete the rice field and just keep the plowed space or something. I don't think they probably have some way to prevent that. Or it's just once you start making the field larger, the cost adds up. Yeah, so we're about half empty with that. The downside is that thing does carry 40,000. This is going to be like 10 laps of this. I do need to get a larger tank for this. The one I want is going to be like 37,000 because that'll also let me carry fertilizer, pesticide, or sorry, fertilizer, herbicide, milk, and there was something else in there in addition to water. And so it's like 6,000 or 8,000 as opposed to this is 2,000 that it carries. So then instead of, if I were to let this thing fully run out, it'd take me 20 laps to fill up. That one, it should only take us about 3 to 4. Please properly clean it before shipping pesticides and milk. I'm not paid to clean. It's actually herbicide. There is no bugs in this game. That was one of the things when before we got this announced, what people were saying what I would like to see in the game, and my comment is I would like to see stuff like, as one of the mechanics, I would be down to see stuff like, you know, you'd get weevils show up, or you'd get, you know, you'd get like mold, like mildew or mold or whatever, like different things. So instead of being, you could still have the choice of being, well, I mean, first you could have the choice of just turning off the functionality just like any of the others, but you'd have the choice of being proactive with it, where the idea I had is that you would get, by turning that on, like a 10 or 20% yield bonus if you handle everything correctly, because that's the way like precision farming works, is you get a little bit higher yield bonus before having to go through all the hassle. And then as long as you manage stuff, you know, you get more output for everything. But if you don't handle it well, then you get less. But you would get like the weevils or whatever, and they would show up. And if you could either A, like pesticide them right from the get-go, and that's another process you have to do. Or yeah, there is livestock. Cricket plague would be fun. But yeah, or you could have, like, for certain ones, you could have, like, oh, you've got aphids or whatever terrorizing your stuff, aphids and leaf miners and all that, so you get ladybugs. So you use the ladybugs to go after them, because ladybugs are a fearsome predator. And they would, you know, be a natural way, or wasps or whatever. So you'd have, like, a couple different ways to deal with the pros and cons, but you can be proactive about it, and it wouldn't be one of those things that, like, if you didn't pesticide, you guaranteed got weevils. It would be kind of a gamble. If you chose not to do the pesticide, you might get weevils. And if you get weevils, just the fact that you got weevils means you are taking a hit to your production. But if you jump on it real fast, the hit's very minor. So it might be worth doing the gamble. Cricket play could be fun. Is there livestock in this game? Yes, they do have cows, pigs, chickens, donkeys, horses, sheep, goats. Am I missing one? We can check real fast. I have no pens. Fair enough. But can I look? Buffalo, right. Buffalo's the new one. That's the one I'm forgetting. And I think that's all of them. So it is a pretty good range. Not a huge range, but a, you know, not a bad range. You didn't know the USA grows so much rice? Rice is grown here. I honestly have no idea what quantities. But I do know we do consume a lot of rice, and I can't imagine we import all of it. We have plenty of places perfectly capable of growing rice, so it would surprise me if it wasn't grown here. Okay, so let's see. And I vaguely recall, if you don't saw up the trees, you actually get a lot of, you don't get, like, there's a penalty to it. So where rice grows in the U.S., each year, American rice farmers sustainably grow around 2 billion pounds of rice in Arkansas, California, Louisiana, Mississippi, Missouri, Texas. Half of rice crop consumed in the United States, according for 80% of rice consumed domestically. Ooh. Yeah, like I said, it doesn't surprise me. I know we eat it. So I couldn't imagine that we imported nearly that much. So yeah, no, it's just, hey man, it's heckin' rice. So let's check to see if this math still works. So it used to be a thing, and it probably still is, that if you leave these cut into one giant thing, like one giant tree without cleaning up or anything, you actually get substantially less wood. That's interesting. So it used to be if you do this, it would take the branches off. That's not the case anymore. Interesting. Wasn't it a different button? No, it was you just ran along the, we can check now. Throttle, attach our tree. Toggle hand tool. Yeah, that rotates it. Left does that. Nah. Hi, Snow. How are you doing? Yeah, no, it used to be you'd just have to tag it with a chainsaw. You just had to, like, run up the side and just be like, tap, 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 tap. And that'd be enough. That's you had to have a blue blade along the trunk. Not through the trunk. Yeah, I remember having that. Like, I just remember, like, I used to just go, like, tap, 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 and then it would all be gone. And believe me, I cut down more than enough trees, and I wasn't running the lumberjack mod. Yeah, no, that's exactly the kind of thing you do, is, or you just do, like, this number. You just kind of hold it and just zip along here. And it would just trim it all off. It's interesting that this only wants to slide almost perfectly horizontal. There we go. I was like, I'd really like you to rotate. You no longer trim the trees? I mean, I don't know if you can or can't. I haven't seen anything. It could be that that's now the reason why you would want the bigger saws and all that. Because right now, like before, it was almost no reason for it. You just get the chainsaw and that'd be fine. Why not take both trees? I just already attached them and I have to get them close to each other. And it was like, eh. Plus, I'm getting snagged on this one enough. Yeah, I remember it was a whole thing with these. That if you cut them down to smaller lengths and all, like not small lengths, but there was like sweet spots for size, that you got more wood from it. You like got more credit from it if you just dragged the whole tree over. They may have been sell price though. Let's take a quick look at the forestry stuff. Like, I'm not looking at buying, but I want to see if there's anything that's changed there that I overlooked. So miscellaneous, we don't have anything like that. We have the stump cutters, tree cutters, mulchers, wood chippers, transport excavation tools. Yeah, so it's the same type of stuff, but yeah, that's probably what these comes into. But the production only cares about wood volume. Gotcha, that's right. For selling the distance, like the lengths mattered. That you would sell it at one length that had one value and a different length that had a different value. So it was worth taking the time to trim them down and yada yada. Whereas for just tossing into a sawmill, you just drug the tree to the sawmill and, you know, did away with the tree. Okay. You want to be realistic. Some trees, some sell points should ask for overlay. Also, you want to be realistic. You'd probably also want some to not accept lengths that are too much. Because I'm willing to bet up if you show it at like a toy store.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting the sub to Kaya.
Thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting a sub. I do appreciate that. But yeah, because like if you show up and you drop like a whole freaking oak tree in front of like a little like wood, like old timey wood whittling toy store, they're gonna look at you and be like, "What the do you want me to do with that?" They'd be like, "That's a lot of wood that can make a lot of toys, but how the heck do you expect me to, you know, cut that up?" You know, we don't even have a bandsaw in this place. But thank you again so much for the gifting subs. I really do appreciate it. Just sniping people. Just be careful, chat. The snipes are happening. But thank you again so much for that support. It means a heck of a lot. All right. Japanese Zelkova is what that type of tree is. You can't just shove an 8-meter log into a 6-meter processor. Yep. All right. Yep, so drop this off. And we should probably check our wood supply and all that. Hey, Penny Meowie, how's it going? Good to see you. Let's go drop off this whole tree real fast, don't mind me. Are you full? Maybe it's full enough that it can't accommodate the giant tree. You know what? It's full enough. It's probably fine. So I don't know how to go into that.
Thank you, Randall.
And before I forget,
for gifting the sub to
let me go ahead and do this. Which is a shout out for Penny Meowie. For those who don't know Penny Meowie, another fantastic content creator on the platform. Been playing some retro games lately. So if you're looking at all that, definitely good times there. I have missed which retro games you were playing. How do I reset you? Detach. There we go. So we'll just leave that tree just sitting just like that. It'll be fine. But yeah, so definitely check them out. Good times over there. Popped to their decent amount lately. When I'm able to catch the streams, it's time things. That is one of the bummers about being a content creator and doing long hours, is you have so many wonderful and fantastic content creators you'd love to spend time tuning into. But I mean, sooner or later you have to sleep. And it gets really rough. I miss so many people I want to watch. Okay, so with that said, we did get that set up, and I mentioned we dropped all the goodies off at the temple the other day. Let's see if we've got some visible progress. You are still progressing. It's almost done with our planks and all that. So with that, I don't think... Let's see, been at an NES craze before Farm Sim stole most of your attention. Excellent. Oh yeah, no, I've got a lot of fond memories of NES. Like, I remember playing... Oh man. I'm gonna mess up which ones were NES and Super NES, because like same time frame for me. I know I did Solstice was a lot of fun. That's a very brutal game. I remember doing the old Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. That was super brutal. Was it Ninja Gaiden? Did the original Zelda, did Zelda 2. Oh man, what was the one? Was it Captain Skyhawk? That may have been Super Nintendo. Lots of excellent NES games. Okay, so we're starting to get more options for contracts. None of these are particularly lucrative. We're looking at production lines, and so those ones are all fine. The wood is getting low in the sawmill, but we do have an entire tree sitting there. Ninja Gaiden's cheered to sing? Yeah, with a near pixel perfect jump. You're like, everything's kind of fine, and then you hit that point, and you have to be absolutely perfect. Yeah, no, I had heard about that one, Jaywalker, is that someone had effectively gotten a hold of emulations for games that had yet to be released, and then I think they were streaming them. Like, they were streaming playing games that hadn't been released yet. And Nintendo was like, oh, hell no. And that's probably one of the few times I would decide with Nintendo and be like, yeah, no, that's fair. that's fair. Nintendo can be quite a bit of a bully sometimes. But that's kind of one of those cases you're like, no, I think that's a reasonable thing to get in trouble for. When you've very clearly gotten a hold of something you're not supposed to, and been like, you know what, I'm not just going to enjoy it quietly to myself. I'm going to go ahead and, put it on blast. Yeah, no, you don't mess with them. There's a couple of companies out in the world you leave alone. You leave alone Mickey Mouse. You don't mess with Mickey Mouse. You don't mess with Nintendo. Do you just not want the Japanese tree? Let's just try circling around here. And then if this doesn't pick, I'm gonna hack a big chunk off the bottom of it and see if that makes it happy. Because maybe it's just this particular tree gives you a lot of lumber. And it's like, nope, can't accept, it's too much. It's just too much. Nope, there it goes. Oh, yeah, no, that was a huge freaking tree. Yeah, no wonder it gave me beef about that. That tree was worth like 6,000-7,000 lumber by itself. Yeah, right or not, streaming is just asking for it, yeah. And it tried to stop the dude by other ways. Yeah, I don't know all the details about it. But there isn't certain stuff that you're like, okay, look, man, you got the shot across the bow that said, don't mess with us. And you kept finding out there's a certain point where it is your fault. That you do need to be like, you know what? I should have learned. And like I said, not that Nintendo doesn't do garbage. Like some of their stances on emulation and all that's kind of not great. Okay, so you want wood planks, wood beams, and cement. So are you visibly different now? Like what did we get for our efforts there? I'm gonna be real, chat. I don't see a difference. It's gonna be one of those things you're gonna put everything in there and that's just gonna be like, poof, temple. Ooh. Do I really want to drag all of that right this second? So what we could do, well no, because even with the rice, it's only gonna take me a minute to, well it's not gonna take me a minute, I'm gonna have to be manually seeding it. Let's not worry about the temple right this second. And I do honestly think we just use the sawmill for money and to just buy stuff on the other side of the map. even though it costs us more, it's just a real long hike. So we have all this stuff. I mean, it's a shame the stone picking, all that. Like, that's good money there. I'm gonna keep advancing because I'm more worried about trying to get our stuff for the dare drops. Yeah, like, for the record, I actually think emulation's perfectly fine. Like, if something isn't for sale anymore, come on, man. If you're not selling it, please, I beg you, how do you demonstrate damages? Alright, so with this, we're gonna go to sleep. We can plant the rice. I should have taken those things off of selling. It's fine. Emulation is a great way to preserve. Yep, agreed. Like, it's one thing if they're still selling it. Sure, you're still selling it. I get it. You're still doing that. But the moment you're like, this game is done, don't get mad about emulation. If I cannot buy your product, what do you care? I mean, the answer is because then you're being entertained by that. You don't feel a need to buy the new games and all that. Why are you still covered in snow? So I guess I'm going to be planting rice in the snow? Sure, why not? We can do this. So you start flooding. And discount-wise, I mean, it's ever so slightly better than our tractor. What about contracts? It's the same contracts we had. This will be about the time we start seeing new contracts. The second-hand market for retro games is completely crazy. Oh, yeah. Like, especially if it's a big game like Chrono Trigger or something like that, and just look at the prices they want for those games. And you're just kind of like, no. Alright, so what we're going to do is I'm going to grab our tractor. I'm going to grab our forklift attachment. And we are going to do a load of these materials. And we are doing the weird thing where I am producing the logs and selling them as is, like selling them as planks and beams and all that, and then turning around and buying planks and beams on the opposite side of the map for that. I realize it doesn't make a whole lot of sense from the financial side of it, but also at the same token, it's just kind of one of those things. Oh, let's speed that up. Because then we're going to plant our rice here. But yeah, so we'll go to the temple, figure out what I need, go buy it from the warehouse, and drag some of that back. Because for our dare drops, that is one of our objectives. And it's also probably the objective I'm the most interested in on this map. Versus, like, a lot of the other stuff when the modded maps come out, I will probably go and, with the modded maps, I'm gonna want to sit there and do like a proper Survivor Man challenge, versus we're just kind of doing a 0 to hero here. But until the modded maps pop out, I can't do that. So if I finish the temple, though, I'll be pretty happy. Yeah, so all I want to do is I'm gonna scooch the other side of the map. We will go to the warehouse with this tractor. I'll teleport up to the temple, and we'll see what we can buy and just keep building the temple. Which, for the record, is burning our money in a way that's not making more money. But I feel pretty okay with the money we're making from the sawmill in the short term to fund this escapade. But yeah, like I don't know when it comes to building these this temple if it's gonna be a 2, 3, 4, 5 stage process. I'm guessing 2 or 3. But we'll see. It might be 3, because it might be we build what we got now, and then next up we have to get like the wall frames or something. But who knows? We'll figure it out. In the meantime, as we build those out, we can get going with a lot of the other stuff. And it might even be one of these things that I don't go out of my way to just try and rush it, that I just grab a little bit at a time. Because the downside is, because I'm spending my money on these materials and not spending my money on equipment, we're not increasing our rate of profit. You think I reset your farm in this location? Did you choose Riverbend? Because I know there's this map, Riverbend, and then the Zilanka. Oop, this is not the right turn. Which, for the record, winter on both maps will have snow like this. Oh, all 3 maps have snow like this. But yeah, now this is a non-specific East Asian place. Yeah, you started in Riverbend? Gotcha. Yeah, it looks like the snow just melted because we're in April. But yeah, now this is a non-specific East Asian thing. You needed the tutorial? That is absolutely fair. Yeah, and I chose this one because, like, as much as having a wetlands map, like Riverbend, is a new thing, we also haven't had anything that's not at least vaguely European or vaguely United States. And so it's like the first map we've had that's an official map that doesn't, you know, fit in one of those 2 buckets. Alright. So what I want to do is let's teleport up to the temple real fast. And you want 12,000 cement, 6,000 beams, 6,000 planks. So needless to say, the cement is probably first. And as much as I want to be really greedy and just be like, give me 8 of these, I already know that's going to go badly. And how much are you? Oh, you're so expensive, wood beams. You're the worst. Yeah, so cement bags. Do I think I can get away with 4 using the trick we used last time? I honestly don't think so. I think that's the point that I'm going to pick them up and the tractor's just going to tip onto its front and that's just going to be it. It's interesting that they've added tornadoes as a weather event, given that none of the maps really are tornado country. I have no idea, you know, East Asia, what weather they deal with. If you told me it's like, oh yeah, they got tornadoes all the time, I'd be like, cool, that sounds accurate. If you said, oh no, that like never happens there, I'd be like, cool, that sounds accurate. What is... Do I just like not have... Oh, it's not lowered! I was like, do I just not have depth perception? What's going on here? So we're gonna try what we did last time. But one more pallet than last time. So last time... Hurricane and cyclone in Southeast Asia, as it's tropical. Checks out as far as I'm concerned. Oh, wait, no, I don't want the second one. I want just the first one right now. The second one's coming soon. So what I'm doing is I'm quickly lining up her pallets with the intention of trying to do all 4 of these at once. I'm not sure we can actually do that. I'm worried that the weight will be enough that when I try to stop, my back wheels will no longer be on the ground and I will no longer have the ability to control my tractor. But sometimes you just gotta science. I cannot for the life of me see around this tractor. Bring those in a little bit so I don't just... And avoid the sell point. We already made the mistake once where I accidentally sold what I was trying to get out of there. So I just lost money for no reason. Okay, and now as we shirk any rhyme or reason away and we just gun it. Alright. So you're gonna drop off 5,000 L's, I'm gonna say liters, even though I don't think that's what you weight cement in, but L's of cement to the temple to keep getting it built. I mean, this is going actually pretty smoothly. Yeah, so I do 3 loads of this. Farming in sandals, watch your toesies. It's just pallets of cement. What could possibly go wrong? Everyone's like, no, 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 you gotta wear your steel-toe boots. Me. Come on, man. Your feet'll smell funny. You gotta wear your sandals. Gotta let them tootsies breathe. Get all that fresh air. Actually, it weirdly works the opposite way around that. Having your feet out in the air can promote fungal infection and all sorts of stuff in humid environments. But we can just pretend none of that's true, and then it goes the opposite of what I just said. Sandals, socks? No, I'm sorry, that's just right out. That's like Crocs with socks. Sorry if I missed that on YouTube for a little while. You said, hello, friend. 1 second, I'm just making a mess. You have a 3070 and a 56X GPU, 30 gigagrams. This game has FPS drop so bad. What should I do? So I found that I had some pretty bad performance until I updated my video driver. I was getting pretty bad frame rate drops. And then I turned off VSync. Those are the primary 2 things I changed. And now we're running at high settings, and for the most part, I don't see any performance dips. But I did have to update my driver, and my driver wasn't even that old. It's like 2 months old. Why are you not? I need to paw you over. There you go. Up, a little too much. A little too much gusto. Alright, so we did drop it, but we can fix this. Alright, so what I'm going to want to do is try and hook this on my right. We can hook this on my right side. I should be able to push the other one back while going on the other 2. And get all 4 of these back on. Because it was just, we went over the hill, and it was just enough, I think we bumped the bottom of one of these on the pavement, and it just caused it to flip over. Because I'm not lifting it very high, because I'm worried about getting top-heavy, and then suddenly... Linger there. I do apologize if it was a big delay before I responded. I've been keeping my eye on YouTube. I'm doing pretty good tonight, but it's been quiet for a little bit over on that end, and just didn't see your message. Because I am streaming on both platforms, but my primary audience is on Twitch. I mostly stream on YouTube for the VODs, but obviously I very much enjoy having people over there. The more I can diversify my audience, the better I'm, set up where if suddenly Twitch decides to be awful, I can deal with it. Also, if YouTube decides to be awful, I can deal with it. But the more I'm beholden on a single platform, if they suddenly decide to be awful, that could be the end of content creation for me. It doesn't fill me with eternal dread and stress. Not at all. I actually don't worry about it every day, but it is a very real possibility that someday that Amazon's like, this whole Twitch thing. So that's just sliding off the front, which is curious. Because that's not how physics should work. I mean, not unless I'm like really not on there. Let's be careful, I don't want to actually drop this in the water, because that's the way I lose it. Yeah, this feels very tenuous right now. Probably lose it the first turn. But it's saving me having to do 2 or 3 additional trips per this, so... It's up, back wheels are bouncing. You followed your advice, and following Dave, and I put a new driver. Oh, you went and you update your driver, and then immediately they put out another driver update. There's probably, you know what? It's probably something I should look at after stream. Because it could be that if they were seeing issues with the new driver with, like, because some people are having this flickering in the game. Okay. So yeah, so I still need more cement bags. Let's go and run over and get those. Like, if I could afford to buy enough of those to load up a trailer, it would be worth buying a trailer, but the problem is the trailer's going to cost me like 12,000. And so I get the 12,000 trailer, and then I can't buy the things to put on it because I don't have the money. So I'm just kind of running back and forth really fast, because it'll be 3 loads of cement, and I think 2 loads for the other 2. See, it's not like FarmSim hasn't had issues with NVIDIA drivers in recent history either. Is there something I'm not aware of? I've been using NVIDIA with FarmSim, and that's been pretty much fine. Again, with the only issue of, like, when I first load up, I had to update my drivers, but that honestly is standard practice with new games half the time nowadays. New game comes out, if it's not pixel art, you're probably going to need a new driver. Okay, but before I go and I do the next load of cement, let's hop over and plant our rice. Because I'm feeling pretty good about this for our objectives. Because right now we're at those first 2 objectives, harvest the rice, and then the harvest the other ones, we have everything but the rice there. So when we harvest the rice, we get those 2. We have finished the first stage of the temple, and honestly, we probably have plenty of money enough for the second stage, so it's going to burn us a little bit. And I don't know how many stages it is, but I'm feeling pretty good about that. The $1 million, I think we're actually pushing for it. Like, if I was going out of my way to try and make the $1 million happen as fast as possible, we can probably make that not too terribly, because when we have, like, our harvest seasons, I can make $100-something thousand in a pretty long in-game day. So, you know, we knock out, like, 2-3 long in-game days, and then we just go ahead and jump, like, just take out the giant loan of, like, $500,000 to jump us to 1 million to be like, yep, we got our 1 million, then just pay off the loan instantly. Let's see, NVIDIA dropped a driver update earlier this year, and FarmSim wasn't compatible with it. Loading a save would crash to desktop 20% loaded, but was after Farming Sim 25 announced, so the only fix was that the advisor roll back the driver. Was an issue until NVIDIA rolled out a new driver a month or so later. Oh, I think I remember that. I think we got bit by that, too. Yeah, I was under the impression, because it wasn't only FarmSim that got bit by that. There was, like, 2 or 3, but FarmSim was, like, the only big game. Because I remember literally NVIDIA came out with the updated driver and was like, yeah, we fixed this. And I do know they specifically mentioned FarmSim in it. But yeah, no, I wanted to say that was, I thought that was a problem with NVIDIA's drivers. Because I know I've had real bad luck. That was like 50-50 that'll do a driver update with NVIDIA, and it won't have some problem with it. It's been, honestly, very frustrating. I was about to be like, can I carry 8? And I'm like, no, we literally were bouncing our tires when we were going up the hills with the 4. Oh, right. Just stay there for a moment. Hey, that's actually the exact machine I was hoping for. FarmSim 22. I know that happened to 22. Like I said, I think we had just like one off stream we went to do of it. Alright, so we're planting our rice. And here's hoping the 1 or 2 gaps we had last time are the problem. No problem, Finny Simplex. I'm glad you got some good sleep. I know a lot of people have been struggling with that. Inclusive statement. Um. Yep, so we're gonna quickly plant our rice, so that'll be all done. Yeah, yep. But yeah, so we're gonna get all our rice planted and all that good stuff. And then we will probably take that next load of cement. And it might not be too much longer before we start wrapping, because it is getting to be about 4 a.m. my time, which is usually when I call it a night on the stream. I say that knowing full well a lot of times I go very long depending, and I could easily go long with this, but I also know I've gone long in streams for like the last month and a half. Okay. We got a little spot at the beginning of that row I might have to top off. That's fine. Would you cooperate? Thank you. And it might be a thing that I might try to make the fertilizer, whatever, the little behind our vehicle fertilizer thing happen. I believe, but in order to do that, I will need to wait for this to grow to the first phase, and then I'll be able to fertilize it. Because we do get 50% fertilizer just by using this thing with fertilizer in it. But I will need to do a second pass with fertilizer, and I think this is narrow enough if I just run along the sides. I should be able to cover most, if not the entire field. I don't know if we would be able to drive through this and spread fertilizer without destroying crops. Alright, so we'll just do this, this headland right over here, and then I'll probably need to top off our rice. Okay. Let's go top off our rice. Almost asked what you're spraying in the field. Oh yeah, I know it's gonna be fertilizer. The rice doesn't appear to get weeds, which is my understanding literally why we flood the field. Literally the reason you flood the field is for purposes of keeping away pests and for That's pretty annoying. Okay, there we go. No, there's still a gap I'll have to clean up. We'll finish the row and then I'll clean up that gap. It doesn't look like the gap goes the whole way. I got a little gap right here. It probably doesn't matter, but it is just one of those things that I'd rather get all of the money I can out of this field versus not. Okay, so we'll get this one. Alright. But yeah, so the rice, like, you protect it from a lot of pests and all that using the water. Yeah, it looks like you're supposed to use the third headland. Come on. Give me the headland. There we go. Yep. It's fine. I probably just missed a stripe, and that's probably on me. Okay. And I do realize there's stones that I need to get a stone picker for, but I can't afford the stone picker right now. That is cutting into our production a little bit. But that's just the nature of doing like a zero to hero. It's like, I could use this to make my situation better, but I don't have money. And just, you repeat that till like, you have the things. It just takes time. Yeah, I can do X and Y to get more money if I had money. Let's see, the built-in GPS is good, but you may still switch over to Courseplay if they do an updated mod for Farm Sim 25. Yeah, no, I think the GPS is going to be good for when you're doing your own thing on the farm. But if you are looking for, like, the fully automated kind of experience, or you are going to be building up to just a really, really big scale, I do see that people probably still use Courseplay, or, you know, whatever equivalent takes Courseplay's place. Because, you know, I have no idea what the dev situation is with Courseplay, if the people who made that mod are still around, or if they moved on to other games, or, you know, what's going on there. Because you never know. When, like, the new game comes out, some mods just don't happen. Okay. Just trying to snooze these ads for a minute. We'll see if I can't push the ads far enough back that we don't have to subject you to one more round. I can only push them so far back, but I'm going to knock them back as far as I can. And if we get stuck with them, we get stuck with them. If we manage to, you know, kind of wrap up what we're doing to start winding down, then that's fine too. But I've kicked that can as far down the road as it'll let me. But see, like this GPS, being able to choose the direction you go around the field, will Courseplay choose the direction for you. But you do like the defined start and end point of Courseplay, and the planned points and all that. Well, yeah, no, for me, the way I'm looking at the difference between the two is Courseplay is effectively like fully automating your trip around there, similar to how the employee will do the whole thing. This to me is just kind of a little helpful tool to make the lines easier and cleaner and all that kind of stuff. So it's not fully automated, it's lightly automated. And there's going to be times that you're going to want to just be like, hey, just do the field for me. And in some cases, the workers will be able to handle that because they are much smarter than they used to be. I don't think they're amazing, but smarter. Like, they're good enough they get the job done. At least that's what I've been seeing. So like I said, I do think it will be one of those things that once, yeah, the AI worker is using most of Courseplay, basically. But yeah, so I do think it'll be one of those things that as your farm gets bigger and bigger, you will essentially still want Courseplay just to deal with scale. Or, again, whatever equivalent shows up. This is essentially the old GPS mod with the headlands mode. Yep. But yeah, that's kind of the thing. Like I said, I'll probably end up doing the same thing. I think is I'll probably go without horseplay for a long while. But once we start getting to like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 fields or whatever like that, that it does become kind of just a burdensome thing. I mean, I can still hire the workers. Let's see, what do you set your days per month on your playthrough? Oh, I set them to 1 day per month. That's kind of the standard. And then usually, from what I see most people do, is they start 1 day per month. And then as they go along and they start getting larger and larger farms that are harder and harder for them to keep up with, then they usually expand their days. That's been my experience. And everyone has their preferences, and as long as you're having fun, anything's right. I just find if you make your days or your months too many days, you'll plant something like corn, and you'll be like, I guess I never harvest corn ever because I've had to wait through like, 60 days because each one of the seasons I've set, each month they've set to be too many days. It just takes so long for it to grow. There's definitely a balance to be had there. There's nothing wrong if you set to 2, 3, 4, 5 more. It's just you are trading more time to get your work done for things taking more time to get done. Okay, so I think we'd still had a spot we missed with the plow. Because we got like a big stripe here. It's too late to fix that. I mean, it's not too late. I could plow that spot and then reseed it. But I don't think it's worth the time. You'll have to tear up all those seeds. How did you activate that overlay? If you hold your the button you use to get your AI worker, which should be H on a QWERTY keyboard, it'll start here. You switch that to steering assist, and you choose OK. And that's just built in. But that's the steering assist of functionality. Alright, so we've got you all topped off. So we've got the rice planted. The same exact plan as last time. Alright, let's see if this goes smoothly this time. Last time it went okay. We had once or twice it fell off, but it seemed to be falling forward off of it, which is a little surprising. That's probably just interactions where the different things rubbing up against each other and it trying to figure out the physics. Looks like you can carry up to 12 this way. Well, the only reason I don't think we can make 12 happen is if you watch with some of these ones where I stop, my back tires bounce up. So if I had a much, much heavier tractor and a counterweight, maybe. I'm still dubious you could pull off 12 without just tipping forward and being like that. 8 maybe, with like one of the really big bulky tractors and then shoving a big weight on the back of it. I could see you push an 8. But that is a lot of weight on the front of it. Because that's the real problem, is it's the weight. It's not the ability thing. Would you recommend picking this up? No, it's terrible. You should never play it. No, obviously I'm being sarcastic. I am very much enjoying the game. But it is those things that, like, do you like this style of game? Do you enjoy games that don't necessarily have a well-defined finish objective? Do you like games that things do take time to get done? There's a lot of ifs there. That if it is a good match, obviously you have a good time with it, and excellent. Have a great time with it. But, depending on the type of games you're into, it is one of those games you're either going to really like it or it's going to be kind of a meh. But if you're into simulation style games, like if you ever played like American Truck Simulator or Euro Truck Simulator, then it's kind of the same feel but farming. City Skylines, I mean, it's a good game. Unfortunately, there's not a lot in common between those two, so that doesn't really help me. It does mean you do enjoy the kind of chill and do stuff game, which does, you know, that is some good news in that direction, because that's the kind of game this is. But, you know, you're talking very different. Let's see. Frostpunk, Rimworld, Can't Do Trucking Sims drove for 5 years. Fair enough. Unfortunately, all those you've listed are excellent games that do have very little in common with this. So it is a little tricky for me to try and be like, yeah, no, it sounds like it'll be right up your alley. It's very genuinely a hard one to, like, unless you had something like Construction Simulator, if you're like, yeah, I liked that. You know, Farming Simulator, yeah, I liked that. Maybe like Microsoft Flight Simulator, if you like something like that, that's a little bit more in line while also being pretty big departure. Like there's just a big difference between like a proper simulator and like a tycoon or city builder. I don't know if you could get into this enough in an hour and a half. That's the only caveat, is this is one of those games that it just takes a little while. And so it's kind of one of those things. I feel like in this particular case, you'll still be in the I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing kind of phase in an hour and a half, where you may, or like you could land on either side of the fence. So we did get ourselves about 8,000 of the cement bags worth there. So we are about 2/3 of the way with the cement bags for building the temple. We have 6 bags of planks and, or sorry, not 6 bags, 6 loads of long planks and wood beams to build that. But what is going to be happening now, chat, is it is a bit past my time to wrap up for the night. And I'm not going to push myself for another like 2 hours or so to try and wrap that up. So we do have our rice planted. We do have the first stage of the temple done, and we've got probably about halfway through the second stage of our temple. So far as the material cost, it's just all concrete right now versus the rest. So what's going to end up happening if you are watching over on YouTube, the stream will be abruptly ending because I don't know how to raid over there and I need to figure that out. But if you're over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere because we're going to go find someone for us to raid. But in the meantime, if you have enjoyed